As with everything of any significance in my life, this is for my daughters, Soraya and Akira. Without you, none of this would make any sense. I love you more than life. I would first like to thank Robert and Nicole Passanti for all of things you both have done for me. I am certain that without you this book would be lost. I am in awe of the kindness you two have shown me, and I look forward to what the future will bring with you by my side. Seriously, Nick, the world needs more people like you. I love you very truly. Next, I thank my mother, Janice Gordon. You introduced me to the world of books. You have always encouraged my writing and believed in me from the start. Thank you for always listening to my endless book babble, for reading every word I've ever written. For everything. I love you, Mommy. Also, thank you to my father, Cyrus Gordon. Without you, I simply would not be. Without you, these books would have never been written. You have loved me unconditionally and been there when I needed you most. You are my guardian angel. I love you, Daddy. And, finally, to the readers. I can't thank you enough for giving a little book called Blood Warrior a try. You have been enormously kind and accepting, and allowed me to live my dream. I love you all. Alexa. They say that change happens over time. I think change happens in rapid moments, moments that are as unpredictable as love, as fleeting, and moments that possess you, rather than the other way around. I know what I am. I happen to believe that I was born with certain inclinations. But I also know that when I woke up this morning I was something entirely different from what I am now. This morning I was something that was in no sense of the word pure, but also not lost, which is what I have become. One of those moments stole any remnant, any hope that I could defeat my inclinations, that I was not fated, that I was, in perhaps a macabre way, mostly good. What remains now is no longer a question of whether I can overcome my inclinations, but rather a question of redemption. Alexa. Of course it was raining. I hate driving in the rain. I had been on the road for 4 hours, the storm just following me the whole way. What is worse is that it made me feel as though I was chasing the sun, just a mile behind it at every moment. I'd had to stop for food, still 5 hours from my destination. The diner I was sitting in was generic, one that could be found off any major highway across America. Upon entering, to the left, there was a small convenience store, complete with magazine racks, souvenirs with pictures of the state of Pennsylvania printed across them, stacks of candy, and a cashier station that housed tobacco products and lottery tickets. To the right lay the small diner, with booths along the windows, and a counter with tall stools and homemade pies on top displayed behind clear cases. I'd chosen it because it happened to be the next stop off the highway when hunger struck me. Later I would wonder if it was fate that I should stop at that diner. I'd taken the booth nearest the door. I just wanted a break from driving in the rain, and I needed to eat to keep my energy up. I sat down with my back to the entrance, and in hindsight, I should have known then that this place was nowhere I should be. I'm trained, see. I should have known better. The only time I sit with my back to an entrance is when the biggest threat is already in the room. But my mind was on other things. In the past few weeks, everything I'd thought to be true had turned out to be a lie. The veil that had been draped over my world had been ripped away with abrupt force. I'd always known I was different from other people, but I hadn't known how far that difference extended. I hadn't known I wasn't even human. I am the last of my kind, a sun warrior, made for battle and killing. And, as it turns out, that was the reason why I'd just left a city full of vampires and werewolves who were under the impression that I was going to save them. To say the least, I had my doubts. Everything else had come as a complete shock as well, so crazy that if I didn't just roll with it, I would probably lose my mind. My mother had trained me to fight, and yes, kill since I was old enough to walk. She had thought that it was absolutely necessary. I had just thought she was crazy, and I'd hated her for it, but she couldn't have been more right. She had drilled it into me to protect my little sister, Nellie, because it turned out that Nellie isn't human either. She's a searcher, well, half-searcher, which is a race of vampires that are able to see into people's souls. But, the other half of what she is was unheard of, and is the reason she has abilities other searchers don't have. This is the reason I was supposed to protect her. My best friend and newly obtained boyfriend, Jackson, had turned out to be a werewolf. The three of us had all run on the night that harsh reality had smacked me in the face. The night that I lost my mother. The night before we went to Two Rivers. Two Rivers, a hidden city housed in the middle of the Pine Barrens of New Jersey, was the most magnificent place I'd ever seen. You have to stumble through miles of dense forest to find it, and if you are human, the magic surrounding it will keep you from even seeing it. But, huge, stone walls protect it, and the two wide rivers on either side keep bad things from entering, the same bad things that had served to rip me out of my fantasy world, and send me running to the supposed safety of Two Rivers. On the surface, everything there was divinely beautiful, even the vampires and werewolves who called it home. But the glorious appearance of the two rivers hid ugly lies. People there knew something was wrong, but because of a magical substance in the food and blood the two rivers served, they didn't know what awaited them after they outgrew their use. I knew, I'd seen the village. The village was where I'd met Soraya. Soraya, and others like her, were the reason that I had vowed to kill the king who was the ultimate ruler of the cities in which these supernaturals lived, like two rivers. The king was sending the unfit to villages where they were milked for their blood. I didn't know why the king needed this blood, but I intended to find out. The village I'd found by accident was within the same walls that protected two rivers. This meant that the queen who ran the city knew about the village. She was just the royalty that oversaw two rivers, though, and I wasn't sure what side she was on, so I had to get to the king. And then there was Caden. I didn't even know where to start with that one. Caden is a Brocken vampire. Brockens are the fighters that have taken up the protection of the other supernatural races after warriors, like me, had died out. At Two Rivers, Brockens not only protected but entertained the citizens by fighting in an arena every month, usually to the death. The Brocken school was where I had attended for the last few weeks, and if I didn't go make a huge mess of things, someday I would be fighting in that arena as well. But Caden wasn't just a Brocken vampire, he was also a Libra. Warriors and Libras are drawn to each other, and since I am the only warrior left, Caden is probably the only Libra. His presence alone can soften the fire inside of me, but I refuse to admit that I might need him. And, anyway, first I had to go find out if my mother was still alive. So, I stared out the window, watching the day. The roof of the establishment wept rain down the glass, blurring the world beyond it, and the dark clouds devoured the sun's light long before it could reach the earth. It was a good day for sleeping, certainly not for running off to my probable demise. But, then, I'm not sure if there is ever a good day for that. I ignored the sensation for the first few minutes, as my mind was understandably elsewhere, but I felt it as surely as an unwelcome caress to the skin, annoying me rather than alarming me. I was being watched. I pulled my attention from the rain, and the very first thing my eyes settled on was the source of the feeling. I suppose I have an instinct for other predators. And the man sitting in a booth at the other end of the restaurant was certainly that, watching me in a manner that made my own predator perk its ears up in response. But this threat was human, and unless he pulled a gun on me or something, I didn't really have anything to fear. I was stronger and faster, and well, deadlier than any human. And also in a rather bad mood at the moment. So, I stared back at him, and after a few seconds, he averted his eyes. I returned to my thoughts. The watching didn't carry on. Sometime later, while I was well on my way to finishing a stack of fluffy pancakes and eggs, the man stood up to leave. As he moved, I watched him. Somewhere in his mid to late 40s, with beady, black eyes, divided by a large, hooked nose and thin, pink lips. A greasy, receding hairline. A generous build with extra helpings around the midsection. The man stood beside the booth, patted his ample stomach twice with his left hand, dug some money out of his pocket with his right, and tossed it on the table. Then he began to lumber toward the exit, toward me. I continued watching. Well, something in me continued watching. He wore dirty, old jeans and a t-shirt that I could only guess used to be white. Tan work boots, with thick, rubber soles. Large, hairy arms, and a walk that favored the left leg ever so slightly. A weak point. Yes, something in me was most certainly paying attention, even if I wasn't. As he moved past me, the smells of clove cigarettes, fried food, and body odor assaulted my nose, and a feeling that I can only describe as dirty came over me. But an instant later, the small chime on the door sounded, and he was gone, the feeling following him out. I returned to my food and my thoughts. For the rest of the meal I tried to think about anything other than my life at the moment. I concentrated on my food instead, and before I knew it, my plate was empty and it was time to be on my way. I paid at the counter, using my own money rather than what my friend Tommy had given me. I only wanted to use his money if absolutely necessary, planning to give it and his car back to him. That is, supposing I was alive to give them back. As I pushed open the door to leave, the warm, wet air engulfed me, making me feel once again as though I should really be in bed at the moment. I'd woken up too early, before the sun had completely risen, and since the day was so dark I felt as though last night had never really ended. Like this whole day was going to be one long night for me. Maybe this whole trip. But, when the sun really left, things that craved my unique blood would come out looking for me. Vampires that knew no sparkle, or compassion, only destruction. Tonight, Lanias would come out. Horribly murderous monsters that, until last night, I was sure had killed my mother a few weeks ago, back when life had been normal. I'd killed 3 of them on the night of the attack. Now one of the ones that I had left alive, left for my mother to fight alone in order to save my sister's life, had promised to kill me as soon as I left the walls and safety of Two Rivers. This was the same vampire who had told me that my mother was alive, that she was being held at a prison for vampires and werewolves, a prison that Two Rivers sent their criminals to. A prison that the Queen of Two Rivers knows about, and a prison that is under the rule of an awful bastard of a king. The Queen had told me that her search team had found my mother drained dry. Dead. So now I was going to find out who was lying. I had to at least try. I'd already left her to die once. So, I knew that at least one Lamia would be looking for me, and I doubted she'd come alone. I had all of 8 hours before the sun sank and that hunt began. I made my way around to the rear of the building, having parked in the lot behind it in an attempt to travel as inconspicuously as possible. The rain fell on and around me. I dug into my jacket pocket for my keys as I made my way to Tommy's Mercedes. A breeze ran through the parking lot and brought chill bumps up on my arms. It also brought a scent, clove cigarettes, fried food, and body odor. I stopped in my tracks and scanned the scene carefully, my senses going on high alert. An old red truck to my far right. A downward slope at the edge of the concrete, with yellowed grass and a small stream, directly ahead of me. A white conversion van parked 10 spaces away from the Mercedes to the left. The diner directly behind my back, with twin dumpsters placed conveniently near the rear exit of the restaurant. I tilted my head back and inhaled deeply. The breeze had come and gone, taking with it the majority of the scent, leaving behind the chill bumps. But, very faintly, I could still smell the clothes, food, and stink of the man lying under that of the wet air and spoiled food in the dumpsters. He was somewhere very close to the white van, waiting for me. My senses told me the first part, my instincts provided the last. I resumed my approach, my mind hopping instantly to the whereabouts of my gladius, the silver warrior's sword my mother had given me the morning before my life had collapsed around me. It lay under the driver's seat in Tommy's car. Somehow I knew I wasn't going to let it out of my sight again after whatever happened next, that leaving it in the car had been a very stupid mistake. I was only 5 feet from the door to the Mercedes when he appeared from behind the white van. I stopped once more. I might have been able to get into the car before he could reach me if I hadn't stopped. But, stop I did. He was even more unappealing when dripping wet, a sight that was something akin to grotesque. His once white shirt clung to his large belly. His jeans had darkened to the color of soaked denim, and his few patches of straight, black hair hugged his head, revealing an oddly shaped cranium. Rain ran down his hooked nose and jowls. Hunger, deep and wild, shined brilliantly behind his black, beady eyes. The belly of my own beast rumbled in response. And when my left eye twitched, I knew then that this encounter was going to end badly. He made his move toward me, swifter than what his stature would have suggested possible, but he may as well have been moving in slow motion. The usually dormant presence that resides inside of me was fully awake now, replacing what was my unease in the situation with its own intrigue in it. And the world always slowed down when my monster surfaced, in a way that it would never yield to just me. I saw everything, crisp, clear, and precise. The way his tan work boots flicked the rain in their forward motion. The way his meaty forearms rubbed against the sides of his fat stomach in time with his long, deliberate strides. The way his cheeks rippled, and how his thin, pink lips pursed as he grew closer to his prey, closer to me. I also saw very clearly that a large knife was clutched in his right hand. Nellie! I slumped down a little in my seat, even though I don't make a habit of slouching. I couldn't help it. I was not in the least bit happy at the moment, and I didn't want to pretend to be. If I wasn't currently in a classroom surrounded by my peers, I would probably have my thumb stuck in my mouth like a baby. I only suck my thumb in times of horrible stress, and this certainly qualified as that. Alexa was gone. Just gone. I was sure that as soon as classes let out, and I had time to myself to think, I was going to be crying my eyes out, like I had earlier this morning. Right now, it seemed as though the day was crying for me. I stared out of the classroom window, watching the rain fall and fall. I was almost glad that the day wasn't bright and sunny. For one, it matched my mood. For two, my sister hates traveling in the rain, so I kept hoping that maybe she'd be back soon, having changed her mind about whatever had made her leave in the first place. Yes, this was absolutely a horrible, awful, thumb-sucking day. To add to that, the thing that had happened earlier with the letter was still freaking me out. When I'd seen Jackson standing in the spot where Alexa and I usually meet up in the morning before school, I knew immediately that something was wrong. I suppose it is one of my abilities, but the true feelings of others are never lost to me. I'm what is called a searcher, a blood drinker that has the ability to literally search souls. But my blood is not pure. I am half of another race, I'm half Lamia, which is the reason I can do things other searchers aren't able to do. Things that no one should be able to do. Things I don't always have control of. The unrest in Jackson's soul was so thick when I'd seen him this morning that to me it seemed almost palpable. It was so different from the positive, sunny soul I so often glimpsed in him that I couldn't stop my mind from reaching out. So, from 50 yards away, I'd searched him. I hadn't meant to, it just happened. I pulled it back as soon as I could manage, but from Jackson's head I'd known that he had a letter for me, a letter from my sister. And it didn't hold good news. When I'd reached him, I could tell that Jackson had no idea of what I'd done. He hadn't felt my search, a search that no one should have been able to accomplish at such a distance. It seemed to me that my abilities were growing stronger and more unpredictable by the day. And what happened next with the letter was further proof of this. I'd said, "Hey, Jackson." He'd smiled that charming smile of his, but I could tell upset hid behind it. There was something else too, a different feeling that I decided not to dig into. Whatever was going on in Jackson's head was none of my business. And I'd already invaded his privacy a little by accident. "Hey, Nellie," he'd replied. Then Jackson pulled a piece of paper out of his flannel shirt pocket and handed it to me. I still haven't opened the letter, I haven't had to. At the moment, it was sitting in the side pocket of my backpack. I was kind of afraid to touch it again. When the note from my sister had passed from Jackson's hand to mine, something that has never happened to me before happened. Something that I had never even known was possible. I'd searched the letter. One moment I had been standing in the center square of the school's dormitories with Jackson, and the next I was somewhere else completely. It was like I'd been sucked into a mental black hole, my mind ripping out of my skull in the present and being deposited in some other time. I'd recognized the room immediately. The bed was unmade, the trash bin overflowing, and there were absolutely no feminine touches to speak of. I was standing in Alexa's dorm room. I couldn't see Alexa, however, and very sparse light was coming in through the windows. I noticed all of this through peripheral vision, though, because I'd also found that I had no control over my movements. And when I'd looked down at the small, scarred hand that was hastily scribbling on a sheet of paper, I saw that that didn't belong to me either. No, the bruised knuckles and unpolished, chewed fingernails weren't mine. They were Alexa's. I'd watched as the words were scribbled hastily across the page. "Nell. Please don't be pissed, okay? I'm leaving, and no, I can't tell you where I'm going or why I'm going because I know you would do something stupid and try to follow me. I just need you to trust me, Nell. I know what I'm doing. More importantly, I need you to be careful for me. I know you think I'm just paranoid, but I also know in my gut that things aren't right at Two Rivers. I'm not sure what kind of danger I've just left you in, but you know I wouldn't have done it if I didn't have a good reason. So, just be careful, okay? Try to act normal about my being gone. Make up a story or something. And, yes, I know you're pissed, but I also know you'll do this for me because you are my sister and you love me. And one more thing, be strong, Nell. You don't know how strong you are, but I do. I know you can take care of yourself because you are strong. I'm not sure what will happen while I'm gone, but do whatever you must to keep yourself safe, and don't trust anyone unless you know you can trust them. I've got to go, but I love you, Nell. I love you more than life itself. Alexa." My world had come tumbling down around me as I read the words. Alexa was gone. I was all alone. It had never really occurred to me before how much I depended on her to be there for me, to take care of me. A life without Alexa, even temporarily, was the worst thing I could imagine. Some part of me had known she couldn't hear me. I had just been experiencing a flashback, a memory of the moment the letter had been composed. Alexa was already long gone. But at the time, that hadn't stopped me from trying to scream at her while I'd watched her fold the note and stuff it in her pocket. It had been a soundless, throat-aching scream. And it ripped me out of the scene and sent me crashing back down to earth. The first thing I'd seen when I had regained my own vision was a blue and black flannel pattern. Jackson. He had gripped my arms and shaken me frantically. His face was pulled tight with concern. "Nellie? Nellie, what's going on? Are you okay?" he'd asked. I had most absolutely not been okay. I still wasn't okay. For several long moments, I hadn't been able to find my voice. Tears had come tumbling, hot and wet, down my cheeks, and the rain that was currently falling heavier and heavier outside of the classroom had begun. "She's gone," I'd said, not recognizing the tone of my own voice. It had been all I could manage. Jackson had caught me and held me tight as I'd fallen forward, sobbing into his arms. And, now, here I sat, listening to some lecture that couldn't mean less to me at the moment. Watching the rain fall, wondering where the heck my sister was. And hoping, praying, that she wasn't getting herself into some kind of horrible trouble. Problem was, this was Alexa we were talking about here. Alexa. The events of the next few moments were going to change me forever. The worst part is, if I could go back, I'm not sure that I would have been able to act any differently. The sight of the knife didn't scare me. It should have, but it didn't. Instead, the inappropriate feeling of admiration was ignited upon seeing the weapon. And behind the eyes of my time-slowing monster, I had a moment to study the blade. The handle was a polished ivory with what looked like a hand-carved surface, though I couldn't be sure because the man's thick digits covered a great portion of it. The large blade curved upward, in an arch, and ended in a sharp point rolled slightly inward like a trimmed talon. Combined with the serrated base down by the handle, there was something incredibly final about it. It seemed to me rather lovely, and I could only imagine how the sun would reflect off the arch of the steel, were there any sun to be seen. Instead, cold rain dripped from the claw end of it. Nonetheless, a fine weapon indeed. He didn't waste any time with words. He simply held the knife up so as to make sure that I saw it, and moved to grab me. I had the longest split second in history to decide what to do. Apparently, I didn't think fast enough, and what my mother would so generously call instincts, but what I would call monster, acted for me. I had fully and instantaneously relinquished control, and not truly by my own volition. But, I knew in the dark side of my soul, the side that could recognize a kindred spirit, that this man meant to do bad things to me, that he had almost definitely done those same despicable things to other girls like me. Well, other girls that seemed like me, small and weak and helpless. And, unfortunately for him, he was horribly mistaken on 2 out of the 3. So the low roundhouse kick was naturally aimed at his right leg, the weak point that my rather observant monster had pointed out earlier. And what I knew had to be a crooked, crazed smile came to my lips when I heard the essential ligaments in his right knee rip into 2 worthless pieces. To his credit, he didn't cry out, and for a moment, nothing at all registered on his face. Then, rage, pure and ferocious, seized his features. He shouldn't have even still been standing, his leg was surely destroyed, but he was close enough to me that he decided to slash out with the beautifully crafted knife. In my current manner, taking the weapon from him was as easy as snatching a dazed fly from the air. The blade looked much better in my hand than it had in his. My left eye twitched once more, and my satisfied smile stretched upward still. I danced back once I had the weapon, too swift for any human to move. In one final attempt to reach me, at last his ruined knee failed him, and he fell downward, hard and fast, disturbing the rainwater that had settled all around him. His palms caught the concrete before his protruding stomach could, and his head snapped forward with the impact. His body shook, trembled for a moment, and combined with his current position, the sight reminded me of a cold, wet dog left out in a storm. The beast inside of me giggled and rejoiced in excitement, as pleased as an underprivileged child given a birthday present. Above us, the thunder was cheering out as well. When he brought his misshapen, dripping head up and met my eyes, the pain from the shattered ligaments had finally registered on his hideous face. The expression was so agonized that it seemed to me absolutely beautiful. In that moment, as I stood powered by the wicked thing I always fought so hard to suppress, I very much enjoyed watching his pain, just as surely as he would have enjoyed watching mine. A bubble of excitement and anticipation bloomed inside of me. I felt my fingers tighten slightly around the ivory in my fist. When he spoke, his voice was as displeasing as the rest of him, more the growl of an animal than a sound associated with a human being. "You stupid little bitch," he snarled. "What the hell are you?" I circled around so that I stood behind him, yanked his head back by the small patch of hair on the back of his warped skull. A guttural, nasty sound escaped him. I placed his own blade against his throat as I bent his neck back to an unnatural angle, and leaned forward a little so that I could see his eyes. At last, I saw it. The thing the corrupt part of my being had been begging for, the thing my monster cherished and adored so fiercely, fear. What truly horrifies me is that I didn't even consider fighting it, the right thing to do was never presented by my mind. Later, I would tell myself over and over that I had saved other girls by doing what I did. Later, I would say that it was for the greater good, though I would never fully be able to believe that. Right then, in that life-changing, rapid moment, in a cold, flat voice that wasn't quite mine, all I said was, "I'm the same thing you are," and drew the blade across his throat. Nelly. By about halfway through my second period class, I was pretty much freaking out. I hated sitting there when I knew that Alexa was out doing something absolutely crazy. No, I didn't know exactly what she was doing, but I knew my sister. And either way, leaving the security of Two Rivers was a dangerous thing in itself right now. Also, too many emotions were roiling inside of me, ugly emotions. There was loss, one of the worst things there is, in my opinion. But, there was also a little fear, which instantly led to shame, then, anger. Anger at myself. Anger at my sister. I think the anger is what does it. The times that I become too upset or stressed out about something are usually when I do things that I don't mean to do. This morning with the letter was different, that was new to me. The thing that was happening currently I had done before, but only like twice. I called it blanket searching, and since I knew I was the only one who could do it, I figured I could name it whatever I pleased. I gave it that name because it was literally like my mind turned into a blanket that stretched out and covered all the souls in the immediate vicinity. Mass searching would be another way to describe it. The problem is, it isn't supposed to work like this. Searchers are only supposed to be able to search one person at a time, when making physical contact. The good ones can skim the surfaces of a soul without touching the person, and only if that person happens to be weak-minded, but any more would be impossible. The things I can do are unheard of, and if anyone here at Two Rivers were to find out why I can do them, something really bad would happen. They would kill me. But I couldn't control it. There seemed to be a muscle in my mind that liked to stretch out every once in a while, an entity separate, and yet part of me that did whatever it pleased when my right mind was too distracted or distressed to rein it back in. I hated times like this. There are some secrets that are better kept as just that. But I would be lying not to admit that there is just something captivating about knowing so many souls at one moment. That didn't matter, though. It didn't make it right. So, for about 20 minutes, I just pushed the unwanted information out of my head as soon as it entered. It wasn't easy. Like I said, there is something intriguing about deep secrets, and everybody has them, but the reality of my own life at the moment was more interesting to me than my classmates' and teachers' life. None of their issues mattered. Alexa was gone. So, as I was shoving away the emotions and thoughts and histories of the people around me, it took me a time to pick up on the strange uniform undertone. But when I did, it pulled my attention from my own unhappy thoughts, and sent me digging through souls in the room like a raccoon in a trash can. The tainted part of my mind that controls these involuntary searches was intrigued. The 2 times that I had blanket searched, like I was now, were both before I came to Two Rivers a few weeks ago. The first time, only Alexa and my mother had been in the room with me, and I already knew them both so well that nothing I learned came as a surprise. The second time had been in a classroom of my peers, human peers. And, that day I picked up so much disturbing knowledge that I'd come home crying. Alexa had comforted me. She'd made me laugh when she asked, with the most serious expression I've ever seen on any 10-year-old's face, who had done it. I'd stopped laughing when she'd added, with just as much conviction, that she would kill them. But, I'd felt better. There was something unusual here, though. Something small and heavily guarded, yet instinctively important. All the souls that my mind was reaching at the moment felt one thing in common underneath all of the other emotions that were occurring in their minds: fear. I spent the rest of the class period searching through each of them one by one. I scanned all past memories. I checked every avenue that their souls had to offer, peeked in every closet, and behind every closed door. By the time the bell rang, I was exhausted, my nose running and my forehead uncomfortably damp. But I had learned 2 things: all of these people were scared of something, and other than irrelevant preferences, all they had in common was that they were all searchers, and they all lived in Two Rivers. Maybe I should have listened when Alexa tried to tell me that something was horribly wrong here. Alexa. I stepped back, closed my eyes, and breathed in deeply. My skin began to tingle in the most pleasing of ways. My tongue flicked out across my upturned lips. My incisors were elongated into fangs, and behind my lids, I was sure that my eyes had gone wolf gold as well. These things seemed all too appropriate. All the beasts that were mixed together in my blood were happy as clams. A euphoric high raced its way through me, and I rocked back on my heels. When I opened my eyes again, I took in every detail. The man trembled, right hand clutching his throat, streaming crimson over his fingers and down his forearm, causing the thick hair there to follow the direction of the gushing red streams. The falling rain met the blood in midair, on skin, clothing, and concrete. He crashed to the ground, making a noise like a rough, wet slap. His left hand clenched into a fist by his side. His body began to twitch. The toes of his tan work boots bobbed and scraped on the ground, making frantic thud, scrape, thud noises. His head fell to the side, one pudgy cheek mushed against the pavement. The single black eye that I could see was bulging out of its socket, as though some almighty fist were squeezing the bottom half of him. Red foam bubbled from his mouth like a washing machine overloaded with too many cups of detergent. Around him, the settled rain diluted the blood that spilled. And, finally, he ceased moving. I stared down at him, intoxicated with whatever it was that the act of taking life did to me. I felt no regret, no fear, no shame or shock. I felt nothing other than the magnificent force of energy flowing into me. Later, I would come to the conclusion that I had been absorbing what must have been the man's energy, the thing that gave him life. Right then, it couldn't have made a difference. This time, I didn't shake or shiver at the sensation. I embraced it, ushered it inside and gave it quarters. It was kind of like getting a sip of the world's most delicious smoothie, and then slurping and slurping until the whole of it was gone, willing the splendid liquid to merge with my veins and run into my bloodstream, never pausing for breath, the air no longer a priority. Only, it was nothing like drinking a smoothie. Really, it was unlike anything else at all. The feeling lasted a little longer this time, and my hand didn't tremble at all when I held the handle of the knife with the bottom of my shirt and methodically removed any prints. I dropped it to the ground and stuck the key in the car door, after nudging the big man aside with my tennis shoe. His weight seemed like nothing, like I was pushing aside a pile rags rather than a full-grown man. I opened the door and slipped into the seat. Then I put the car in drive and pulled slowly out of the parking lot. No one ran out to stop me. I settled back on the leather seat and lit a cigarette, pulling the smoke as deeply into my lungs as was physically possible. My head felt pleasantly light, my body on the edge of euphoria. The best of it had passed, but the lingering feeling had some mystical quality in itself. A thought struck me then, somehow seeming like the first one that was mine for a long time. Killing the Lamias hadn't felt like that. Similar, but not quite like that. I drove onward, listening only to the sounds of the highway racing under Tommy's expensive tires. I didn't look, but I knew some new design had appeared on my already silver-riddled arm, another death mark that the people at Two Rivers had admired so fondly. By the tingling sensation, I would say that whatever it was had made its home just above the crook of my elbow. Somehow I knew it would not be a lily, the flower that had appeared for each Lamia I'd killed. That had felt different too. 3 hours later, as I drew nearer and nearer to my destination, the high I'd gotten from killing the man had subsided. But no other emotions had returned to take its place. Nellie. Lunchtime is usually my favorite part of the day. But a big reason for that is because it is when I get to see Alexa. At Two Rivers we attend separate schools that, as the Queen would say, cater to our races, but all of the schools shared a lunch in one enormous cafeteria in the center of the main campus. So, for the last few awful weeks, this had been a guaranteed time I'd get to see my sister. Right now, it was just depressing, and my company was starting to annoy me. Well, not Daniel, my boyfriend. But Jackson and Tommy, who had oddly enough decided to have lunch at the same table in my sister's absence, were skulking and shooting rude glances at each other. Nobody spoke except Daniel, but after a few attempts at making conversation, and receiving only grunts and shrugs from Jackson, and smirks and rolled eyes from Tommy, Daniel took a hint and gave up. About midway through the lunch hour, I decided I couldn't take it. Both Jackson and Tommy were pissed off. I wasn't too much happier myself. Their souls were practically shouting out to me. Instead of searching them, which would have been way too easy for me right then, I did something I rarely do. I spoke my mind. Jackson. Tommy. Tommy's blue eyes lifted, and Jackson's head tilted slightly to the right. I stretched my mind out a little to do a small search of all the people within earshot of us. I don't do this often, but I needed to make sure no one was paying us any attention. No one was. I leaned forward and spoke quietly. Okay, so obviously we're all upset that Alexa left. Jackson shot another dirty look at Tommy, and Tommy rolled his eyes. I continued, I can see that you two are angry with each other, and to be honest, I couldn't care less right now. Right now, all I want to know is what you two know about why my sister left Two Rivers. I usually don't speak to people like this, but I knew that if they didn't tell me, my mind was going to fish the information out of their heads. I'd done enough uninvited searches today. So, I sat back and waited, and when neither Jackson nor Tommy offered anything, I leaned forward once more. I looked at Jackson. I wasn't sure if he knew exactly why I could do certain things, but he knew I was a very good searcher. If I could get him to talk, maybe Tommy would follow. You know, I can just take the information from you. But I don't want to do that. I will, because there is nothing I won't do for my sister, but I certainly don't want to. Uninvitingly searching people was a pretty crappy thing to do. Doing it to people who you considered friends was even crappier. Nobody wants someone else poking around in their head. Jackson sighed, and pushed back his red-brown hair. He settled his flannel forearms on the table and clasped his hands. Finally, he leaned forward and spoke. She came to my room early this morning, around 6 or so. His green eyes studied me for a moment before he continued. The right side of her face was all swollen, and she had a black eye. I asked her what had happened, but she waved me off. Told me she was leaving, didn't know when she'd be back, and asked me if I'd give you the letter. I raised my eyebrows. That it? Jackson looked down at his hands. She told me to look out for you. A small smile came to his lips. Made me promise to look out for you, actually. I saw the memory of it flash through his mind as he recounted the story. I know I said I wouldn't, but I couldn't help myself. He'd left out the kiss they'd shared, and the goodbye where Alexa told him she loved him, but those parts were clearest in his head. He'd replayed the scene over and over this morning, mainly the part when she told him she loved him. It had come as news to him, and he could only be happier about it if she hadn't left immediately after. It wasn't news to me, though. If I know anyone, it's Alexa. I'd known she loved him before she knew she did. Satisfied, I looked over at Tommy. Since he hadn't asked where Alexa was, and I knew that they shared their first 2 classes, I figured she must have visited him too. Tommy straightened his expensive collared shirt and sat forward. He shot a look at Jackson before he spoke. She visited me too. I gave her my car and some money. Told her how to find the exit that lets you drive out of the city. I asked her how long she would be gone, too. She gave an indefinite time frame. I thought about that for a minute. It wasn't like Alexa to ask people for things, she hated owing anyone. So if she accepted Tommy's car and money, she must have been desperate to get wherever she was going. I also now understood why Jackson and Tommy were upset with each other. Jackson is Alexa's boyfriend. Alexa didn't visit me when she left, but she took the time to visit Tommy. Not only that, she took his expensive car and money. It would have upset me too if I were Jackson. And Tommy was probably just being flippant because that's how he is. Just in case, I scanned Tommy's memory too. He was telling the truth. When he'd asked her how long she'd be gone, she'd said, maybe a few days, or a few months. I guess that's what Tommy meant by indefinite time frame. I immediately wished I hadn't checked. I let the conversation drop after that. I could have dug through their minds a little more, but I had already searched them enough for now. There was no one in this world who knew my sister better than me, and I figured that if I thought hard enough, I could figure out why she left. If that didn't work, I would search every darn soul in this city. Even if that meant risking my life to do it. When the bell rang, signaling the end of the lunch hour, I kissed Daniel and told him I wasn't feeling up to our previously planned dinner tonight. He gave me a sympathetic look, and was understanding, as always. I waved goodbye to the others, and started on my own way. But Jackson caught up to me. He surprised me by pulling me into a hug. I'd never seen Jackson willing to touch anyone other than my sister. As he held me, he said, she did promise me she'd come back, you know. And I promised her I would take care of you. And I'll promise you too. Because I will. Thanks, Jackson, I replied. He nodded and headed off to his classes. I stared after him a moment. I didn't think he truly understood the task he'd agreed to. Alexa. It was still raining, and I was still 2 hours away from Olivia's, but I had to stop again. I told myself it was because I had to go to the restroom, even though I could have held it. I just needed to get out of the car and off of the road. But, really, I think I wanted to get away from myself, whoever the hell that was at the moment. This time, I just pulled off at a small rest stop that held only sparse facilities and a few vending machines. I walked slowly from the car to the building that housed the restrooms, not caring that the rain was falling hard enough to warrant a dash. It was like I felt that maybe the water could wash me clean somehow. Or maybe it was just because I couldn't care less. When I got there, I went straight into the first stall and took care of business. There were a few other cars in the parking lot, but I was alone in the women's restroom. When I made my way over to the sink, I scrubbed my hands until they were raw. I noticed then that there wasn't a drop of blood on them. I looked down at my clothing, my shoes, turned side to side in the mirror to examine the rear of me. Not a drop of blood anywhere. That's because you did a good job. The thought came from nowhere. I hadn't been thinking much about anything since leaving the diner, since leaving the man dead in the parking lot of the diner, and this thought didn't seem quite like my own. Instead, it was more like a whisper in my ear, from a voice that I knew, a voice that I'd heard come through my lips during the times when the bad part of my being had taken the wheel. It was a voice that wasn't mine, but was. My eyes slowly scanned the reflection in the mirror. My soaked long-sleeved black shirt clung to my body like a wetsuit. My long dark hair, made darker because of its wetness, was stuck to my head, loose strands still dripping rainwater. My lips were still full and pink. My cheeks, slightly flushed and glistening wet. Then, finally, because some part of me knew I had been avoiding them, I looked into my eyes. They were still a dark, chocolate brown. They were still framed with long, thick, nearly black lashes. No mascara ran from them, as I don't make a habit of wearing makeup, but there was a faint shadow underneath my lower lids that was a result of waking up too early this morning. Yes, they were still my eyes, but something small, yet essential, was missing. Something, so cleverly veiled, that I knew only my sister, Nellie, would have noticed. There was no feeling at all behind those eyes, only the cold, calculating stare of a predator, the stare of my monster. I slammed my eyes shut, and frantically tried to call up images of my sister, of Jackson, of my mother. But, while I could picture them, remember their faces and voices, I couldn't seem to reach the feelings that I normally associate with them. The love, the affection, the sadness, and every other emotion I usually carried with me, was lost. And what happened next was so terrifying that I nearly screamed out loud, and my nails dug into my palms deep enough to draw blood. The images I had called up of my sister, my friends, my mother, all shifted and began to change. Where before I was just seeing their faces, now I was seeing them in a scene I knew from a dream I'd had right after the Lamias had attacked my house and taken my mother. Ruin. Everything around me the color gray. Except the blood, which stood out like tar on a polar bear's coat. And the bodies. Everyone I knew and loved sprawled around me in lifeless stillness. But, unlike in the dream, this time when I looked down at my red-stained clothes and hands, I didn't fall to the ground in pain and hurt. Instead, a laugh, a cackle that I knew to belong to my monster, bubbled up from my throat, and rang out across the ruined, red-gray world that my mind had created. My eyes flew open, locked straight on the thing that reflected back in the mirror, and an ugly, furious horror welled up in me when the realization finally hit me that my monster was in complete control now. Letting me drive, but calling the shots, like it had been from the moment that man had stepped out from behind the white van. And when one side of my mouth pulled up, in that half-crazed smile that I knew to belong to it too, I turned from the mirror, and all but ran for the exit of the restroom. I threw the heavy door open with so much force that I had to catch it on its way back to keep it from slamming back into me. I had never in my life been as terrified as I was in that moment. But, as soon as I stepped out into the dark, wet day, I felt it. And, in that moment, feeling anything at all was the most lovely thing in the world to me. I didn't even have to scan the parking lot, I just looked to the place that my eyes felt drawn to, and hope, so sudden and strong and needed, swept through me when my eyes settled on the man that stood only 50 feet away from me. It took all of my energy not to cry out his name. Caden had found me. Nellie. When the final bell of the day sounded, relief flooded through me. Now I could go to my dorm room and think. Behind that closed door, I could stop pretending that everything was okay, I could let the mask fall off my face and more than likely cry my eyes out. The prospect almost delighted me. However, what I really wanted to do was to think. There were plenty of items that needed my attention, and I intended to examine them one by one. I would come up with some sort of plan of action, and it would help to keep me from going nuts with worry over my sister. Of course, it was a day for not getting what I wanted. I knew there was a warrior waiting for me around the corner of the hallway as soon as I stepped outside of the classroom door. This is an ability I've just acquired recently, but it isn't really something I control. It's more like an alarm system that lets me know when a mind that is near me is paying me particular attention. I glanced down the opposite hallway, considering going out of my way to avoid him. But, I knew that would just prolong the inevitable, because this warrior was here to take me to see the queen. I took a deep breath, and rounded the corner where he waited. He stepped into my path so abruptly that I had to take a step back so as not to collide with him. "Miss Montgomery?" he asked. I nodded. "If you would please follow me, your presence has been requested by the queen." I was too distressed to even think about acting surprised. I just nodded again and held a hand out, indicating for him to lead the way. He turned on his heel and marched off down the hall. I might have giggled at his uptight attitude if I weren't so nervous about this meeting with the queen. And, I was super nervous, because I knew two things, that it was about Alexa, and that I was going to have to lie. I don't like lying, but that wasn't the problem, because I had no trouble with doing it for my sister. The problem was that the queen was a searcher. And from what I'd gathered on the few occasions I'd encountered her, she was a pretty powerful searcher. I had no doubts that if she thought that I was lying for Alexa, she would try to search me. I could probably stop her from doing it, but inability to access me would raise her suspicion. I glimpsed her mind before, on that first day Alexa, Jackson, and I had come to Two Rivers, and it's strong. Strong enough that I knew she had come across very few with the ability to keep her out of their heads. So, I was pretty sure that whatever happened next was going to be interesting. Alexa. There is no feeling that is comparable to that of being truly lost. I don't mean lost in the woods, or desert, but lost in the way that only can happen internally. Lost to the deepest, blackest pit of your soul, clinging to ghosts of past times, when you thought you knew who and what you were. When this happens, you have two choices: you can give in to your darkest inclinations, and accept what you are, or you can fight, knowing that it is a losing battle, that the good half of your soul is strong, but can never erase the bad part. This is a battle I know well, but in that moment, as I stood in some insignificant rest stop parking lot, drenched with rain from head to toe, I came very close to giving up. I came very close to ending my fight. Even now, I shudder to think what would have become of me if he hadn't shown up. But, like a perfectly wrapped gift from God, Caden was there. From this distance, the wonderful feeling his presence always brings to me was just a small tingling in my chest, but feeling anything at all was so beautiful in that moment that my eyes instantly began to burn with unshed tears. And, my monster, who just a few seconds ago had smirked at me in the restroom mirror, roared out in my head with frustration. It knew what Caden's presence meant. It knew that with Caden near me, I stood a good chance of gaining control again. Its anger was so intense at that thought that it literally began to burn me from the inside out. When the impulse to run in the opposite direction slammed through me, I realized that my monster wasn't going to give up that easily. It wanted to get away from Caden, from my Libra. It wasn't ready to give back control. And that is the only way I can describe what drove me to do what I did next. My monster was urging me the other way, away from the beacon, the anchor, that stood 50 feet from me. So, with every bit of strength I possessed, I charged toward my only hope at the moment. I charged toward the feeling, toward the only person in the world who could possibly give me back myself. I ran to Caden, and everything that is being promised to bring home to me. I don't think I've ever covered any distance so fast in my entire life. I didn't feel the rain. I didn't hear my feet pounding the wet pavement, spraying up settled water all around me. I didn't care that I'd left this morning vowing not to depend on him. I didn't care that I probably looked like a mad woman running from some fairy tale beast. I didn't even care that I had a boyfriend that I loved, waiting for me back at Two Rivers. I didn't care about anything but reaching him, and in doing so, reaching myself. I bet that if anyone had been watching, which couldn't have made a difference to me, they may very well have thought I'd teleported from outside the door to the women's restroom to the spot where Caden waited. That's how fast I moved. 1 second, I was falling off the edge of insanity, and the next, I was right in front of him. His strong arms were already open, waiting for me, and I threw myself into them. Actually, I'm sure it was more like slammed into him, but he didn't even wobble with the force. Instead, he lifted me off of my feet in a bear hug-tight embrace. He was just as soaked as I was, and I didn't stop to wonder how long he must have been standing out here in the rain. When he set me back down, I pulled back from him, and took only the smallest of moments to admire his beauty. It was all I could afford. His sandy blonde hair was pulled back into a short, dripping ponytail. Rain ran down his cheeks and fell from his chin and lashes and nose, and onto his lips. His shirt was pasted to his strong chest, and curved with the muscles in his abdomen and arms. He stood next to a black and chrome motorcycle, towering over it in a way that was more than just his height, in jeans and a simple black t-shirt. But it was the look in his golden eyes, so full of relief and worry, that made my heart pound in my chest. He seemed to me to have a soft glowing light all around him, like an angel tailored especially for me. Just looking at him, I felt my true self pulling closer and closer. But, I knew this wasn't enough. I wasn't nearly healed yet. Just touching him and seeing him wouldn't do the trick this time. I was too far gone. Later, I would insist that I'd done what I did next to save my soul. Later, I would deny anything romantic about it. Right then, I did the only thing I could think of. I reached around to the back of his neck, and pulled him into the most desperate kiss in the history of all kisses. Magnificent, beautiful emotion exploded in me when our lips touched, and I was surprised when I felt my desperateness matched by his. His strong arms wrapped around me so tightly that it may have been painful if not for the circumstances. And everything, all of me, all of the things that made me who I am, came slamming back into me with so much force that I felt as though the rain falling over me was sizzling off my skin. I'm not sure how long it lasted, but I was keenly aware of how soft his lips felt against mine, how right. And I didn't let him go until I felt my monster settle back down inside of me, defeated, and yielding to the embrace of my Libra, my Caden. But, when I tried to pull back, Caden didn't let me. His hands found my face and kept my lips where they were, pressed perfectly against his. I didn't resist, for whatever reason, right then, he seemed to need me just as much as I needed him. When the fire finally eased between us, we lingered there, in each other's arms, and for the first time all day I was grateful for the rain, because a tear somehow escaped my eye, and flowed down my already wet cheek. I knew that he didn't know I'd cried, but his rough thumb on my cheek traced across the skin under my right eye, as if brushing away the indistinguishable tear. A shudder ran through me, and he wrapped his arms around me again in a protective embrace. Finally, we broke for air, but Caden still didn't let me go. He bent his head down and rested his forehead against my own. I squeezed my eyes shut, and heard him sigh. Then, in that soft Scottish accent of his, so very close to my lips, he whispered, "Oh, warrior." That's when my right mind prevailed, and in regaining myself, I snapped back from this Caden wonderworld. In control again at last, I turned on my heel, and made my way over to Tommy's Mercedes. But, I didn't put the car in drive until Caden opened the passenger door, and took his place beside me. Nelly. I only sweat when I get really, really nervous. So, right now, as this uptight warrior led me across the grounds to the council building, to where the queen was waiting for me, I was producing a very unladylike amount of perspiration. I'd already thought up the lie that Alexa, ever so helpfully, had said to come up with regarding her absence, and even though it was a weak one, it was all I had. So, now I just needed to calm my mind so that I didn't royally mess this up. Worrying would only make things worse. I had done a tiny search on the warrior that walked ahead of me, but it had proved unfruitful. He didn't know why the queen had requested me. He was simply following orders. But I did pick up a few other interesting things from his head before I'd pulled back out of it. His name was Simon. He had just recently been promoted to the position of the Queen's messenger, and his soul was practically glowing with pride over it. At 19, he was now the youngest warrior on the Queen's staff, and he intended to fulfill his duties with all the loyalty of a well-trained dog. He'd risen to the position underhandedly, but I couldn't really blame him because he'd been raised that way. But these things were just side notes. The thoughts and feelings about the warrior that he had replaced were what interested me. Mark. The name made bells of recognition sound off in my head, but it took me a minute to pinpoint how I knew it. Then it came to me. Mark was the warrior that had last fought in the arena against Caden. He'd lost very badly, and the sight of this had sent Alexa running from the arena to check on Mark when they'd carried him out. He'd surrendered before Caden could deliver the final blow, and that is something that's highly looked down upon at Two Rivers, so most warriors fight to the death. More importantly, Mark had been Alexa's friend. This meant he was someone that I might need to speak to, and yes, to search. I marked the information down in my head to return to later. I had to focus fully on the task at hand first. The walk from the school buildings to the council building was not a long one. Two Rivers was a large city, but it was built for easy foot travel. Perfectly paved pathways led off in every direction, with slow-speed roadways running parallel to them. But most people seemed to prefer walking, and it was easy to see why. All of the architecture was unique and beautiful in its own way. Some of the buildings had mosaic facades, with mismatched, colorful pieces that came together to make a highly aesthetic whole. Others appeared older, but in a way that seemed classy and almost planned. They were made of polished stones, lacquered wood, earth-toned clays, and rainbow siding. Around each one were beds of the brightest flowers I'd ever seen, manicured grass, fountains, and statues of people I had to assume were of some sort of significance. The lampposts that lined the walkways and road were stout and green, and at night, or on a dark day like today, smaller multicolored lights that were set into the ground illuminated everything. Of course, the trees on the grounds were beautiful as well, but something about them just struck me as odd. This was the middle of the Pine Barrens, so blooming cherry blossoms and old weeping willows seemed incredibly out of place here. Well, actually, now that I thought about it, it all seemed out of place, the whole city. The tall pines and part marshland that we'd had to trek through to find the city, and surrounding it in all directions was the thing that drove this strangeness home. I never went into those trees, beyond the city limits of Two Rivers, and into the real forest. It kind of freaked me out. I knew Alexa had gone into them, though. And now she was gone. As I was thinking all this, we were already heading down walkway that led to the steps of the council building. Straight ahead of me was the building itself, by far the most impressive structure I'd seen at Two Rivers. It was enormous, with large silver doors, wide stone steps lined with robed statues that were almost as tall as the building itself, and green, lush lawn all around it. A huge mural of a silver sun, identical to the one on Alexa's shoulder, was set into the face of the building, just above the generous silver entryway. White roses bloomed all around it, filling the air with floral. In the bright sun, I knew that the various surfaces that were silver would reflect in a nearly blinding manner from certain angles, giving the council building a kind of heavenly glow. But today it was raining. As Simon led me up the steps to the large silver doors, I pushed all thoughts away and concentrated on nothing other than not freaking out. I could do this. Yes, the Queen was a strong searcher, but I was stronger than anyone I'd met. I would tell her my plan lie, and if I felt her try to check and see if I was telling the truth, I would stop her. I wasn't in complete control of most of my abilities, but I could manage that. No one has ever been able to get past my walls. Still, I hope she didn't try to search me. If she did, I would have to pretend that I had no idea. Maybe she would just think that I had a particularly strong mind. What else would she think? Certainly not that I was half Lania. We were in the foyer now, and the inside of the building matched the out. White roses sat in silver vases on silver tables along the walls. Two ivory staircases curved up either side of the room and ended in a joined landing. Silver-framed pictures hung on the walls and the glass ceiling overhead let in the weak light of the day. A crystal chandelier hung from the center of it, somehow defying gravity with its size. The only thing in the room that wasn't white or silver was the blood-red runner rug that rested over the marble under our feet. Simon led me over to the side of the foyer, where a large, and of course, silver door was set into the wall. Another warrior stood outside of it, studying me intently as we approached. Simon gave him a nod, and he resumed his straight-ahead stare. "You may go in, Miss Montgomery," Simon told me, and I noticed then that his voice had a slight nasally sound to it that matched the thoughts in his head. "Thanks, S." I stopped. If this were a movie, my slip-up might have been comical or mysterious. But in real life, it would have been just plain stupid. I needed to get it together. I pretended to cough a little, and then repeated, "Thanks, sir." I probably sounded like an idiot, but at least it wasn't a stupid idiot. Simon just raised his eyebrows and nodded politely toward the room in which the Queen was surely waiting. I grabbed the knob and pushed it open, stepping inside and shutting the door behind me. My stomach seemed to shrivel a little when it clicked into place. I turned around and surveyed the room in which I stood. I could sense that the Queen was sitting somewhere to my left, but like with everything else in Two Rivers, the room was gorgeous enough to warrant an appreciative once-over. The entire west wall, from floor to ceiling, was windows, looking out onto a bright garden. There were more flowers in the room, but not just white roses. There were lilies, like the ones that had appeared on my sister's arm after she killed the Lamias the night that they killed our mother. Another silver sun, like the one on the building, and also on Alexa's arm, hung above a beautifully crafted desk against the far wall. In the near center of the room, to my slight left, was a sitting area, with a plush couch, 2 equally plush chairs, and matching coffee and end tables. This was where the Queen waited. I turned toward her to find her sharp eyes studying me over the rim of a delicate teacup. I made my way over and bowed my head. "Your Majesty," I said. I was glad when my voice didn't falter. The Queen studied me for a moment longer, and I couldn't help but return the favor. I could see why Alexa wasn't fond of her. She was more than intimidating. With gray hair pulled back into a tight bun, watchful blue eyes, a slightly pointed nose and thin lips, she just had a quality about her that could only be described as harsh. "Nelliana," she replied, "thank you for coming." She put on a smile that seemed out of place on her face and gestured for me to have a seat. I could imagine what Alexa had thought when the Queen had called her in for a meeting like this to tell her that our mother was indeed dead. Well, I could more than imagine. I'd seen the memory in Alexa's mind. As I sat down on the comfortable couch across from the Queen, I wished I hadn't brought up that memory right now. I pulled my head together and answered, "No trouble at all, Your Majesty." The Queen nodded. When she just sat there, sipping her tea, I also remembered that in her meeting with Alexa she hadn't been forthcoming. She liked to test people out for a bit, make them speak first. I said the first thing that came to mind that seemed natural enough. "Is everything all right, Your Majesty?" She studied me a little more over her cup. Then, she set it on a saucer on the coffee table between us and released a heavy breath. "Well, you see, I was hoping you could tell me that," she said. I had to stop myself from reaching up and checking to see if the sweat that seemed to be pouring from my underarms had made its way through my blouse. It was all I could do to keep from fidgeting, and my hands felt hot and clammy. I couldn't wait until this was over. I was too much at a loss of words to say anything. I couldn't think of the right response to that. So, this time, my silence forced her to speak again. "It seems your sister has gone missing," she added. The way she was watching me reminded me of the nature shows I'd seen where the lion watched the antelope a few moments before it attacked. Only, the Queen was the lion, and I the antelope. My words still didn't come, and she was forced to continue once more. "We just want to eliminate the worst possibilities, you understand? If she was taken against her will or something of that nature, I would send out a search team. But if she just took off on her own and well, that's a different matter." At these words, that muscle in my mind reared up. I clenched my teeth together and swallowed hard twice. My mind seemed to want to search the Queen, and it wasn't really inclined to ask my permission. This was what I had been worried about, and by the time I was finally able to rein it back in, a headache was touching my temples like hot pokers. It was all I could do not to grab my head and shriek in pain. It must have been written on my face, because next she said, "Is everything all right?" After a moment, to my immense relief, the pain subsided. I cleared my throat. "Yes, sorry. Just a migraine, I guess." She studied me for so long that I began to shift a little in my seat. "I see. Well, do you happen to know the whereabouts of your sister?" No room for silence now. I felt like it, but I decided not to take a deep breath. Luckily, the lie came tumbling from my mouth before I could second guess it. "She went to visit a friend," I replied. "Well, not really her friend, but a friend of our mother's. She's a little bit older, and I guess she's not doing too well. She's raising a little girl and she asked Alexa if she could come and help her out for a while." That sounded believable, right? God, I hope so. "I see," said the Queen. I relaxed a little at these words, but it was short-lived. What the Queen did next caught me so off guard that I almost made a huge mistake. She almost slipped through my walls. She was trying to search me. Alexa. We were on the road for half an hour before either of us spoke. Caden didn't look over at me, and I didn't look over at him. But, when my hands began to tremble a little on the steering wheel, he finally broke the silence. "Let me drive," he said. Normally, I don't respond well to commands. I don't like being told what to do by anyone, even if it's something that I know I should do. But, right now, I didn't have the strength for an argument or even a flippant remark. All the horrors of reality were finally settling over me. Not only had I left my sister in a town of lying, manipulative vampires and wolves, and run off on some mission to save my mother, that I wasn't even sure was really alive, I'd become a murderer. Yes, that was it. Sure, I'd made a mess of my own life, and I'd killed the Lamias before, but that had been in true self-defense. And, Lamias were monsters. It could be argued that the man I had killed was a monster as well, but the self-defense thing was a little shaky. I could have just gotten in the car and driven away after I'd incapacitated him. But, I hadn't. Instead, I'd murdered a person. Oh, and let's not forget that I'd also just cheated on my boyfriend. Today was shaping up to be a great day indeed. So, no, I didn't give a smart-ass comeback when Caden told me to let him drive. I didn't say anything at all. I just pulled onto the side of the road, threw open the driver's side door, and traded places with him. When I was settled in the passenger seat of the Mercedes, I told him to just follow the GPS set into the dashboard and closed my eyes. But, when the blackness behind my lids allowed for too many unwanted thoughts, I opened them again. Caden noticed my despair and tried to make small talk. He's not the kind of person who does that. Is this Tommy's car? He asked. Yep, and where'd you get that bike? Stole it. I raised my eyebrows at that, and he glanced away from the road and over at me. What? He asked. Nothing. He shrugged. There are worse things I could do. I didn't respond. He was right, and we both knew it. He must have felt bad about saying that, though, because then he mumbled, "Sorry, I didn't mean anything by that." We stopped trying to make small talk after that. Caden dug into his pocket, holding the steering wheel with one hand, and pulled out a small blue pill. He handed it to me. Take this. It'll let you sleep. I'll wake you when we get there. Again, I didn't argue. Sleep sounded like the best thing in the world to me right now. I took the blue pill and swallowed it dry. About 20 minutes later, I was fast asleep. And, by the grace of God, I didn't dream at all. Nelly. I have never in my life experienced an assault like the one the Queen was delivering right now. If I had been a normal searcher, even a strong normal searcher, she would have slipped past my mental defenses and stolen whatever information she wanted without me being any the wiser. But, I was not a normal searcher. So, I knew exactly what she was doing, and so did the muscle in my mind. In fact, it was offended that anyone could think that I was weak-minded enough to be penetrated. Weak emotionally? Sure. Weak physically? Sure, that too. But weak-minded? No siree. Through that muscle, I was able to watch her mind's attack in a way that seemed almost tangible. Soul-searching is an interesting thing, and no one knows this better than I. When I see souls, it is usually an odd conglomeration of thoughts and feelings and desires. If I choose to, I can see memories as that person sees them. I can know their pasts, their deepest secrets, and sometimes, usually not by my own volition, I can insert some things of my own. I can make them think things they wouldn't have thought by themselves, and even remember things that never happened, things I made up. I can force my will on them. But, these things are pretty rare, and since I don't practice them to help them grow stronger, I'm not that good at it. Most of the time, I just see the outline of the soul. Not in a way that could be called an aura, with colors and such, but in a way that I just know. With certain people, like Alexa and Caden, it can be hard for me to ignore the feelings of their souls because they are incredibly strong and powerful. Luckily for them, that strength is also what keeps other searchers out of their minds. But, for me, it's like staring directly at the noonday sun. Since coming to Two Rivers, I've had an opportunity that I've never had before. I've been able to practice my abilities with other searchers. In fact, we're encouraged to practice them in classes designated for just that purpose. Unfortunately, most of the time, I just have to concentrate on suppressing my abilities, so that no one becomes suspicious of me. And, as a result of that suppression, my mind has been acting out. Right now, I was kind of glad for it. Because watching the other students attempt such things in approved classroom settings was like seeing a smoky haze drifting toward an open window, uncontrolled and almost always missing its mark. Watching the Queen's search was like seeing an angry bull charge toward a red cape. I hadn't overestimated her, she was incredibly good at it. If my mind hadn't acted for me, I would have been a moment too late to stop her. Her charge was lightspeed fast and concentrated perfectly, and my insulted mind lashed out with a brick wall. She slammed into it so hard that I almost winced. That muscle in my head sat back, pleased and temporarily satisfied. If there had been someone else in the room, even a searcher, they would have no idea what had happened. The queen's stab at my mind lasted all of a second, and after my superior defenses had shoved her away, I knew that she was too wounded to try again. Slamming full force into a wall that you didn't think was solid enough to stop you always hurts. But it hurt me too. After all, my tainted soul was the thing that had been slammed into. A few small moments passed before either of us even dared to breathe. I'll give her this, she was admirably stoic. But maybe that was because she had no choice but to be. If she grabbed her surely throbbing head and shrieked in pain, she would be confirming what she just tried to do. And I too had to act as though I felt nothing, so as not to give away the fact that I knew about her failed search. So, she kept her face void of expression, mouth pressed in its accustomed thin line, eyes sharp and penetrating, and hands wrapped delicately around the china teacup once more. The only indication she gave about what had just transpired was the thin sheen of sweat that stood out on her forehead. I'm sure mine was just as shiny. When I finally got out of here, I was going to need a big dose of aspirin. But, as I said, she had offended my soul. By thinking that I was weak-minded enough to search, without even making physical contact, and without consent, that muscle was borderline angry. I couldn't really say I blamed it. Unconsented searches are pretty dirty. I just wished it would stop urging me to return the favor. It seemed to be adamant about searching the queen, and as I knew from experience that it always had a reason for insisting such things, it was hard to ignore. Hard, but thankfully, not impossible. We just sat there, staring at each other, and I began to seriously worry. Did she know that I knew what she just did? That I'd slammed up that brick wall on purpose? At the very least she must know that I was a strong searcher after having been blocked. Right then, these things concerned me, but the danger of the whole matter wouldn't occur to me until much later. And, what seemed to me like lifetime-long seconds went by before the silence in the room was broken, and words finally drew their blades through the tension-bloated air. "You may go now, Ms. Montgomery," she said. I did. Alexa. Caden woke me up 15 minutes before we reached Olivia's house. I had decided to come to her because she seemed to me to be someone who knew things. I'd only met her once, when the letter that I found from my mother after the Lamia attack had said to contact her. Olivia had been the one to tell me what I am. She was the one who'd sent us to Two Rivers. I was going to save my mother, but first I had to find out the location of the prison where she was supposedly being held. Also, I had a whole list of other questions I needed answered. It occurred to me, however, that Caden may well know the location of Dangian, the prison. He was an official warrior after all, and that meant he worked for the people who were in charge of the place. But, I knew firsthand that Dangian was somewhere that some would rather die than be sent to, and since it was so notorious, I was positive that it would be no small task getting in and rescuing my mother. Like I said, I had to try either way. Since he was here, though, and I was awake, I decided I may as well ask him. "Where is Dangian?" His golden eyes left the road and found my face. I cursed myself when I felt my heart speed up at his gaze. It'd be a lot easier to remain mentally, and physically faithful to Jackson if Caden wasn't so damn gorgeous. And, the desperate kiss neither of us had mentioned, that still hung on my lips and seemed to have burned itself into my mind, didn't help either. When his eyes met the road again, in a low, firm voice, he said, "I don't know." I stared at him a little while. "Are you lying?" He raised one eyebrow. "Do you think I'm lying?" I threw my arms up and blew out a heavy breath. My nerves were too shot for this shit. "Don't play games with me, Caden. You said you heard what that Lamia told me, and if you did, then you heard her say that my mother is alive and at Dangian, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that not the place where Two Rivers sends its criminals?" He didn't reply, but I noticed when his grip tightened on the steering wheel. I continued, "And, are you not a warrior at Two Rivers, the closet thing that they have to a police officer?" My body jerked hard to the left and my hand shot out to brace myself against the dashboard. Caden had pulled so abruptly to the side of the road that any other words I might have said got jammed in my throat and were replaced with a startled, "What the hell?" When we jolted to a stop, I repeated myself. "What the hell? What the hell's wrong with you?" Caden whipped his head around so fast that I moved back a little against the car door. His eyes were bright with something akin to anger, but not quite. Obviously, he had something to say, so I crossed my arms over my chest and sat back, waiting for him to say it. He brought a hand up to his face and raked his palm over his mouth, lingering a moment on his short beard. Finally, he spoke. "Yes, I am a warrior of Two Rivers. Yes, Dangian is the place where we send our criminals. And, yes, I heard what that Lamia said to you." His eyes met mine, apparently waiting for some kind of response. It was always hard for me to look directly at him for too long, especially when he was looking back at me. His appraisal of me made me self-conscious, nervous. It's not like I think I'm unattractive. In fact, from other people I have heard that I was rather good-looking, but I guess I've never cared much either way. I think of myself as a predator, and if others find me appealing, then it is just one of those things that make me a deadlier predator. Most people tend to put more trust into those they find attractive. And then there are those that like me because I'm dangerous. Anyway, people were just strange and stupid to me, so I didn't care what they thought about my appearance. But Caden didn't look at me like everyone else. When he looked at me, I didn't feel as though he was assessing my lips and eyes and cheekbones, or even my body, and seeing if they met his standards. No, he looked at me like he was assessing my soul. And this was why I couldn't hold his eyes for too long. I was always nervous that my inside appearance wasn't meeting his standards. So, I looked down at my hands and gave a weak nod. I wondered briefly what my monster thought of my response to Caden. It poked its head up and provided that it thought I was a wimp. I told it to shut up and go back to sleep, but I had to laugh a little. I must have been losing my mind, because not only was I addressing it like it was its own person, but I agreed with it about something. Caden was looking at me impatiently, but also a little concerned. I cleared my throat and nodded again for him to continue, ignoring the mental eye roll I felt from my temporarily subdued monster. "Look, warrior," said Caden. His voice had taken on that parental tone, and I folded my arms tighter and narrowed my eyes a little, but he continued, "I know that you can take care of yourself. If I didn't think you could, I would have tied you to a bed back at Two Rivers and left you there until I could convince Gavin to lock you in a cell for your own protection. That's not the issue here. The issue is that you want to break into a high-security prison, a prison owned and operated by a king who would love to see you dead, and all based on the word of a lamia who has been trying to kill you." And, no, I wasn't lying. I don't know where Dangion is. Only one person in each of the king's cities knows where it is, and that person at Two Rivers is Gavin. Since I doubt you asked him for directions before you left, I would say that not only are we sitting ducks, but we're also shit out of luck. I nodded again. That was one of the longest speeches I'd ever heard from him. When he didn't add anything else, I knew that he was waiting for me to respond verbally this time. And, because I could feel his golden eyes studying me, I said the first stupid thing that came to mind. "You would have tied me to a bed?" He blew out an exasperated breath and threw his hands up. I was expecting him to say something like, "That isn't funny, warrior," or "This isn't a joke, warrior," but instead, he sat back in his seat and put the car back in drive. When he pulled out onto the highway, what he said was, "You'll be the death of me, warrior." But, he laughed a little too as he said it. Nelly. The rain had slowed to a mere drizzle on my walk with Simon to the council building, but by the time I left the Queen's office, it was pouring buckets again. It was nearing the end of May, though, so the rain wasn't particularly cold, at least. So, I didn't dash back to my dorm room. I just walked leisurely, letting the rain fall where it may. I couldn't stop thinking about what had just happened with the Queen. I couldn't stop worrying about what suspicious conclusions she must be coming to after I'd so brutally stopped her search. What I felt like doing was running to Alexa. I wanted to run to her and tell her everything that was bothering me. I wanted her to smooth my hair back and tell me it would all be okay, that she would protect me. I wanted to tell her that I was sorry for not believing her when she told me something was wrong at Two Rivers. I should have helped her when she came to me, and because I hadn't tea, now I didn't have her to help me. Yep, as soon as I made it back to my room, I was going to pop my thumb in my mouth and have myself a good cry. When I finally reached my room, I was soaked from head to toe. I went straight into my small bathroom and stripped out of my clothes. Turning on the shower as hot as I could stand it, I stepped into the stall and promptly sat down on the tiles. I hugged my knees to my chest, and as the water fell down and down upon me, so did my tears. I think I sat in there like that for over an hour, on the floor of the shower, crying and rocking back and forth. When no more salt water fell from my eyes, I stood up on aching legs, turned off the faucet, and wrapped myself in a fuzzy towel. I dried off, dressed in some sweatpants and an oversized sweatshirt I'd stolen from Alexa, and combed out my hair. Then, I went to my backpack, pulled out a notebook and a pencil, and decided it was time to get to work. Alexa had told me to be strong, but I would do her one better, I would be proactive. The pen and paper were for later. Right now, all I needed was to think. I'd last seen my sister outside of her dorm room, when I left her so that she could speak privately with Caden. One side of Alexa's face had been swollen up, like Jackson said, because she and Caden had just been forced to fight each other to demonstrate her skills to some king. She'd been mad at Caden because she had planned on telling this king that she wouldn't fight him, but Caden attacked her, so Alexa had no choice but to fight. This made me pause. I'd seen Caden's soul, on the night of Tommy's party, after Alexa had been escorted out for fighting with that stupid wolf daughter, Victoria. Caden had led Alexa outside, and when I'd walked up, they had been embracing each other. I had never seen Alexa's soul so calm, so balanced, as it was when he held her in his arms that night. And, Caden's soul had been as happy as hers, so I knew that he couldn't have wanted to hurt her either. But, he did. He'd fought her, and by the looks of her face that night, he hadn't gone easy. So, the question was, why did he do it? Who was this king that was powerful enough to make a Libra physically harm his warrior? Contrary to what my sister thought, I didn't know much more about this world we'd been thrown into than she did. I grew up knowing what I was, while she had just thought she was human, but that was almost as far as my knowledge had extended. Well, I'd known she was a warrior, and my mother had taught her to protect me because of my lamia half. I'd known that there were other things that existed in this world, werewolves, daywalking vampires, like searchers and Brockens, and even the night prison lamias. But I'd only seen a few of them before coming to Two Rivers. And, while I'd known about the lamias, nothing could have prepared me for that night that they'd attacked our home. My mother had done her best to describe them to me, but some things words just can't explain. So, this concept of a Libra was new to me. In fact, all I knew about them was what Alexa had told me. But, as I said, I'd seen their souls together, and it had been glorious. I kind of felt sorry for Jackson, because there was really no way he could compete with that. I grabbed the pen and paper and wrote down Caden's name. He would be my first stop after school tomorrow. Under that, I wrote King, and put a star next to it. The only royalty I was aware of Two Rivers was the Queen. And, for whatever reason, this king seemed like a big piece of the puzzle to me. Next, I spent 30 minutes trying to remember everything Alexa had done and told me before she left. But, the information seemed harder than it should have been to recall. I did remember that after nearly choking Victoria to death in the cafeteria, she'd taken off, and when she'd come back, she started refusing to eat the food. This also gave me pause. I knew that Alexa had been keeping something from me when she was here. I probably could have pulled the secret from her mind if I'd really wanted, but she's my sister, and she's entitled to some secrets. Right now though, I kind of wished I had. She must have known something, or better yet, discovered something that could be considered dangerous information to have, otherwise, she would have told me. I made a decision right then that didn't sound like too much fun to me. If Alexa had been refusing to eat, then she had a reason for it. The only thing I could think of is that something must be wrong with the food here. I was going to have to stop feeding. Not just on the food, but on the blood. This meant that I would have a short time frame in which to discover whatever Alexa had. I can go indefinitely without human food, but that's only if I replace those meals with blood. I wasn't sure how long I could last without that. We walk in the sunlight, but there is a reason we are called vampires. With that decision made, I moved on to the next matter of business, the fear I'd seen in all of my classmates and teachers today. All souls have some uniformity, but it seemed highly unusual to me that in a city of wonders, like Two Rivers, so many of its citizens should be fearful. I tried to figure out what the source of the fear was, but it had been unobtainable. It was kind of like they didn't even know what they were afraid of. Maybe this was somehow connected to the food. My resolve to go hungry strengthened. Next, I tried to call up everything Alexa had done before she left in greater detail. She'd stopped eating, but I think I can remember her taking off into the forest as well. This scared me. I sure as heck wasn't anxious to leave the limits of the city and venture into those woods. There could be anything out there. Maybe that was the point. Okay, so now, not only did I have to starve myself, but I had to take off like Little Red Riding Hood and hope not to encounter the big bad wolf. I wish I had Alexa's courage, because just thinking of these things made my heartbeat speed up. Who was I kidding? I'm no brave warrior. How was I going to do this? Because I had to, that's how. I had to for my sister. And if there is anyone in this world I would face my fears for, it was Alexa. It was time to take my thumb out of my mouth and put on some big girl pants. I just hoped they'd fit me. Result, I put the pen to the paper again and wrote down a few more things underneath Caden and King, Mark, Gavin, Alexa's teachers, Forrest, and because I knew I had to, Queen. I would visit them one by one. And, I would search the souls out of them if need be. Some secrets were better left hidden, but some questions had to be answered as well. These things distracted me for a while, but I couldn't keep my mind away from my encounter with the last person on the list. There were too many awful possibilities there. For all I knew, the Queen could be sending a warrior to retrieve me right now, and take me somewhere to kill me. And, in true awful day fashion, that thought was followed with a knock on my dorm room door. Alexa. We had finally reached Olivia S., and though the sun was making its descent, it wouldn't set for at least another 2 hours. Despite my fateful stops, we'd made good time. The house was just how I remembered it, modest and yellow, with plants and flowers placed everywhere that they could be placed. The small yard was in good condition, with little gardens positioned aesthetically around the driveway, windowsills, and lone oak tree in the yard. Warm light spilled from the 2 white-shuttered front windows. A small springtime wreath hung on the front door. It was strange to see it again. I felt like the last time I'd been here had been ages ago, even though it had hardly been a month. Maybe that's because the last time I'd been here I had been a completely different person. I had been scared and angry. I had been ignorant to the world. I had still been mostly innocent. I wasn't sure what I was now. The rain still fell, and the windshield wipers of the Mercedes made their synchronized swipes across the glass. I stared out through the glistening window, wondering what new information I would gain upon walking through that front door. I wondered how obvious my internal difference would be to Olivia and little Akira, who I knew to both be strong searchers. How much of my evolving monster would they see hiding behind my eyes, rather than the lost girl they'd met just a month prior? I wondered if I'd made the right choice by coming here. This it? Caden asked. I just nodded. The impulse to lie, to say no, I'd made a mistake and this wasn't the right house passed through me. I pushed it away. We'd come this far, and either way, there was no going back for me now. Maybe there never had been. Reach under your seat and grab my sword, I told Caden. He eyed me carefully. You think we're going to need it? I pulled my eyes away from the house and looked over at Caden. I wasn't in the mood for explaining myself. These are friends. I just don't want to leave it. He retrieved my gladius and stared down at it a moment, studying the silver. With the long, sharp blade retracted, it looked more like some precious scroll than a deadly weapon. Matches your arm, he commented, handing it over to me. I ran my fingers over its design, an intricate vine that wrapped all the way around and sprouted lilies. It left a smooth grip where I knew only my hold would fit perfectly. I still hadn't checked what the new addition to my tattoo was. It had appeared on the night the Lanias attacked. Smooth to the touch and brilliantly silver, the tattoo went from wrist to shoulder, wrapping around and up my arm and ending in a silver sun at the top. 3 silver lilies bloomed on my forearm, one for each Lania I'd killed. Yes, it matched the design on the gladius, but killing that man had placed a new symbol there. I was too chicken to push my sleeve up and see what it was, but I knew instinctively that it was no longer identical that on the sword. Come on, I said. I pulled the lever to open my door, and stepped out into the rain. Caden followed suit. We headed up the driveway to the front door. I knocked twice. The overhang of the roof provided shelter from the worst of the downfall, but I'm just not a particularly patient person. So, when I raised my fist to knock for a second time, the door creaked open a crack, and a small, curly-headed girl peeked around it. It took her no time at all to recognize me. She threw open the door, and I had to take a step back so as not to be smacked with the screen door, which swung out toward me. Alexa! She screamed, Gran, Alexa's here! Akira launched herself into my arms. I caught her and brought her up into a hug. I'm not the type of person who likes to hug, or touch other people for that matter, but there was nothing in me that could resist Akira. Her nearly black, curly hair itched my face as she wrapped her little arms around my neck in a toddler-type embrace. She was Olivia's 5-year-old granddaughter. I had only met her once, when Jackson, Nellie and I had come to Olivia's the first time. But, that had been all it took. She was easy to fall in love with. Even my monster had a soft spot for this child. Akira pulled back a little in my arms and stared into my eyes with her big brown ones. I could tell she was trying to search me. I did my best to throw up my mental walls and block her out. The last time I'd been here she'd mentally pulled some of the pain from me. I hadn't known what she was doing before it was too late. I had been close to a breaking point. I just lost my mother, and found out that I was natural-born killer, though I guess I had always known that last part. I'd watched many things die by my hands over the years, many things, never people. But, now, I wasn't at a breaking point. I was broken. No child, or even person, could carry the weight for me now. I set her back down on her feet. Her face scrunched up, tiny eyebrows coming together and little pink lips pursing out. She reached out fast and grabbed hold of me again, attempting once more to search my soul and remove some turmoil from it. I pulled my hand from her grasp and held her back gently by her shoulders. Let me, she began. No, sweetheart, I said, not this time. I knew Caden was watching this exchange, but he didn't get a chance to comment, because Olivia appeared from down the hall. I took my eyes away from Akira and met those of the old lady now standing behind me. I no longer had to wonder whether or not they would see the change in me. Akira had sensed it when she'd touched me. Olivia could see it in my eyes. I got the feeling she'd known I'd end up back here. The old woman gave a slight nod and stepped back out of the doorway. Alexa, she said, please, come in. Caden and I entered the house. I introduced him to Akira and Olivia. When he bent down and kissed Akira's hand, her eyes lit up a little, and her cheeks turned slightly pink. I couldn't help a small smile. Caden's effect wasn't lost on her, it seemed. Olivia just studied him in the same sharp way she had Jackson, Nellie, and I before. She was gray-haired, a little hunchbacked, and wore typical old lady clothing, floral blouse, blue slacks, and matching penny loafers. But there was nothing typical about her eyes. She looked at you in a way that was incredibly and uncomfortably penetrating. If you knew what to look for, it was obvious that she was a very strong searcher. Caden knew what to look for, and I knew he wasn't particularly anxious about shaking Olivia's hand and making physical contact with her. He's polite, though, so he did it without hesitation. Olivia nodded again, her eyes flicking back and forth between Caden and me. Finally, she gestured for us to take a seat, and we did. The front door had opened up into a small, tidy living room. From the two windows hung white floral drapes, the furniture was tan-colored and comfortable, one small couch and two reclining armchairs. Plants sat on the inside of the windowsills as well, and on the coffee table and end tables. One corner of the room was clearly Akira's. A tiny white baby grand piano sat there, with a tiny white matching stool. A toy box that was filled past capacity sat near the piano. Various stuffed animals were arranged in a circle, with cups and saucers placed neatly in front of them, as though we just interrupted their tea party. Caden and I took a seat on the couch. Just like last time, Akira pulled herself up into my lap, and I repositioned myself automatically to accommodate her. Olivia made her way slowly over to the recliner across from us. She was still watching Caden and me, so I was glad when she broke the silence. I'm not sure why her words surprised me. "Let's see that arm, Alexa," she said. At least she addressed me by my real name. I was getting sick of being called just Warrior by everyone, but I wasn't anxious to do as she asked. I glanced down at Akira, who was staring at me like I was the most interesting person in the world. I didn't want her to know that I'd killed again. She was too innocent to know such things, and the new mark on my arm would confirm my murderous actions to them, just as the 3 lilies that appeared after I'd killed the Lamias had confirmed it to them a few weeks ago. Except this new addition wouldn't confirm that I'd killed monsters, it would confirm to them that I'd killed a man. I looked back up at Olivia, who surely knew what I was thinking, but she nodded again in encouragement. I reached around Akira and pushed the sleeve on my right arm up. Sure enough, something had been added to the silver tattoo that was already there. I stared down at it. I didn't know what it was, but it was something magnificent to look at. I didn't want to take my eyes from it. I can describe it, but some important quality will be lost with just words. There was something too other about it. I'd never seen anything of the like. The bulk of it was positioned in the crook of my elbow, just above the 3rd lily on my arm, but the whole of it went beyond that. It was the same brilliant silver as the rest of the tattoo, and sort of an indefinite circular shape that swirled at the edges. Other shapes spread out from it, around to my elbow, upward toward my bicep, and down to just above the lily on my forearm. Like the sun on my shoulder, and the 3 flowers on my arm, the indescribable new addition was connected to the silver vine that wrapped around all the way up to my shoulder. It was something worth examination. While it was quite glorious in an otherworldly way, there seemed to be something off about it as well. The way the smaller shapes around it seemed to explode from the hole, to shoot outward as if directed at a target, was interesting, but off-putting. Not ugly, but and sinister. Akira voiced my thought at exactly the same time as it formed in my head. "It's a," she began. Olivia shot her a look and shushed her sternly before she could finish the sentence. I finally looked up from my arm and at the 3 people in the room with me. Apparently, they all found the addition as stare-worthy as I had, because all of their eyes were still locked on it intently. Akira had her small fingers placed over her mouth. Caden's eyebrows were drawn together in the way they always do when he fixes his gaze on something interesting. Olivia's expression was rather indifferent. But all 3 of them stared at my arm, and all 3 of them were as still as statues. I yanked my sleeve back down, and 3 pairs of eyes settled on my face. I finished Akira's shushed sentence, and my voice came out flat. "A soul. It's a soul, isn't it?" Olivia nodded, but Akira answered. "Yes, it's a soul," she said. "I know it is. I can tell. But I never seen one depictured like that." She looked over at her grandmother. "What kind is it, Gran?" "You mean depicted like that," Olivia corrected. "And you've never seen one because you're too young to have met any warriors. It's a depiction of a human soul." Everyone fell silent for several long moments, and I began to feel uncomfortable. So, we all knew that I'd killed a man, a human man. Great. I felt like a plaintiff caught red-handed. A stupid, nervous laugh almost bubbled out of me at that thought. Red-handed. How appropriate. My monster found it amusing too. I spoke next, because I was afraid I was losing my mind again. The question that I decided earlier would be my first for Olivia came out like an awkward topic transition. What am I supposed to do to help the people at Two Rivers? I asked. Olivia grinned, eyes creasing at the corners and smile lines deepening. You've got half of that question right, she replied. It's not what you're supposed to do for the people of Two Rivers. It's what you're supposed to do for your kind. I didn't intend for my voice to come out as a growl, but I was sick of playing games with people. I'm the only one of my kind. Olivia waved a wrinkled hand in dismissal. Don't be silly, Alexa. And, if you can, stop thinking like a human. You are the only warrior, sure, and our kind classifies us into races, just like humans do, but when you think about it, we are all one race, just as they are. Okay. Very helpful. I swallowed once. Okay, so what am I supposed to do for my kind then? Olivia's eyes twinkled. What you were born for. To fight. To battle. To liberate. You are supposed to lead our kind in a revolution. No fucking way. Nelly. I froze where I was seated on my bed. My heart jumped into overdrive and pounded in my chest. I didn't want to see who was standing on the other side of my dorm room door. But I couldn't just sit here. So, I got up and crept over to the door. There was no peephole. I leaned my forehead against it and closed my eyes. My mind passed through the barrier with ease. I was more freaked out than I'd realized. But my worry drained right out of me when I touched the soul on the other side of the door. It wasn't a warrior here for the queen. It was Daniel. And he'd brought me dinner. Shoot. How was I going to explain that I couldn't eat it? Better yet, how was I going to turn it down when I was actually pretty hungry? Darn Alexa, the stuff I do for her. I put a smile on my face and pulled open the door. Daniel stood there, cute as ever in jeans and a blue t-shirt. A bag of wonderful-smelling food was clutched in his right hand. He held it up and smiled, his eyes shining with affection. Hungry? He asked. Heck yes. This was going to suck beans. I just ate, I lied, but, come in. I always like your company. And, thanks, that was really sweet. He stepped inside and went over to set the bag down on the small desk against the wall. I shut the door. When I turned around, he was standing right in front of me. Daniel was always too shy to initiate physical contact when we were alone, but he made it clear when he wanted to. I wrapped my arms around him and rested my head on his chest. Alexa was the only person who ever made me feel totally safe, but in Daniel's arms I at least felt protected. I tried my best to keep out of his head, but I know a good soul when I see one, and Daniel's was as pure as they come. He genuinely liked people, and wanted them to get along. He's a Brocken vampire, a fighter, and it couldn't be more out of tune with his nature. He was a lover at heart, but a fighter genetically. Good mix, if you ask me. I pulled back out of his arms. Don't let me stop you from having dinner, I said. He shook his head. I'll wait. I smiled, selfishly happy that he refused to eat without me. I took a seat on the bed, and he sat down next to me. His light brown eyes studied me for a moment. Do you want to talk about it? He asked. Yes, I did. But, what exactly was I supposed to tell him? I trusted Daniel, but I'd never reached deep enough into his head to confirm that trust, and the secrets I was keeping from him were too big not to do that. He didn't even know that I wasn't entirely searcher. Maybe I could try a different route, though. How long have you lived here, at Two Rivers? I asked. He looked a little surprised at the question, but answered anyway. All my life. I was born here, he replied. Do you like it here? He ran a hand through his brown hair and considered the question. Yeah, I mean, I don't have anything to compare it to, but it's a nice place. I don't really like the fact that just because of my race I have to train and fight all the time, and what? I asked, when it became clear he wasn't going to continue. He shook his head and gave one of his sweet smiles. And, sometimes, I don't know, I'm happy but, sometimes I feel and... I placed my hand over his. Afraid? I provided. His smile had faded, and his brows drew together slightly. He nodded. Yeah, I guess. Only I'm not sure what exactly I'm afraid of. He shrugged, and a weak smile found his lips again. It's probably just because I know I'll be fighting in the arena after I finish school. Probably, I agreed. Or probably not. Are you afraid of something? He asked, catching me off guard. I smirked. I'm afraid of my own shadow, I joked. I looked down at my hands. It's just hard not having Alexa with me. He returned my smirk. Can't blame you for that. Hell, I feel safe when she's around. That girl's a beast. I shot him a look, and he held up both hands and laughed at my expression. I mean that in a good way. He reached up and gently brushed my hair back. It's understandable that you feel a little scared without her. She's been with you your entire life. She's protected you. I've never seen anything like it, really. It's like she's always waiting for something to attack you so that she can rip it to pieces. I laughed, because it was true, but my voice cracked when I spoke. Then, why did she leave me? Daniel pulled me to him and wrapped his arms around me. I don't know, he sighed, but she must have had a good reason. And she left 2 Rivers, not you. There was something important about that statement. Alexa. You want me to do what? I said. Olivia grinned again, and I decided it was starting to annoy me. How the hell was any of this amusing? It's not what I want you to do, Alexa, she continued, it's what you were made for. But, the choice is yours nonetheless. Lead a revolution. Sure, while I was at it I might as well build a spaceship and teach anger management classes. I hadn't even turned 18 yet. Of course, I voiced my thoughts. Lead a revolution? I'm not even a legal adult yet, I replied. I didn't add that I was also currently afraid that I was losing my damn mind. Olivia waved a hand again in dismissal. Most of those who fight for their people are barely adults. And, don't you have a birthday coming up in a few days anyway? I scowled. How deeply had this woman searched me? I had forgotten about my stupid 18th birthday, but she knew about it. I felt anger begin to slowly rise in me. I felt like a pawn for some reason, like I was just a piece in some game that was being pushed here and there by a hand that made all my decisions for me. Olivia said I had a choice, but that seemed like bullshit to me. I was starting to believe that I'd never had a choice in any of this. You'd think that it would stop surprising me that Caden knew what I was feeling, but it always did. He was about a foot away from me on the couch, and he reached his hand across and took hold of my own. For a split second I felt like yanking my hand away. I wanted to be angry right now. I had a goddamn right to be. But, his touch did what it was supposed to, and I felt the anger leak out of me. It left me feeling a little exhausted, though. Okay, fine, lead a revolution. Maybe this was supposed to be some kind of messed up redemption for my past transgressions. It shouldn't be that much of a shock anyway. I'd already vowed to help Soraya and others like her, right? And, to do that I knew I'd have to kill the king. I guess it just hadn't really occurred to me that in order to do that, I'd literally have to get through an entire army. The king's army. Just thinking of his warriors made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. They were freakishly huge and intimidating. I guess what Olivia said made sense, then. I would need an army of my own to even stand a chance at getting to the king. And, since my army would have to be composed of those who were being suppressed by the king, I guess revolution was exactly the right word for it. Fine, I said, how do I go about leading this revolution? Don't worry about that, Olivia replied, things will happen on their own. I believe you have a separate mission that takes precedence for you at the moment. Good, no wasted words necessary, then. Where is Dang Eon? I asked. One question I don't have the answer to. She studied her hands for a moment, removing her sharp eyes from me for the first time in what seemed like forever. But, I know of someone who might be able to answer that for you. Gran, I have to use the potty. Akira said, hopping off my lap and squeezing her legs together in a funny and adorable way. Olivia smiled at the girl. Well, by all means, go, child. You're a big girl. You don't have to announce it every time. Akira toddled off down the hall. I watched her until she disappeared into the bathroom, then I turned back to her grandmother. Why didn't you just tell me all of this the first time I came here? Why even make me go to 2 Rivers? She raised one gray eyebrow. You learned a lot that night as it was. Your whole world had just been flipped over. Also, you had to see it for yourself. By the way you just took the idea of a revolution, I would wager that you were resolved to help your people before you even walked through my door. I scowled again, because I couldn't help it. But, I knew she was right. She knew it too. I opened my mouth to say something else, but a loud crash cut the thought short. It sounded like a window being smashed in, and it was so sudden and unexpected that both Caden and I hopped out of our seats on the couch as if the cushions had turned red hot. Olivia stumbled out of her own chair and fell promptly to the carpet. Caden rushed over to help her, and unintelligible, rapid words came tumbling out of her mouth. Caden was telling her to slow down and gently pulling her to her feet. I was already racing down the hall to the bathroom. I didn't need clarification. Akira hadn't returned from the potty. My heart stopped cold in my chest when I reached the entry to the small yellow and white bathroom, and I skidded to a stop. The window in this room had indeed been smashed in, and shards of glass lay strewn across the white tile floor. I'm not sure, but I think a horrified whisper ripped up my throat. Akira! I raced over to the window, grabbed the sharp sill, pointed glass digging deep into my palms, and leaned out. The heavy rain bombarded my face, but that's not why chills ran through me. Panic, hot and untamed, seized me. My tongue dried up in my mouth, and my chest began to ache. The lamia that had promised me death stood 20 feet away in the backyard of Olivia's house, Akira's tiny body slung over her shoulder. The little girl cried out, and my heart broke into as many pieces as the bathroom window when I realized she was screaming my name. The lamia smiled, lips pulling back grotesquely to reveal the multiple rows of razor-sharp teeth in her mouth. "Come out and play, little warrior," she hissed, and taking Akira with her, she dashed off in the opposite direction from me. I launched myself out of the window at the same time Caden entered the bathroom. I hit the ground hard, but landed on my feet. Caden called out to me, but I wouldn't have been able to reply if I had to. I just put my head down and raced after them. The rain continued to fall. Nellie. Daniel stayed with me a little longer, but not for too long. Students of the opposite sex were allowed to visit each other's dorm rooms as long as they were out by curfew. These rules weren't heavily enforced as far as I knew, but nobody wanted the old dorm matron to come and kick them out, so I think most of the students obeyed. He kissed me lightly on the forehead before he left. "Don't worry, Nell," he said, and the nickname my sister gave me made my heart feel tight in my chest again. "Alexa needs you too. You're her strength just as much as she's yours. She'll be back," he added. And then he left. Those words comforted me as I brushed my teeth and hopped into bed. That's part of the reason I like Daniel so much, he always seemed to know the right thing to say. I went to sleep feeling better than I had all day, and even though it was just marginally, it was enough to allow sleep to pull me under. I wished it hadn't, though. I don't dream very often, or at least I don't remember my dreams very often. The dream I fell into that night would haunt me for a very long time. The world in my dream was a dull gray. I was standing over it, on some elevated surface, looking down. At first, nothing much was distinguishable, and I strained my eyes to clear the fog and get a better view of the land I was surveying. But I wasn't just standing over land, I was standing over what seemed like thousands of people. Well, not people, but searchers, Brockens, Wolfborns, and upon closer examination, I could see that lamias were there as well. They were all staring up at me. Most of them were bloodied, and injured in some way. They wore rags and robes and dresses and suits. And they all had the same expression on their faces. It was a mixture of relief and sadness. But their faces weren't what I was paying attention to. Each one of their souls was tangibly visible to me, rainbows of colors shining around them. I should have known then that this was a dream, because I've never seen anything like it in real life. So many souls, and I knew all of them, all the way to the core. Not personally, but in the way that can only be known when a deep search was being performed. I could feel every one of the thousands of souls standing below me, like I could reach out my hand and grab them. It was almost like they belonged to me, rather than just the people who stood below me. I stood there for what seemed like a long time, captivated by the sight and feel of all the souls beneath me. But I couldn't ignore the emotions they all carried with them. There was an overwhelming sense of relief, but also so much hurt, and pain, and loss. I felt warm tears trickle down my cheeks, and it took a moment to realize that the emotions weren't coming from just the souls. They were coming from me too. When I recognized this, the most awful, potent feeling I've ever known settled over me, and my eyes were pulled from the sight below me, and fell on the worst nightmare at my feet. You would think that because this was a dream, only the worst of it would hit me, and then mercifully allow me to wake. But this dream pulled no punches. It worked its way up from my feet, slamming me in the gut and stabbing me through the heart before it let me go. And, even then, I found no comfort. Denial hit me first. My mind wouldn't accept what my eyes were seeing. My heart refused to accept it. Then, horror, guilt, and anger. Finally, ugly truth found its way into me. Alexa lay dead at my side. A gut-wrenching scream ripped up my throat, and the souls below me followed suit, crying out in unison, as if they all shared and felt and knew my pain. I stared down at my sister, beautiful even in death. Her big brown eyes stood open, staring at nothing, and the relaxed expression on her usually serious face gave the impression of someone else altogether. It pained me so to see it, but it was the first time I'd ever seen her look so entirely and peaceful. The silver on her arm was the only color in this world, standing out like a star in an undiluted night sky. The still warm fingers of her right hand were wrapped tightly around the handle of her gladius, which was dripping blood, gray blood. When the wind whispered, in a voice I knew to belong only to my sister, "It's okay, Nell. Everything is how it should be," I knew exactly what had happened here. Alexa had somehow given her life to save me. I woke up fighting for air, the dream-induced emotions still possessing me with full force. And the tears that trickled down my flushed cheeks were very much real. Alexa. Oh God, oh no, all my fault, oh God. I smashed through backyards, leapt over fences and destroyed flower gardens in my passing. The sun had completed its descent, and the illusion of night that the cloud-covered day had presented was made a mockery. The real night was darker than any day could have managed. My palms were stinging and tingling a little from where I'd cut them on the bathroom window. Sweat was pushing its way through my pores, only to be met with thin bullets of rain that hammered down from the troubled heavens. My heart felt worthless and shriveled and lodged in my throat. My mind seemed to be on a looping track. All my fault, oh God, Akira, all my fault, she has Akira, oh God. Houses blurred by, dirt and grass and rocks kicked up around my feet. Street lights illuminated wide circles of light, around the edges of which the darkness crept. No stars could be seen, and the slice of a moon that became visible when the clouds shifted offered very poor light. Even though the air was humid and there was no wind, I felt cold. Well, maybe numb is a better word for it. I was numb with something worse than fear. Please God, please let me catch them in time, please. I bolted my way onto another residential street. The Lamia had come this way with Akira. I could still smell their scents on the air. My senses were on hyperalert. I didn't slow my pace. I wasn't nearly winded. Panic-induced adrenaline kept me running full out. The bottom of my jeans clung to my ankles, soaked through with rain. The slick surface of my jacket caught the downfall with small, rapid thunks, and the material swished when my elbows rubbed the sides of it. A few cars lined each side of the street. Most of the lights were still on in the houses, but the possibility of any witnesses to my mad dash made no matter. I ran on. I couldn't seem to move fast enough to catch up to them. So I kept going, but my brain seemed stalled. Catch up, come on, catch them, save her, get there in time, please Akira, oh God. The whispered thought bubbled up from the cellar of my mind, where the dark part of me lived, not fast enough. Shut up. I ran harder, stumbling a little over a rock in my haste. A mocking chuckle sounded off in my head. My teeth clenched and my fingertips dug into the cuts on the palms of my hands. I ran on, down a slight hill, leaving behind the modest neighborhood, an 8-foot-tall chain-link fence directly ahead, a small line of trees beyond that. I jumped up on the fence and began to scale, my hands slipping from the dripping metal and aching from the cuts I'd sustained earlier. The pain was irrelevant. Not fast enough. Shut up. I cried out, like a madman in an empty white room. She'll die. I stumbled and righted myself just before falling to the ground. I was past the line of trees on the other side of the fence. A large meadow lay ahead of me, wildflowers and weeds all kneeling to the thrusts of the rain. Another line of trees beyond that. No shine from above, just angry thunder clouds. Bursts of lightning scraped across the sky. Akira and her captor were further still and out of sight. She'll die. That thought got stuck on its tracks. Unfriendly chills ran over my body. I could not let that happen. I would not. I knew what had to be done. I dreaded it. I was terrified, really. I wasn't sure what it would cost me. The last time I didn't restrain myself, I ended up killing a man. But that situation had been different. I could have walked away after I'd shattered his leg and incapacitated him, and I hadn't because I'd lost myself to the dark side, the primal side of me. Right now, however, there could be no walking away. For the second time now, this stupid bitch of a Lamia had stolen someone important from me. I had to make her see the error in her ways. So, I would let the beast in me free to do what it pleased. This night would certainly end in death anyhow. I would very much prefer it if I got to be the one doing the killing, rather than being killed. Most importantly, Akira could not be harmed. Could not. My only hope, which I hardly spared a moment's thought at the time, was that I would be able to bring myself back after this was over. When I killed the man in the parking lot of that diner, I'd damn near gone insane. I'd been terrified afterward at the rest stop in the women's restroom. I'd felt myself slipping away. And, worse, I'd started addressing the beast inside of me. I've always known it was there, but I'd never spoken to it. I felt its will possess me on many occasions, but it never had a voice. Caden had managed to bring me back to semi-right mind when he showed up, but the monster inside of me had screamed in rage even then. I knew that the more I indulged in my deranged tendencies, the stronger the influence of my monster became, the stronger the voice. Somehow, I knew instinctively that if I ever surrendered myself to that rotten side of me, I would destroy all those around me. People I cared for would die. Killing was a super drug for me. It always has been, before I even knew what I was. So, I knew there was a monstrous side of me long ago, planting and executing ideas, never voicing them, though. It was speaking to me now, however, and we agreed on two things: the child had to be saved, and the lamia had to die. There was no time for inhibitions. No matter what the price to my soul, this was the only way. I let my monster take the wheel. I felt the power coil inside me, and I shot across the meadow, moving faster than deadly venom in a bloodstream, into the shadow-ridden trees, scraping my face and neck and snagging my hair in the branches. Then out, into open land again, with mud and gravel beneath my feet, staining the bottoms of my jeans and seeping into my sodden shoes that seemed to glide over the water-bloated earth. The world had slowed again. Well, actually, I'm sure that it was just I that had sped up, but the detail of it all was so clear that it seemed somehow decelerated to me. Well, not to me exactly. My standard mind had stepped back. My monster held the reins. The hunt had begun. Vibrant anticipation welled up in me. I was getting closer now and I could see my enemy up ahead. My eyes zeroed in on them as though with assisted vision. Akira's small body bobbed and flopped like a rag doll on the shoulder of the ruthless vampire that held her over her shoulder. The girl's arms flailed furiously, tiny fists pounding into the parasite's pale back. An ugly growl found its way up my throat. The lamia ran on, leading me into what surely was a trap. I grew closer with every wretched moment. I reached them when they came to some old train tracks. Lamias can move extremely fast, but I guess a half-mad sun warrior can move faster. I stalked them like a true predator, and made my move perfect in time and execution. I yanked Akira from the grasp of the lamia as she was still running. I held the girl tight in my arms and snapped my right leg out in a strong kick to the lamia's lower back. She stumbled forward a little and spun around as fast as a coiled snake taken by surprise. I shoved Akira protectively behind me. The child was silent. The rain rambled on. The vampire that I despised so fiercely, who haunted my nightmares, who had aided in stealing away my concept of normal, and tormented me at the expense of my loved one, stood across from me. Her blonde hair hung in dripping chunks below her shoulders. Her black clothing clung and drooped from her red-veined skin in a way that had the effect of decomposition. But, even so, she was quite alluring for a beast. Her eyes were a solid lustrous black, and they gleamed as though they were wet marble. Sharp cheekbones and full lips that I knew hid a shark's mouth were set into a feminine jaw. She was horrifyingly appealing, as all lamias are. The draw their prey feels toward them is in my opinion one of their most deadly weapons. In the same way that my harmless outside appearance and pleasing features are weapons of mine. The lamia titled her head back and screeched an ear-piercing sound into the air, her lips stretching all the way back to her earlobes, rows of teeth gleaming and dripping fat drops of rainwater. Behind me Akira reached up and covered her ears. In front of me, on the other side of the railroad tracks and about 50 yards back, where old abandoned buildings stood and shadows loomed, the lamia's call was answered by others. The multiple high-pitched screeches sliced through the night sky. I counted them as they emerged, never truly taking my eyes off of the threat right in front of me. 7 more lamias appeared from within the shadows of those old buildings. The lamia standing opposite me let out a short hiss of a laugh. "You owe me blood, little warrior." "I'll have it now," she hissed. As she said these words, the rest of her pack had made their way over to us already, gliding over the ground without ever seeming to really touch it. 8-1. I cringed a little inside at the odds. But I wasn't the one calling the shots, and my monster was not in the least troubled. I had to trust it. I decided to take comfort in its confidence. It thought our chances of survival were pretty good. On the outside, I could feel the crooked smile form on my possessed lips. The dark side of my soul would feast tonight whether I met my end or not. My incisors elongated into fangs. Forbidden, merciless hunger began to eat away at me. Akira's little body trembled against my back. My monster was already calculating the attacks, the kills, the order and fashion in which it planned to execute the 8 bloodthirsty creatures who had fanned out to form a tight circle around Akira and me. The one it planned to save for last spoke again, confident evermore with her pack standing beside her. Her head tilted slightly at my insane, enthusiastic expression. "You'll watch that child cowering at your back die first. Your death will be long. Warrior blood is much too precious to squander." She hissed. My monster's smile grew wider still. A mental shiver ran through me. Cold tingling, like hospital drugs inserted intravenously, shot up my right arm. I tucked my gladius up my sleeve before I'd exited the car with Caden outside of Olivia's house. It seemed to understand that it was needed now, as it always did in times of trouble. I slid it down into the grip of my right hand. The feel of it between my fingers was delightful. The long, sharp silver blade slid out from the end of it. The creatures around me hissed and snarled. The sight of the gladius was surely an unwelcome one to them, and for good reason. The sword was designed with the sole purpose of killing their kind. As was I. I raised the blade toward the one who had spoken. The voice that came out of my mouth was flat and cold, the voice of my monster. Maybe I'll drink from you tonight. Yuck. Hell no, we want tea. The only response I got was a chuckle. The outside world absorbed me again as simultaneous high-pitched shrieks filled the air. 8 sets of hideous jaws stretched back across pale faces and bared row after row of pointed fangs. I watched the pack of lamias begin to make small, calculated movements, examining me for weak points, and communicating with one another in some silent language I wasn't privy to. In less than a few heartbeats, they would make their move. My body became relaxed, still and ready. My heart acquired a slower, pleasant pace. I knew which one would try to reach me first, and my cold grip tightened around my gladius. The rain fell and fell. Through the eyes of my monster, it seemed to me that I had a 360-degree scope of all my surroundings. Or maybe it was just that my senses were increased to a super height. I could smell the irony-rusted metal of the train tracks, the sweat of the little girl standing behind me, and the rotten, rancid breath of the 8 evil things surrounding us. I could hear a highway somewhere in the distance, the rapid heartbeat of Akira, and the sound of my own as well. I could feel the presence of threats, their exact locations and distance from me, where they would more than likely strike. My monster had our moves as well as theirs worked out like an advanced chess player. So, I knew he was there before they did, and for one Kodak moment, they all stood stupefied as the head of the lamia on my east side seemed to magically detach, tumble off and roll across the earth. The headless body of the thing slumped forward, down to its knees, and collapsed belly first to the ground. Caden stood in its place. In the tiny moment before all hell broke loose, I greeted him, but of course, the voice wasn't quite mine. Libra, I heard myself say. He nodded once, and pinned me with those eagle-colored eyes. Warrior, he answered, and I knew undoubtedly that he wasn't addressing me. He was addressing my monster, my warrior. The lamias regained their composure instantly, and my mind snapped back to battle mode. They came at me from every direction, moving in what had to seem like a blur to the poor innocent child at my back. But, if their movement was a blur, that of my blade must have been untraceable. The first one to reach us made a grab for Akira. I cut her right hand clean off and sent a hard kick at her midsection. She was still flying backward when the second one rushed me from behind. My left arm reached back and secured Akira to me as I spun around and drove the point of my gladius through her throat. She was just beginning to gurgle and spew black blood when the third lamia moved in. Her body yielded to my sword as well, but I learned quickly that unless I removed the head from the body, they would just keep on coming. Shrieks and screams and curses filled the dark night. My monster spared no glances for Caden, and neither did I. He could handle himself. Akira's safety was the priority here. But, I would be lying to say that I didn't get caught up in the moment. Blood spilled with every swing of my blade, and the anticipation of the wonderful feeling that was beginning to seep into me was as glorious as ever. I loved the strength and precision of my movements, the way my body danced out of the way of the attackers at the last minute, and still managed to protect Akira. The translucent rain droplets that flicked and flew from my sword merged with the black blood of the lamias in an almost choreographic manner. They split and fell before the silver in my hand. It passed unhindered through muscle and ligament and bone. I was aware of sustaining some injuries myself, a deep laceration on my left thigh, a more than likely bruised rib, deep bites on my arms and shoulder. But, these things made no matter. If what I was feeling in that moment had anything to do with pain, I had no mind for it. I thrived and lived in the battle on that night. And, when I swung around and decapitated the lamia whose hand I had removed, pure and sweet bloodlust possessed me. That powerful surge of energy swept through me, and left me starving for more. In less than a minute, 2 more lamia lay dead at my feet. After my third kill, I turned to take out a fourth, but Caden beat me to the punch. His blade delivered the last necessary blow to destroy the lamia before mine could. The howl that tore its way up my throat was more the sound of an angry lioness that had just been robbed of a choice kill than that of anything on 2 legs. My monster didn't want to share these kills. And, it returned the hard look from Caden with a warning growl that made my vocal cords vibrate. Caden had already taken down 4 of them while I had destroyed 3. That left 1 lamia still alive. And she was mine. I pushed Akira into Caden's arms and spun on my heel. I spotted her instantly. The bitch was going to run. I couldn't let her get away again. This shit would end tonight, in her death or in mine. It didn't matter. My monster couldn't agree more. I was on her before she'd gone 10 feet in the opposite direction. I know that she didn't see it coming at all, because I'm pretty sure that she'd never encountered anyone who could move faster than Elenia. I came from behind, silent, swift, and intent. My gladius swept low, cutting deep into the backs of her ankles, causing her to topple forward on hands and knees. Her high-pitched screech ripped through the air. Rather than making me want to cover my ears, it held a somehow musical quality to it, and I drank it in. My monster found the sound quite lovely as well. I reached down and flipped the lamia over onto her back. The back of her skull hit the ground hard, and bounced back up to settle her gaze on me. I stood over her, my blade against her throat, and my monster's crooked smile made its way across my lips. It disappointed me more than I cared to admit that there was no fear on her face. I lingered there, over her, dripping with rain and covered with mud and blood, waiting for the fear that should have been there. The sky pounded out loud cracks of thunder, and lightning lit up the dark night. Her mouth was stretched back in a grimace and her deadly jaws opened and snapped shut with audible clicks. Her soulless black eyes flicked from the blade at her throat to my face. I knew exactly what she saw there. A gurgled hiss escaped her throat. "You're no better than us, warrior," she told me. In my head, I cringed at the insult. Later, I would obsess over those words. I would look back and hate the fact that I agreed with her, that she was right. Later, I would curse myself and blame the dark part of me for a very long time. Right then, I sat back and let my monster do what it did best. I let it have what I denied it most of the time. One last beautiful kill would be made on this night. Apparently, my monster had another opinion to voice, and the words that came from my mouth, in that deep, raspy voice that would never truly be mine, surprised me as much as if they had been spoken by a complete stranger. "You're right, Lamia. I'm no better than you but Alexa is." The hand that held the gladius swung up in an arch, came crashing down, and at the last moment, something totally unexpected happened. My monster gave me back control. I was suddenly in the forefront once more. My body was under my command, and so it was under my command that my blade forced its way through her throat, and relieved the lamia of her existence. But I didn't stop there. I brought the sword up and down, again and again. Black blood splattered my face, my arms, my legs. The potent feeling of taking life engulfed me. The vocal cords of my throat vibrated once more, emitting growls and grunts with every thrust. Ripping and tearing and gurgling sounds engulfed me, and I leached the lamia of every bit of energy her black soul had to offer. Finally, when the body beneath me was mutilated beyond recognition, and the fury left leaving exhaustion in its place, the silver slipped out of my hand, and fell to the ground with a thud. I knew Caden and Akira were waiting for me, watching me. And I was too much of a coward to turn around and face them. I expected that it would be Caden who'd come to me, but when I turned around, looking very much like Stephen King's Carrie after the bloodbath at prom, it was Akira that came running into my arms. Her small t-shirt was torn and splattered with gore. Tears fell down her cheeks fast enough to make the clouds jealous. Her eyes were bright and still so full of terror. And she jumped right into my arms. I wrapped them around her automatically, reminding myself not to squeeze her too hard. Her body was warm and wet and trembling slightly. I wondered briefly if any of her fear was of me, but the thought was shoved away when, in a voice full of hiccups and quivers, she whispered, "Thank you, Alexa." My chest began to ache, and I made my hands into fists to keep them from shaking. The injuries I'd acquired in battle were starting to heat up and throb. A shiver ran through me. Akira pulled back and placed a tiny hand against my cheek. "And thank you too, warrior," she added. A crooked smile touched my lips. "Alexa." The walk back to Olivia's house was long and quiet. My rib began to bother me. The deep laceration on my thigh hurt more and more with every step I took that put weight on it. My hands stung all over, nicks and cuts and small chunks of skin were missing in various places on the tops of them, but the holes in my palms had begun to throb and burn. I could smell the bitter irony stench of blood soaked into my hair. My head hurt. I hadn't noticed how far I'd gone when I was chasing the lamia, but it had to be at least 3 miles with all sorts of obstacles in the course. We tried to stay as invisible as possible. It seemed to me like it would be an eternity before we made it back to Olivia's house. At least the rain had slowed down. I'd taken off my jacket and given it to Akira when I noticed that she was shivering. Since I only had on a black t-shirt underneath, my arms were pretty exposed. I knew that more lilies had appeared on my silver tattoo, and if the tingling sensation was any indication, I thought that the silver vine from which the lilies sprouted had extended up over my shoulder and down to the top of my shoulder blade. I didn't care enough to push my sleeve up and check. I carried Akira half of the way, because even though I was exhausted, there was no way I was going to make her walk back. Caden carried her for the rest. She told us that she was fine to walk but didn't offer any protest when I scooped her up into my arms. Her head stayed up and her eyes stayed wide open and alert while I carried her, but when I passed her over to Caden, she eventually rested her head against his chest and closed her eyes. I envied her. By the time we finally made it back to Olivia's house, most of the blood had been washed from our skin and faces by the slowing rainfall, but our clothing was pretty much done for. Olivia was waiting on the porch with a walking cane in one hand and a carving knife in the other. It was a good thing that it was nighttime, because anyone driving by might find the old woman with a knife in her hand alarming. When we walked up to the door, Olivia dropped the knife and placed a hand over her heart. "Oh, thank God," was all she said. When Akira heard her grandmother's voice, her head popped up and her eyes opened. Caden set her down on her feet, and she ran over to Olivia and threw her arms around the old woman. Olivia's free arm wrapped around the child. "Are you all right?" she asked. Akira nodded. I was afraid to meet Olivia's eyes. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. I'd been so stupid. When I knew that I had Lamias hunting me, I'd led them straight to her doorstep, and almost gotten her granddaughter killed. I wanted very much to disappear into thin air at the moment. Caden broke the silence. "Do you have someplace else you could stay tonight?" he asked Olivia. "Yes," she said, "I have a nephew who lives in the next town over." She paused, and her sharp eyes fell on me. "Did you take care of it?" she asked. I cleared my throat. "Yes. You guys should be fine. It was me that they wanted." Olivia gave a small nod and turned to Caden. "I packed a bag for Akira and me and called my nephew while you all were gone. He should be here very soon to pick us up. Would you mind escorting Akira to her room so that she can change out of her wet clothes?" she asked him. Akira's brow creased and her cheeks flushed an adorable pink. Her grandmother patted her shoulder. "He'll wait outside of the room for you. That way, if anything should happen, you just yell and he will come rushing to your rescue." Olivia's gaze snapped back to Caden. "Isn't that right, Mr. Wallace?" she asked. Caden bowed his head a little and winked at Akira. "Of course," he said. Olivia hugged her granddaughter once more, then released her. "Go now, sweetheart. Try to be quick." Akira reached out and took Caden's large hand into her small one. They disappeared into the house. That left me alone with Olivia. I swallowed hard and stared down at my ruined tennis shoes, getting ready to apologize, but Olivia spoke first. "Are you okay?" she asked. My head pulled up and my eyes settled on her face. I hadn't expected her to ask that. Actually, I'd expected her to scream at me for endangering her granddaughter, to tell me I was a stupid girl, maybe even slap me. That's the mildest of what I would have done if I were in her position. I didn't expect for her to be concerned about my well-being. I guess sometimes people can be kinder than I give them credit for. Normally, I would have just said that I was fine, and hidden any sign that I wasn't okay. But there was no point in lying to a searcher like Olivia, and I kind of felt like she deserved the truth from me anyway. After all, I'd almost gotten her granddaughter killed. "I don't know," I said. Olivia studied my face for a long time, and her expression softened a little, but she didn't speak again. I took that as my cue to apologize. "I'm really sorry," I began. "I should have known better. I never would have come here if I'd known that this would happen." Olivia surprised me yet again by placing her wrinkled hand on my shoulder. "I'm just as much to blame as you are, Alexa," she said. "I'm the one who sent you to Two Rivers without really telling you what you were walking into. I knew you would be back here with more questions for me, and I knew that when you did return you would more than likely be neck-deep in trouble. Perhaps it is I that should be apologizing to you. Thanks to you and Mr. Wallace, I've lost nothing tonight that can't be fixed or replaced. You, on the other hand, are a different story. I'm not too great at conversation as it is. I tend to laugh when I get nervous, or just say something really stupid when I am forced to talk. So, why did this woman always have to say shit that made me feel like I should respond, but left me with no clue as how to do it? She seemed to always know exactly what was going on with me at my core. Skeletons in closets and bodies under the floorboards are never things that people want to speak about. Right now, I sure as hell didn't. But she was right too. I had lost something today. Except I'm pretty sure I'd lost it this morning, in the parking lot of a small diner. "I'll be fine," was all I said. Olivia grabbed my chin so fast that I flinched, and had to stop myself from knocking her hand away and more than likely fracturing her wrist. I wouldn't have meant to do it, but I'm not someone who is ideal to touch without warning or invitation. I relaxed my body, but the old woman held my face in a way that made it impossible for me not to look in her eyes. "You are not a monster, Alexa," she said. Her grip tightened on my chin when I tried to look away. "You are a sun warrior, and you carry the weight of the world on your shoulders. But, you are strong, and built for such labor. You think you're evil and tainted, but what you don't understand is that good needs its warriors too. That is what you need to remember. Or else you will forever be divided into two warring sides that will destroy you in their battles. In true stupid response from Alexa fashion, I replied, okay. Olivia laughed out loud at my response, released my chin and patted my cheek twice. I rubbed my jawline and smirked a little at her laughter. Leave it to me to muck up a good pep talk. At least she found me as funny as I found myself. She pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to me. I wrote down the address of the man who may be able to help you on your quest, she said. I'll warn you that he isn't the kindest fellow I've met, but I'm sure you'll be able to get him to cooperate. She winked as she said that last part. This time I laughed out loud, but I sobered up when a thought came to mind. I voiced it as usual. You know why I need to go to Dangyeon, right? I asked. Like always, Olivia studied me before answering. Then she just nodded. I wasn't sure why her opinion on my next question mattered to me so much. You think my mother could still be alive? I whispered. Several long moments went by before she answered, and I had just decided that she wasn't even going to respond when she spoke. I found none of the comfort I was seeking in her words. I don't know, she said, but, if she is, and you find her, tell her that I'm sorry, but it had to be done. A black SUV pulled into the driveway and illuminated the house with its headlights. Olivia and I shielded our eyes with our hands, and she told me immediately that it was her nephew. Probably so that I wouldn't do something crazy, like throwing the newcomer face first to the ground as soon as he stepped out of the vehicle. But my mind was preoccupied. What had she meant by what she just said? I didn't get a chance to ask, because the front door of the house opened and Caden and Akira joined us on the porch. Olivia's night bag was clutched in Caden's hand. Akira had changed into a pair of gray sweatpants and a gray pullover sweatshirt. I smiled down at her. I thought that all the clothes made for little girls her age were either pink or purple, but this was the third outfit I'd seen her in and it didn't have a lick of color. Even her little tennis shoes were black with white trim. It was one of the small things that made me adore her so fiercely. As soon as I'd set eyes on her dark wavy hair, serious expression, and careless fashion choices, she'd reminded me of a little me. And, I was glad to see her in clothes that weren't splattered with blood. The engine stayed running, but the headlights on the car shut off and left bright spots stuck behind my eyes. The driver's door opened, and Olivia's nephew hopped out. I surveyed him in the same way I do every new person I meet. He wasn't built as large as Caden, or even Jackson or Tommy, but he wasn't really a small guy either. He looked probably a couple years older than me, 20 or so. His hair was the same dark brown as Akira's and wavy like hers as well. He wore thick, black-rimmed glasses, and had a face that was decidedly interesting. He wasn't ugly, not handsome either, but somehow strangely appealing. He had one of those faces that just doesn't make sense, and yet somehow does. He wore a blood-red dress shirt with both sleeves rolled up a quarter of the way, a loosened black tie, and black suit pants with shiny black shoes. He held a black umbrella over his head and briskly made his way over to us on the crowded porch. Akira ran up and gave him a hug. He asked her if she was okay, and she nodded. Olivia gave him a hug as well and assured him that she was fine too. With those concerns appeased, he stepped back and gave Caden a once-over. An unintentionally obvious disinterested look passed over his face. His eyes fell on me next, and stayed put. I guess it is just in my nature that I become mildly aggravated when strangers stare at me. I suppose I see it as some sort of silent challenge, and whoever averts their eyes first, loses. Most people have trouble holding my gaze, and look away quickly, as if they are afraid of what lies behind them. Olivia's nephew had no such issues. He didn't look at me like another predator would, though. He stared into my eyes as if examining a coded work of art. It was a shameless examination, and I instantly labeled him in my head as strange. He reinforced this with his odd greeting. "Hi," he said in a soft monotone. I know that my thoughts were written on my face. I'm pretty good at concealing my feelings most of the time. In fact, people have told me that I always look pissed off or mean, and I never even realize it. It's just the way I look. But, when it comes to my thoughts about people, it's always obvious what is going on in my head. So, when Olivia's nephew skipped over Caden's presence and then offered just hi to me, instead of a handshake or an introduction, my eyebrows drew together and lifted slightly. Hi, I returned, and I didn't mean to sound snotty. He was just strange. And that's saying something from a girl who was the only one of her kind. "Sun warrior," he said quietly, as if confirming this to himself. I raised an eyebrow and replied, "Searcher." He raised one dark brow above the thick rim of his glasses in return. An almost smile touched his lips, and he gave a nearly imperceptible nod. 18? He asked. I shifted my stance, and behind me, I heard Caden chuckle quietly. This guy wasn't just strange, he was weird. Who asked that sort of thing, and did he always speak in one-word sentences when he met someone new? But he had a way about him that made you sort of adapt to his manner, and my returned answer, which I normally wouldn't have even bothered with, followed his lead. Almost, I replied. He seemed to mull this information over for a moment. Then he nodded once, lowered his head in a bow, and said, "Pleasure." Same, I returned, feeling stupid for some stupid reason. He turned back to Olivia. "Ready?" he asked. The old woman shook her head and smiled. "Alexa, this is my nephew, Gabriel." She shot a look at him. "Gabriel, this is Alexa. And, yes, we're ready. Would you mind getting Akira into her seatbelt while I say goodbye to our friends?" He nodded once and held his hand out to Akira, but she ran over to me first. I scooped her up in my arms, ignoring the complaints of my battered body, and hugged her tight. My heart sunk down to my shoes when she whispered, "I love you, Alexa." I ran my hand over her hair and sent a silent thank you up to whoever was listening for allowing me to get to her in time tonight. I still felt terrible because it had been my fault, but I wouldn't have been able to stand myself if something would have happened to her. The reality of this smacked me full on in the gut as I hugged her goodbye. "I love you too," I told her, because I very much did. Akira hugged Caden next, and then followed Gabriel, who was still shamelessly studying my face, back to the car. Olivia hugged Caden and me as well, and I noticed that she whispered something to him as she did so. He nodded in response, and she took her overnight bag from his hand and patted his cheek. When she got to Gabriel's car, she opened the passenger side door and braced an arm on top of it. "Alexa," she called back. I inclined my head. "Don't worry about the window," she said, and got into the car. I reached into my pocket and pulled $200 bills out of a plastic bag. I slid them under the front door of the house and turned to Caden. "Let's go," I said. He nodded. "Let's. Alexa." When we got into Tommy's Mercedes, I let Caden drive again. I was exhausted and didn't feel like doing anything but taking a shower and going to sleep. Caden didn't even bother to ask me where to go. He just searched for the nearest hotel on the GPS and started off. I put up no argument. I'd had enough excitement for one night. I immediately sought out the box of cigarettes in the center console. Upon opening it, I found that I only had 3 left. They wouldn't last me long. But I was tired enough that purchasing more would have to wait until morning. My eyelids were drooping. I had to lean over to Caden's side of the car to retrieve the lighter I'd thrown onto the dashboard earlier. Being so close to him made my stomach tingle and my jaw clench, so I snatched the lighter quickly and sat back in my seat. I ran my tongue over my lips and placed the cigarette between them. When I cracked the window open a bit, the whistle and whine of the wind relaxed me, but my body tensed up when I raised my hand and got a look at the lighter clutched between my fingers. I turned it over on its opposite side. When I found the lighter a few months ago, it had been white with a red Kansas City Chiefs arrowhead logo on both sides of it. The arrowheads had been fading when I found it, but by now the symbols were completely rubbed off. Now the lighter was just white. Without thought or pause, I flipped it out of the open window. I cursed myself when I realized that I hadn't lit my cigarette. Shit. Caden looked over at me. "What?" he asked. I began digging through the compartments in search of another flame-producing object. "Threw the lighter out the window," I answered. "Good idea." "It was white," I snapped. "Oh." I laughed out loud at this, and a small smile found Caden's lips as I did so. He replaced it with his usual serious expression a moment later. And, soon my smile fell from my lips as well. I resumed my frantic search for something with which to light my cigarette. A deep reach underneath my seat rewarded me with a book of matches. This was Tommy's car, and he was a smoker, so I figured there had to be something in here somewhere. But the search had taken me a full 15 minutes before I found the matches, so we were already pulling into the parking lot of a small hotel when I finally got to pull the first wonderful, poisonous cloud of smoke into my lungs. Caden parked the car in a semi-secluded area of the lot and turned to me. "Did Tommy leave any of his clothes in here?" he asked. I shrugged. "There might be some in the trunk. I don't think I saw any in the back seat." He popped the truck and hopped out of the car. When he returned, he held a gray sweatshirt in his hands. I recognized it as the one Tommy wore when we warmed up in our training classes at the Brocken School. Caden pulled his ruined black t-shirt over his head and balled it up. He shoved his arms into the sleeves of Tommy's sweatshirt and paused before pulling it over his head. I couldn't help but stare at him. I didn't even care that he knew I was staring at him. His body was not something that could be ignored. I didn't understand how someone got to be so strong-looking. The muscles in his stomach and chest were statue-worthy. His skin was unblemished and smooth except for the various scars that were lucky enough to live there. I am not a weak person, in fact, I possess great strength myself, but while my body was defined and muscular, Caden's body displayed his power in a way that mine never could. I was a small-framed girl naturally, with soft shoulders, small hands, and healthy curves. Caden was huge in comparison to me, and nothing about him was soft or feminine. So, I guess it just amazed me that somehow he still managed to be completely beautiful. At last he pulled the sweatshirt over his head, and I turned my face innocently toward the windshield. I didn't look over at him when he opened the door and stepped out of the car, but I could hear the invisible smile in his voice when he told me to wait here. I finished my cigarette by the time Caden got back. He pulled the car around to the north side of the hotel where I assumed our room was located. I breathed a silent sigh of relief when I saw that the room held 2 queen-sized beds. I'd already compromised my relationship with Jackson enough on this trip. I would have to tell him about the kiss between Caden and me when I got back. Jackson was my best friend, and had been at a time when no one was interested in me. He'd saved my life more than once, and most of all, I truly cared for him. At the very least, he deserved honesty from me. It occurred to me for the first time that Jackson may very well break up with me when he found out what I'd done. The thought of this made me cringe a little inside. What if he stopped talking to me altogether? That thought was unfathomable. A life without Jackson? No. Thank you. Just thinking about it made me want another cigarette, so I pushed it out of my head. I only had 2 smokes left at the moment, and much more immediate issues to deal with than enlightening Jackson to my recent behavior. The room we were in was modest and clean, with the usual hotel furnishings. A few generic paintings by unknown artists hung on the off-white walls, and the 2 chairs and bedding were tan-colored. A medium-sized flat-screen television hung on the wall in front of the 2 beds, and the bathroom was located on the opposite side of the entrance to the room. I tossed my backpack on the nightstand and began to rummage through it for a fresh pair of clothes. I pulled out an oversized t-shirt and a pair of sweatpants. Caden grabbed the TV remote from the top of the television, plopped down in one of the chairs, and turned it on. I continued digging through my bag for my toothbrush, toothpaste, and my hairbrush. Behind me, the sound of the television roared to life. Caden flipped through channels and stopped on a station that was giving the local news. The weather forecast was calling for more rain, and I rolled my eyes without looking over at the screen. Of course it was going to keep raining. Why wouldn't it? The forecast concluded and the reporter launched into another story. My back went ramrod still and my hand clutched my toothbrush so tightly that the plastic gave way a little in my grip. My eyes found the television screen, and I couldn't pull them away. And Pennsylvania State Police found the body of a man in the parking lot of the Silver Dollar Diner located in the town of Somerset after receiving a frantic call from a worker who was taking out the trash. The worker reported finding the body lying face down near the edge of the parking lot. The victim was 43-year-old Stuart Billings. He was found with a knife wound in his throat, and loss of blood was established as the cause of death. Police have found Billings' DNA to be linked to several unsolved murders of young girls in the nearby areas. As of right now, the police have no suspects for the homicide of Billings, and my heart had stopped dead in my chest and my body felt frozen in place. Stuart Billings. He had a name. Of course he did. Everyone has a name. I kept replaying the information, not truly able to comprehend. I seemed to be instantly broken-minded, and the meanings of the words were as lost to me as a foreign language. But they ran over and over nonetheless. Stuart Billings, no suspects. Stuart Billings, loss of blood, cause of death. Stuart Billings, victim. My monster's voice cut in, flat, cold, and uncaring. You heard what they said. He was linked to several murders of young girls. He would have killed us. He deserved it. I didn't have the mind to argue with its stupid opinion. My eyes fell to the tan carpet at my feet. I could tell that Caden was watching me, but I couldn't find it in me to look over at him. I walked stiffly over to the bathroom and opened the door. I shut it behind me and stripped out of my clothes, leaving them in a bloody wet heap on the floor. I stepped into the shower stall without looking in the mirror over the sink. Standing under the faucet, I turned the knob, and ice-cold water rained down over me. I didn't shiver. Turning the knob all the way over to the red followed the freezing water with burning hot. I left it there. I could stand it, and it seemed somehow appropriate. Around my feet the black blood of the lamias and my own red blood ran down the drain. I kept waiting for the water to turn clear again, but all of 20 minutes went by before the last swirls of black and red disappeared through the holes of the grate. The hot water felt more like a hot poker on some spots on my body. The deep gash on my thigh was the worst, but I'd sustained several other cuts and scrapes as well, and each one of them burned like hell. Eventually, I sat down in the stall and tucked my knees against my chest. I rested my head against the red skin on my knees and let my hair fall over my face. In my head I placed one thought on a loop and repeated it over and over. Good needs its warriors too, good needs its warriors too, good needs its warriors too, and intervening on its own accord was one other, but it was more a name and a word, rather than a thought: Stuart Billings. Victim. I sat there like that for a long time, well over an hour, with my skin turning bright red all over from the hot water and pruning up like a raisin. My monster kept silent, and for this I was grateful. My own thoughts were disturbing enough. I'd started this day on a mission to save the life of someone I love, and somehow, I'd ended up a murderer. Not a 17-year-old girl with the inclinations of a killer, but a full-fledged murderer. The word brought a horrible, irony taste to my mouth. But not a single tear fell from my eyes. When I heard the door to the bathroom click open I flinched, but stayed in my current position. Caden probably thought I'd died or something. I'd been in here for way too long. I'm fine, I said quietly, and the sound of my own voice seemed somehow weak and wrong. I expected Caden to leave me then. I certainly wanted him to. Somehow, being curled up into a ball on the floor of a hotel shower stall with my body bruised and battered and my hair hanging in chunks over my face didn't seem like the ideal way for Caden to see me. It wasn't a state I wanted anyone to see me in. Ever. So when the curtain of the shower cracked open a few inches, and Caden's hand reached in and turned off the faucet, my body began to shake and shiver uncontrollably. It wasn't so much the fact that I was so completely naked with Caden in the room that bothered me. It was the fact that someone was in the room with me and I was so completely broken. Not even Nellie had ever seen me like this. I had never been like this. He didn't look in at me at all, for which I was quite grateful. In fact, all I could see of him was his hand, which retreated from my side of the curtain after shutting off the shower faucet and returned holding a white towel. For a few moments I ignored it, and I may have continued ignoring it if the flat voice of my unwelcome friend hadn't spoken up in my head. Get the hell up, girl. Snap out of it. My silent response was a snarled, shut the fuck up. We'll not be acting like this. You're curled up on the floor of a hotel bathroom, for God's sake. I'll shut the fuck up as soon as you get the fuck up. I reached out and snatched the towel out of Caden's hand. A few seconds later the door to the bathroom opened and closed again. I poked my head out to make sure that he had left and dried off with the towel. My skin was raw and red and my muscles and joints ached so badly that I got lightheaded and had to brace myself with my arm against the wall to keep steady. A low growl of pain escaped my throat, and I cursed myself for sitting in the scalding water for that long. I hated feeling weak. In my head, my monster gave a small chuckle. I rolled my eyes and stepped out of the shower stall, wrapping the towel around me. I was relieved when I saw that the mirror over the sink was completely fogged up. I looked over at the door, clutching the sink now for support. I didn't want to go out there and let Caden see how weak I was. He'd seen enough. Bite down on the pain, then. It's the second thing a warrior does best. Annoying, but probably true. I took a deep breath and rolled my neck around a few times. It cracked on both sides and my head cleared a little. I rolled my shoulders and flexed my back. Working my way down to my ankles, I stretched and flexed, and felt the strength slowly returning to my muscles. My head was still light, but I could stand on my own 2 feet. The pain of the cuts and bruising was very much present, and my rib was aching like a son of a bitch, but when I clenched my jaw tightly the nausea induced by the hurt became bearable. Another deep breath, and I opened the door. Caden stood right outside of it, blocking my exit from the bathroom, and I had to stop short so as not to run face first into his wide chest. I waited for him to move, feeling very much a coward because I didn't want to meet his eyes. But Caden didn't move. And I heard my monster mumble yellowbelly when I considered trying to just shove past him rather than looking up at his face. I took one more deep breath, and looked up. I can't describe the look in his eyes. I'm pretty sure that the adjectives to do so do not exist. But I can describe what I felt when my slowly ascending gaze finally settled on his golden one, and I only need one word to do it with: safe. For the first time since I'd begun my strange relationship with Caden, my Libra, I understood what it was all about. He may never love me romantically, but what he did feel for me was infinitely deeper than that. More essential. I was built for wear and tear, strong and hard and powerful, but those positives carried with them a very negative side effect, and Caden was built to help me control that. By blood and being, we were designed to help, protect, understand, and keep each other. I would be a fool to deny myself a relationship like that, whether or not it pained me to be near him without touching him, and whether or not it meant that I would never be able to call him mine in an intimate way. His soul already belonged to me, and mine to him. We needed each other. I needed him. So, instead of shoving him out of the way, I took a tiny step forward. I placed both of my slightly trembling palms flat against his chest and rested my head in between them. My ear must have been positioned right over his heart, because the steady thud-thud was so clearly audible to me. I listened to the rhythm of its beats, and could feel my own heart rate adjust to mimic his. His strong arms wrapped around me and held me tight, sending warm chills up my back. His prickly cheek rested atop my head. My eyes closed and trouble slowly released its hold on my mind. My Libra's presence was forcing it all away. We stood like that for a while, and my body became as relaxed as jelly in his embrace. I didn't open my eyes or make any other movements at all. I just listened to the sound of his breathing, stole the warmth from his arms, and accepted the mending of my mind. Fear of a broken heart was nothing compared to the fear I'd felt all day after nearly losing myself over the edge of insanity. A possible broken heart was worth settled soul. Caden scooped me up and carried me over to the bed. He set me down so that I was seated upright and retrieved the oversized t-shirt I'd pulled out earlier and must have dropped on the floor in my hasty retreat to the bathroom. I clutched the towel to my chest as he sat down next to me, dipping the mattress with his weight. Caden pulled the shirt over my head and it fell loosely down to my waist. Finally concealed, I released my hold on the towel and stuck my arms through the sleeves. Caden tossed me my backpack and sweatpants and turned his head while I pulled on some underwear in the warm pants, but stayed seated next to me on the bed. When he grabbed my hairbrush from the nightstand, I expected him to hand it to me. Instead, he lifted me up as though I weighted nothing at all, and repositioned my body so that my back was facing him. I made no protest or comment. He started at the tips of my hair, gently working his way up with the brush. My hair is fine and thick and long, so I'd bet my gladius that it had some nasty tangles at the moment. But Caden worked patiently, and the knots came out free of pain. Soon my hair was smooth and presentable again. My eyelids had fallen well past half-mast. I'm not someone who likes to be touched by others. But this was Caden, and that has never applied to him. Also, no woman on earth is immune to the incredible feeling of gentle fingers running through her hair, and I had to swallow hard a few times to keep myself from purring like a pleased kitten. I was very close to slipping into sleep when I felt the brush leave my hair. I almost groaned at the loss of his touch. But then his fingers brushed my shoulder, and chills ran over my skin as if an icy wind had just cut through the room. Except, I wasn't in the least bit cold at the moment. The t-shirt I had on was large, and my body is small by anyone's standards, so the collar was loose and wide around my neck. Caden's rough fingers pulled the collar of it to the side so that my right shoulder was revealed. I swallowed hard once more. I looked down at my right shoulder. Caden was studying it also, so closely that I could feel his warm breath against the exposed skin. The silver vine of my tattoo had indeed extended up and over my shoulder and ended at the top of my shoulder blade, where another lily had made its home. I was sure that 3 more had bloomed on my upper arm, and I still didn't care to look. I looked down at my hands, pulling my eyes away from the silver reminders. Apparently, Caden had no such inclination, because he continued to stare at my shoulder for so long that my eyelids began to droop again. But, when I felt the hair of his short beard brush against my skin, my eyes flew open once more. He lingered there for a moment, and then, ever so gently, he placed a sweet kiss on the lily that had crept its way over to the top of my back. I clenched both my fists and my teeth as tightly as possible, but it did no good in keeping the obvious shiver from running through my body. Still, neither of us spoke. There seemed to be absolutely no need for words. Caden repositioned me again so that my back rested against the headboard, and pulled my legs out onto his lap. My rib complained with every shift, but I really was good at biting down on pain, and I didn't so much as flinch. Caden pushed my left pant leg up slowly and carefully, until the large gash on my thigh was completely visible. The flow of blood had slowed down considerably, and probably would have been clotted well enough by now if I hadn't sat in the shower so long. The cut ran from the top of my knee to mid-thigh, and it was incredibly gross-looking. Caden spoke softly. "It'll leave a scar," he told me. I just shrugged. I know that most people don't like getting scars, but to me, it really couldn't matter less. It's not like I would ever be walking down a runway or red carpet, and I'd accepted them as a part of my life when I was a child. I considered scars reminders, so they served a purpose. Caden smiled a little at my indifference. He examined the rest of my damages as well, taking inventory of all my injuries. When he accidentally bumped against my rib while checking out one of the bite marks on my upper arm, I sucked my breath in sharply. Caden's golden eyes studied my face, and then, as if he could sense the source of the pain, he reached out and placed a hand against my stomach. He applied a little pressure, and I hissed again and grabbed his hand. "Is it broken?" he asked. I shrugged. "I'll be okay." He nodded. "I know you will be, because you're going to drink from me." I raised an eyebrow, feeling like my old self again for the first time all day. No thanks," I said. I wasn't really asking, he told me. I gave a short laugh. I'm not sure how it is that you haven't noticed, but I'm not very good at taking orders. Oh, I've noticed. I crossed my arms and had to bite down on my tongue when my rib complained again. Caden laughed at my behavior. Alright, let's try reason, he said. Tonight you were attacked by 8 lamias. Tomorrow you plan to storm into a prison ruled by a king who'd love to see you dead. And, because some old woman told you so, if we make it out of Dangyan alive, you plan to what? Oh yeah, build an army and take on the king's warriors. So I would say that it would be stupid for you to be stubborn and refuse to heal yourself, especially with the way this trip has gone so far. I narrowed my eyes. Fine, I said. Caden picked me up again and placed me on his lap. I had to concentrate so as not to shiver at his touch. I'd become instantly nervous. I hadn't refused because I didn't want to be healed. I'd refused because drinking from him was so intimate. If truth be told, I very much wanted to taste his blood again, as gross as that sounds. I think my biggest issue was that Caden was the type of man that no woman, no matter how beautiful, can ever imagine truly touching. He was the kind that you always admire from afar, and sometimes, you found it hard to believe that anyone ever got to touch his perfection. The kind of man we all are only ever allowed to dream about. He tilted his head to the side, but I didn't move in. I was scared as hell. Caden noticed my hesitation and reached his hand behind my neck, pulling me to him. His proximity overwhelmed me. Even though he still had the smells of the fight lingering on him, his scent was still very appealing. The skin on his strong neck was smooth and inviting, and my fangs pushed through my gums just looking at it. Drink, warrior, he told me, and I did. It was just as wonderful as it had been the last time. My teeth sank through his skin easily, and his warm, sweet blood flooded into my mouth. My arms encircled him on their own accord, and his wrapped around me as well. A low growl escaped my throat when his embrace tightened and aggravated my rib, but the pain wasn't of the least concern to me, and he didn't loosen his hold. I drank and drank and drank, and by the time I brought my head up, forcibly tearing myself away from him, I was floating on cloud 9. Caden was looking at me like I was truly something special, and my heart did flip-flops in my chest. His golden eyes were bright and engulfing, and went from my own brown eyes, to my lips, and down to my neck. I tilted my head to the side in invitation. I expected him to resist, like he had the last time we'd been in a similar situation, but he didn't so much as hesitate. He moved swiftly, and sank his fangs into my neck with less than gentle force. The euphoric high I was still feeling from his blood increased tenfold. I closed my eyes and I embraced the glorious tingling that charged its way through my body. All the pain and hurt I had been experiencing just moments ago disappeared like bubbles in a champagne glass. I was aware of nothing other than Caden. I wanted nothing other than to stay like this, in his arms, for the rest of eternity. When he pulled back, I sighed in contentment. He didn't release his hold on me, and I kept my arms locked around him. I stared into his eyes and became lost in them. Everything about him was so entirely perfect to me. His full lips and strong jaw covered by his short, sandy blonde beard, the curve of his brow and cheekbones, and of course, his deep, sunrise eyes. It was like his beauty had been tailored to fit my preferences. I'd never even known I'd had any, but I knew now that if God had called me up to heaven, and told me that I was allowed to build a man to belong to me, I would have built myself a Caden. I knew without a doubt that he wanted to kiss me again. I could see the struggle happening behind his eyes, and in the clenching and unclenching of his jaw. If I didn't remove myself from his grasp soon, I would succumb to my struggle as well. So, I released my hold on him and scooted off of his lap. His head fell forward a bit and his eyes closed. Regret and guilt ran through me seeing him so conflicted. I owed him more than a cowardly retreat. I moved close to him again and placed my hand against his cheek. His eyes opened and found my face. "Thank you, Caden," I whispered, "thank you for everything." His mouth pulled up on one side in a half smile, but I couldn't quite place the feeling that seemed to emanate from it. He brushed some of the hair off of my forehead with his fingertips. "Oh, warrior," he said, and his Scottish accent was as soft as rose petals. "What else would I have done?" A half smile formed on my lips as well. It was the same thing I always said to Nellie when she thanked me for doing something to keep her safe. By saying it, I never meant anything other than that she didn't have to thank me for something that I would have done whether or not she wanted me to. It meant that preserving her well-being was far more important to me than preserving my own. It meant that she came first, that I valued her existence above mine, because an existence without Nellie would be unbearable. I decided immediately not to think about what Caden had meant by it. So my response was just a nod. I rested my head back against the headboard and closed my eyes. Sleep was tugging at me with metal strings. I would have fallen asleep sitting upright if Caden hadn't lifted me up and gently laid me down with my head on the pillow. I didn't even open my eyes when he pulled the blanket out from under me and tucked me in like I was a child that had passed out after playtime. The light in the room clicked off, and my breathing became deep and even. The last things I was aware of before sleep pulled me under was the soft kiss Caden placed on my forehead, and the silence of my mind. Nellie. I'd ended up staying awake for most of the night. The gray world of my dream had been too awful to risk revisiting. I hadn't wasted the time, though. Seeing my sister dead, even in just images my troubled mind had drawn up, was enough to snap me out of my childlike behavior. Lying around and crying would do nothing to rectify the situation. It was time to put my plans into action. But they would have to wait until after school. Currently, I was sitting in my history class. Alexa has trouble paying attention in classes that don't involve some sort of physical activity, but I usually enjoy them no matter what the subject. And today's lesson was of particular interest to me. We were learning about a searcher who was said to be able to control the minds of animals. Apparently, he'd gained this ability after drinking Lamia blood, and the horrified reaction of my classmates to this information matched the feelings of every supernatural. Drinking Lamia blood was not only disgusting, it was considered taboo. The teacher informed us that the searcher had been promptly hanged for his actions, and the students around me nodded their heads at the justice. I tried not to sink down in my seat. There was a clear consensus that anyone who would do such a thing deserved to be killed. I didn't have to wonder about what they would do if they figured out about what I am. The searcher had been a man named Gerald Ruffy, and if the history is correct, he was one of the most powerful searchers of his time. Other searchers and supernaturals weren't very fond of him, because he'd spent a great deal of time practicing his abilities on everyone who came within a feasible distance of him. One day, a hunter had caught him controlling the animals of the wood. The next day they came to his house, found a small vial of Lamia blood, and dragged him out to be hanged in the town square. The town people were relieved. Our kind has some very strict rules about normal searching, so the idea of a man who could control animals not only made them angry, it scared the crap out of them. As searchers, we were free to dig into any human soul, and most of us live in cities like Two Rivers, so even meeting a human is a very rare occasion. But, with our own kind, we were expected to gain permission from the party before we did any sort of search. It wasn't really too much of an issue because most searchers need physical contact with the person to perform a search. And only really advanced searchers are able to perform a search without the other person feeling it. The things I can do would not only scare these people, they would terrify them. So I'd made a point not to develop my abilities over the years, but lately it seemed as though they were going to develop whether I wanted them to or not. The lecture had me thinking, though. I was already convinced that something was wrong here at Two Rivers, and I knew that digging out the secrets of the place was not going to be an easy task. Being able to control my abilities could come very much in handy with finding the truths I sought, and somehow managing to keep my secret. Practicing searches on animals seemed almost like a brilliant idea. Almost, because to do this I would need to go into the woods, and that didn't appear appealing in the least. By the time lunch rolled around, my head was splitting from the sleep I'd lost last night and the lack of food in my system. But now I had a new activity to add to my after-school plans, and if things went well, I may have found a way to solve my hunger problem. I stopped by the cafeteria for just a moment. I guess in my sluggish state it had taken me longer to get there than it had the others, because Jackson, Daniel and Tommy were already seated at our usual table when I walked in. Jackson and Tommy were both tearing into their trays of food, but Daniel had waited for me. When I approached the table, Jackson smiled at me, Tommy nodded, and Daniel pulled out the chair beside his. I stayed on my feet. Thanks, but I'm not staying. I just wanted to stop by and check in, I told him. Daniel's brow furrowed. Okay, he said, I can eat later if you want some company. I smiled down at him. No, you should eat. I just have to get started on this assignment that's due tomorrow. The lie fell out of my mouth so easily, and guilt followed it instantly. I don't like lying to people, especially people I care for, but sometimes it's necessary. My mother had taught me that a long time ago. And the reason it sucked so much now was the same reason it had sucked so much back then. Daniel, like Alexa, trusted me so much that he didn't even consider the fact that I was hiding something. That was where the guilt came in. Jackson and Tommy weren't fooled, though. They both were looking at me with the same slightly suspicious expression on their faces. Jackson's hand, clutching a half-eaten, folded slice of pizza, paused on the way to his mouth. Tommy's eyebrows rose a little bit, and his fingertips stopped their rhythmic tapping on the top of the table. I turned my attention back to Daniel, and ignored their curious faces. I'll come by your room after I finish the assignment tonight. If you want me to, I continued. I could tell that Daniel was disappointed, but he did his best to hide it with one of his sweet smiles. Sure, he replied. I kissed him on the cheek and said goodbye to the others. Lunchtime only lasted 45 minutes, and I'd already used 15 of them. I would have to hurry. Of course, today was not a day for things to go my way. I was about halfway through the cafeteria when she stepped in front of me. I had to pull up short so as not to run smack into her, and the expression on her face was enough to freeze me in my tracks. Victoria. With long blonde hair, and fit build, and usually not enough clothing, Victoria can be considered attractive. She certainly considers herself to be, but I don't think her appeal could be labeled pretty or beautiful. I would say that it is closer to slutty, but maybe that's just because I didn't like her but probably not. Anyhow, she was Wolfborn, and that meant she attended some of her classes with Jackson. The first time I'd met her had been at a party. She'd walked up to our group and made it quite clear that she was interested in Jackson. I wasn't too concerned, because I knew for a fact that Jackson only had eyes for my sister, but this didn't go over well with Victoria. She'd insulted my sister. I'd insulted her back. I usually don't do that sort of thing. Alexa is the one who handles things of that nature, and she'd ended up handling that night as well. She'd embarrassed Victoria by causing her to fall flat on her face in front of everyone at the party. That incident led to a worse one in the cafeteria, again in front of everyone. Alexa had almost killed her. I was pretty sure Victoria hadn't forgotten about that. Her words confirmed this. "Where's that bitch you call a sister?" She snarled. It would be a complete and utter lie to say that Victoria didn't scare the shit out of me. In fact, it took every ounce of courage I had in me to even look up and meet her eyes. But, an insult like that couldn't go unaddressed. I swallowed hard. "Get out of my way, Victoria," I began in a quiet voice. And then, because I knew that Alexa would do the same for me, and probably worse, I added, "And if you call my sister that again, I'll show you which one of us you should really be afraid of." Victoria's laugh rang out across the cafeteria, which of course, had grown much quieter than usual. That muscle in my mind confirmed that many of the students had stopped their conversations to pay attention to us. It also confirmed that Victoria was a split second away from yanking me up by my shirt front. Her hand shot out to grab me, and what I did next was out of pure anxiety. Like usual, my mind acted on its own accord. Stop. The command was only audible in my head. But I could feel Victoria's soul now, and her hand stopped in midair. My breathing grew deeper and my forehead began to sweat. It took me a moment to realize what I was doing, but once I did, I felt the blood rush to my cheeks. She was mine now. I was controlling her. Without even consciously trying. And, even though it was risky and stupid, I have to say that I was rather pleased with myself. I decided then that practicing my abilities was dangerous, but highly necessary. I needed to be able to do this when I chose to, not when I got freaked out and it happened on its own. Victoria's eyebrows drew together and her red-painted lips pressed into a thin line. Her hand still hung in midair. The students around us were still watching. My hold on her was weakening by the second. "Put that hand down and walk away," I commanded in my head, and to my utter relief and astonishment, she did. I stood there for a moment, wondering just what the people around us thought of the encounter. Well, I guess I didn't have to keep wondering. While I was at it, I might as well try to check. I concentrated hard and my mind stretched out, taking note of all the souls around me. Most of them had returned to their food and their own conversations, but a few key people were still paying me an unwanted amount of attention. Jackson, Tommy, Daniel, and Victoria. I could tell that the first three had been seconds away from jumping up and defending me against Victoria, but now they all just sat there looking at me as if I'd just grown antennae out of my head. Tommy and Jackson had their suspicions raised once more. Daniel was confused and worried. Victoria was confused and angry. I made a stiff beeline to the exit. Crap, I said to myself, once I made it out of the cafeteria. That had been incredibly stupid. I didn't think that Victoria had any idea of what I'd done, but if she did, she was the worst person I could think of to know such a thing. I needed to gain control over myself, before I went and got myself killed. Today wasn't as dark and wet as it had been yesterday, but there still was no sun to be seen up above. Thick, gray clouds covered the sky, and a light drizzle fell from their bodies. I was headed toward the Brocken School, and if I wanted to reach my destination before lunchtime ended, I would have to hurry. It was a good thing I'd worn my tennis shoes today. I picked up my pace into a jog and felt my body relax a little with the exertion and open air. I like to run, and I was fairly good at it. Running cleared my head and made feel like I was in control of things. It reminded me of my sister. It made me feel strong. So, I reached the Brocken School building rather quickly, as all the schools are located within a reasonable distance of each other. I decided to start with the easiest people on my list to investigate and work my way up to the harder ones. This made Alexa's teachers my first stops. I'd walked with her to her first class a few times, so I had a general idea who her first period teacher was. The rest of them I would figure out later. I only had time right now for one anyway. The entrance to the Brocken school that was nearest to Alexa's first period class opened up into a long hallway. On either side there were glass windows that looked in on the classrooms, which really looked more like gymnasiums. They were so big that there were only two to choose from, the gym on my left, or the one on my right. I chose the one on the right for no particular reason. Upon opening the heavy door to the gym, the strong smell of stale sweat and body odor engulfed me. The bright fluorescent light bulbs attached to the high ceiling reflected off the shiny wooden floor in a way that I found distracting. I wouldn't want to have to train to fight on this surface, it looked hard and unyielding. Though I suppose that was the point. The gym was empty, and I guess I hadn't really expected Alexa's teacher to be here during the lunch period. But taking some sort of action made me feel better, and it's not like I could have eaten the food at lunch. I preferred being hungry in a smelly, empty gymnasium to being hungry in a crowded cafeteria any day. I crossed the shiny floor to the other side of the room, where practice dummies stood lined up against the wall. I wondered how Alexa had felt about training with the dummies, but I was pretty sure I knew. She probably thought they were stupid. My mother had never used one in her training. For all intents and purposes, Alexa had been the practice dummy. I never let her see me do it, but when we were younger, there were many nights that I would go to sleep crying because of some of the injuries she sustained. I hated watching her get thrown around. Even when she was little, if she was conscious after one of my mother's blows, she would just get back up. My mother had never taken it easy on her, and Alexa took it all without ever shedding a tear over any it, so I cried for her. I walked up to one of the dummies and threw my fist into its gut. One of my fingers popped and pain singed my hand. I'd underestimated the density of the dummy. Big time. And it didn't help any that I didn't really know how to throw a punch. "Can I help you?" said a deep voice behind my back. I spun around, startled. The man standing 10 feet away from me was everything you'd expect a fighting instructor to be. His brown hair was trimmed short, almost in a military crew cut. He was of a medium height, but his build was sturdy and impressive. He looked to be in his late 30s to early 40s, and had big brown eyes the same color as his hair. The expression on his face was suspicious, and I got the feeling that he probably always looked like that. I should have known that he was in the room with me. This was another reason I needed to practice my abilities. My mind should have felt his approach. I'd become distracted with the thoughts of my sister. I hadn't thought out too much of what I was going to say to Alexa's teachers, but I had my opening line down. "Yes, well, I hope so. I'm Alexa Montgomery's sister," I said. I paused for a moment. I'd opened with my sister's name for a reason. I wanted to gauge his reaction to it. His face was incredibly inscrutable, though, so I steeled myself for what I needed to do next. My mind slowly began to stretch out like cramped up legs. The instructor lifted his right hand, as though he was getting ready to give me a handshake, but dropped it back to his side. If I hadn't been paying so much attention, I wouldn't have noticed his second thought. Some people don't like making unnecessary physical contact with searchers. He was wiser than his battle-ready appearance gave him credit for. He introduced himself verbally instead. "Patterson," he told me. He made a gesture to the practice dummy that I had just hurt myself punching. You'd think a warrior sister would know how to throw a punch. I was at the edges of his mind now. His soul's protective walls were much stronger than Victoria's had been, and I didn't want to risk letting him know what I was doing by pushing in too hard and too fast. I could tell that his last statement was his idea of humor, though, so I smiled at him. "You'd think," I said, "but by the time I get a chance to even think about punching anyone, Alexa usually has them unconscious on the ground." A smile formed on his lips, and his guard dropped a little. I continued on, speaking slowly so as to have more time to complete my intrusion in his mind without being detected. It was kind of like sneaking around a guard with his back turned, tiptoeing over the threshold of a place you have no business being. "She asked me to stop by her classes for her and let her teachers know that she would be out for a while," I said. And, like that, I was in. His face became indifferent once more, and he replied, "Yes, I've been informed of that." What he didn't say out loud, but what sounded off clear and strong in his head was this: "And can't believe she left. Wonder if Gavin knows. Shit, I'll have to tell him at the meeting tonight. Damn, she'll come back. I know she will, but and." I was completely caught up in his thoughts, so it amazed me that my mouth seemed to be able to produce a response at all. "Okay, then." I didn't say it was an articulate response. I slipped out of his head as easily as a caged bird left with the latch unfastened. "It was nice to meet you," I added, because I felt like I should say something halfway intelligent. Then, to my utter astonishment, I got a strike of luck on this horrible, unlucky day. Patterson extended his hand to me. "Nice meeting you too," he said. I took his hand, and with the physical contact, I easily stole from him a very specific piece of information along with the handshake. The smile that followed on my lips was perceived as polite, but it was born of self-satisfaction. "If you ever want to learn how to hit something without breaking your wrist," he continued, "you're welcome to stop by one of my classes sometime. Even a warrior's sister should learn to protect herself." For whatever reason, these earnestly stated words struck a chord with me. I'd never thought much about learning how to physically defend myself. I guess I'd always just figured that Alexa would be there to do that for me. Thinking about it made me feel foolish and selfish. "Thanks," I replied. "I just might do that." The bell that signified the end of the lunch period sounded, informing me that I had 15 minutes to get back to the Searcher School building and into my next class. I said goodbye to Patterson and marked the information I'd stolen from his mind down in my head. I repeated it over and over so that I wouldn't forget. After school today, at 8 p.m., in a place where I only knew how to get to because of Patterson's thoughts, I had a meeting to attend. Well, secretly attend. Alexa. The first thing I became aware of when waking up in the morning was the stiffness and soreness of my body. I felt considerably better than I had the night before, though, mainly because the nausea had disappeared. Still, it took me a couple of seconds to remember where I was. It was one of those mornings that only come when something horribly life-changing has happened the day before, when you wake up and yesterday seems so surreal, too surreal, in fact to have truly been. And, your mind goes through a few rapid stages as soon as you open your eyes, having left the safety that only sleep or death could bring you. Physically, the first thing that registered was the moderate pain of my battle wounds, but mentally, I had a few split seconds of ignorant peace before I regained all my memories of yesterday. And, when I did, I felt like just closing my eyes again, and not getting out of bed. If I could just lie here, pretending to still be asleep, maybe I could steal a few more minutes of blissful nothingness. Then I remembered I was sharing a room with Caden, and my eyes opened up and stayed. I pulled myself up to a sitting position, and my rib ached a little. Not as much as it had last night, but noticeably nonetheless. I looked over at Caden's bed to find it empty. The covers weren't ruffled or disheveled in the least, and I wondered if he'd remade the bed or if he just hadn't slept in it last night. I looked over to the bathroom next, but the door stood ajar and the dark interior suggested its vacancy. I guess Caden had left. For a moment, alarm shot through me. I didn't want him to leave me now. I would continue on my mission either way, but I had accepted and been comforted by the thought that he would be beside me in my madness, at least for the immediate future. My monster cracked its eyes open and offered its begrudged comfort. He'll be back. I rolled my eyes, pushed off the covers, and swung my legs over the side of the bed. I stood up and stretched. A glance at the digital clock on the nightstand between the beds told me that it was 11:30. I'd slept half the damn day away. I went to the bathroom and flipped on the light, shutting the door behind me. Then, I glanced in the mirror. The dark circles around my eyes had diminished a little with the long sleep I'd gotten. My long, dark brown hair hung in waves around my shoulders and my cheeks had regained some color. I stood there for a few moments, studying the girl in the mirror. My monster spoke up once again, and I sighed. "What? You need a pep talk again, Dot?" "No," I said out loud. "I don't need your pep talks." "Ha. Okay. If it weren't for me you would still be curled up in a ball on the floor of the shower." "Give it a rest," I said, between gritted teeth. And, amazingly, I was alone with my thoughts again. I felt a little smug for a moment. Then, I realized how crazy that was since I'd been arguing with myself. I turned from the mirror and hopped in the shower. This time, I just took care of business. I had all kinds of mixed feelings about the day before, but selfishly, one of the biggest things I felt was stupid. There were too many items on my plate right now to go breaking down and acting like a baby. And, I never, ever wanted anyone to see me in the state I'd been in last night. So, I washed my hair and rubbed the soap over all my wounds, which were considerably better than yesterday. Caden's blood had sped the healing process, but I would certainly have many scars. Whatever. I brushed my teeth and my hair. There was a hairdryer connected to the wall in the bathroom, so I went ahead and blew out my hair as straight as it would go. Finally, feeling clean and awake, I wrapped a towel around me and exited the bathroom. Caden still hadn't returned, and another glance at the clock told me that I'd been in the bathroom for about 20 minutes. I went over to my backpack and pulled out some clean clothes. I had only just donned my undergarments when the door to the hotel room opened and Caden stepped inside. He closed the door behind him and turned the lock on the knob without looking at it. A brown paper bag was clutched in one hand, Tommy's car keys dangled from the other. He wore a new pair of jeans and a new white t-shirt. And, he was staring at me. I felt my cheeks flood with heat. His golden eyes scanned my body, seeming to take in every curve and nuance. I became incredibly self-conscious and almost afraid to move. Caden said nothing, and neither did I. So, I just stood there, watching him watching me. Then, I swallowed hard once, and settled my eyes on something safer, the brown paper bag in his hand. Food, I said, because I'm a genius. Caden didn't open his mouth to respond. He didn't remove his eyes from their target. The only response my one-word statement received was a low sound that came from deep in his throat. I bent down and snatched my shirt from the bed. He didn't move or speak, or even seem to breathe until I became fully clothed. I took a seat on the bed once I was dressed, and Caden finally broke out of his trance. His next words were surprisingly random. "When is your birthday?" he asked. He sat down on the bed beside me, placing the brown bag on my lap and the car keys on the nightstand. I shifted a little and furrowed my brow. It's sad that I had to think for a minute before I could come up with the answer. But, thinking about anything with Caden around was difficult. Still, I found it funny that others had to keep reminding me about my 18th birthday. "Day after tomorrow," I said. Caden nodded. "Eat? We should get on the road soon. I'll go return the room keys. Be right back." Caden stood up and left the room once more. I opened the brown bag and found a blueberry muffin and a banana. I was shoving the last of the muffin in my mouth when Caden returned. "Ready?" he asked. I sighed and stood up, grabbing my backpack and slinging it over my shoulder. "As I'll ever be," I replied. "Nelly." I made it to my next class just as the bell was ringing. I sat down in my seat and tried to even out my breathing so that the people around me wouldn't hear me panting. The teacher, Ms. Baker, was already standing at the front of the class, and most of the students around me already had their pens and notebooks out on their desks. I reached down to my backpack to retrieve my materials, but the teacher's voice stopped me. "You can put your notebooks away. There won't be any notes today. We're going to do some exercises that won't require them," she said. The other students began returning their materials to their bags, and my hand fell away from the zipper of my backpack. I did my best not to let my disappointment show on my face. I wanted to practice my abilities, but not in a classroom full of searchers who were going to return the favor. I hated these exercise days. Ms. Baker went around the room and handed out note cards to everyone. Then, she returned to the head of the class. "Each of you has a note card with a number on it," she began. "One other person has the same number on their note card as you do. Now, keep in mind that what I want you to attempt to do is very difficult, and most of you are not going to be able to do it, but it is important for you to push yourself to become a stronger searcher. The stronger the searcher you become, the stronger your walls become. And, while it's not so much an issue here at Two Rivers, there are searchers out there who don't abide by the rules. It is because of them, and of course, if you ever encounter an accursed, that you want to develop your abilities as thoroughly as possible." Yeesh. That was a lot of uncomfortable subject matter for me. Not only did I break the rules of civilized searchers, I was half of an accursed, Alania. It seemed to me that this exercise was designed to help my classmates protect themselves against me. I looked down at my hands, and had to stick the top of my pen in mouth so I wouldn't start chewing my nails off like Alexa. "So this is what I want you to do," the teacher continued. "Drop your walls as much as you possibly can." The students in the classroom began mumbling and looking at each other uncomfortably, but I was absolutely sure that none of them were as horrified by the idea as I was. My toes scrunched up in my shoes and hotness crept up my back. 30 searchers in a closed room with me with all of their walls dropped? The only intelligible thought I could process was, "Oh God." I knew for a fact that none of the students had followed these instructions yet, and apparently, Ms. Baker had anticipated this. "Now, I know that none of you are comfortable with letting your walls down in a room full of searchers," she said. No crap, I thought. But, no one in this room, or anywhere, for that matter, has the ability to see all of your souls at once or dig too deeply without making physical contact. So, just relax, and try to gain control of your minds. All I want you to do is try to project the number that is written on your note card, and try to seek out the person who has the same number as you. Let's move our desks into a circle so that we can all see each other. It may be easier that way. Oh, yeah, easy like Sunday freaking morning. Everyone was still mumbling and grumbling as we rearranged our desks into a wide circle around the edges of the classroom. I became nervous as heck, but on the plus side, the side I usually try to look at, this is pretty much what I'd wanted. I decided to practice my abilities anyway, so I may as well try and make the most of it. And, the teacher was right about one thing, no one in this room was strong enough to do anything other than skim the surface of the soul without making physical contact. No one except me, that is. Now everyone just relax, she repeated. Try and open up your mind. Let it stretch out. Think only of your number, and of finding the number that is its match. Around me, the protective walls of the souls of the students slowly started to lower. I felt like putting my thumb in my mouth and staring down at my shoes, but in this stupid circle, my discomfort would be so clearly evident to the others. So, I just let my eyes scan the room as naturally as possible, and concentrated on not hyperventilating. As the walls lowered, the onslaught of feelings, desires, and secrets began. If you are someone who doesn't like secrets, or who doesn't understand the sheer necessity of them, then just take my word for it that some of things that people hide and lie about are just as much for your own good as they are for theirs. Everyone who breathes and thinks has things floating around in their heads that no one else should be privy to, pasts and histories of ugly times, secrets, and desires that they would never admit to, even under the most rigorous torture. When we are unlucky enough to gain this kind of information, whether we were seeking it or not, and whether it was offered freely or came to light on its own accord, it is usually heartbreaking, and alters our view of that person forever. It is a blessing that these things usually come to light in small doses. And that is the reason my forehead was beginning to sweat and my heart was racing like a prize horse at the moment. With 30 souls sitting around me, purposely dropping their guard with the trust that no one could invade the most intimate dealings of their minds, I was understandably overwhelmed. Actually, overwhelmed isn't a strong enough term to define it. I was overcome with the secrets of their souls. And that underlying, unexplained fear that seemed to grip all of them without reason. It was so thick that I felt like I could taste it in my throat. Numbers, the teacher said, breaking into my paralyzed state. Concentrate on the numbers. Sure, concentrate on the numbers when the girl 2 seats down from me was worried that she may be pregnant. Concentrate on numbers when the boy across the room had disgustingly vivid memories of times when he'd acted on his fetish for sexual animal encounters. The boy next to him was obsessed with our teacher, a pretty young redhead with large breasts, and had the most disturbing fantasies about what he would do to her if she were ever willing. The girl 3 seats from him had contemplated suicide on many occasions, and attempted it once when she had been only 8 years old. The small, skinny boy next to her was currently receiving beatings from a wolf-born student named Bull, who stole his school allowance and ripped up his textbooks. The girl next to him had been emotionally abused by her father from a very young age, and her soul was a pool of damage. And on and on and on they went. Well, if there was ever a time to practice, now was it. Being able to keep out of the souls was just as important as being able to penetrate them. So, before I started screaming my head off and pointing fingers, I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. Slowly, reluctantly, the muscle that is my mind began to release its hold, and retract back into the safety of my own troubled being. I ran my sleeve over my forehead, but the damage from the information I'd gained was done. I would never be able to look at some of my classmates the same again. But this had happened to me before, and I was okay with dealing with it by now. Numbers, now I could try and concentrate on numbers. It didn't take any concentration at all. The pretty girl with the glasses and blonde streaks in her short, black hair, sitting at a diagonal to my left, had the same number as me. I pushed in a little further then, seeing if I could pull out one other thing without getting a bunch of unwanted mess. I succeeded. Her name was Bethany. Another 10 minutes went by before the teacher spoke again. Has anyone been able to find their match? She asked. Yeah, but I knew for a fact that none of the other students had. 3 of their hands rose into the air nonetheless. The boy with the animal fetish pointed at the boy 3 seats to my right. 46? He asked. The other boy shook his head. The girl next to him said, I have 46. Ms. Baker clasped her hands together, pleased with this outcome. Very good, she said. You were very close. More students joined in, and every one of them was 2 or 3 seats off from their matching number. When no one else volunteered, Ms. Baker began to go around room. My body grew tense once more. Wrong guess after wrong guess grew closer and closer to me with every moment. Nelliana, Ms. Baker said. Do you want to give it a shot? I was so nervous that my stupid mouth spat out the first thing that came to mind. Bethany, I said, and then clenched my teeth together so as not to cringe visibly. Crap. I was an idiot. Why didn't I just point at the girl next to Bethany? Too late now. I cleared my throat. I think Bethany has my number, I said quietly. 32. All the eyes in the room fell on the Bethany, who nodded her head once. I bit down on my tongue this time to stop the cringe. Everyone was quiet for several long seconds. Then, the teacher clapped. Well done, Nelliana. Well done, she said, beaming at me for proving her exercise was working. I smiled back at her, and noticed that the other students were looking at me like I was the new teacher's pet. My smile fell a little, and I mumbled, "Thanks." After that nightmare ended, the next thing Ms. Baker had us do was pair up with our matching number holder. We all broke off into our assigned pairs and waited for further instructions. I was more than relieved to have the attention on someone other than me. "Alright, you can put your walls back in place," Ms. Baker told us. I knew this was an unnecessary instruction, everyone already had their walls back up. "Now, face your partner and take hold of each other's hands." I turned to Bethany, who was understandably a little hesitant to touch me after my stupid display a few moments ago. "Don't worry," I said. "It was just luck. I guessed between you and the people who were seated next to you." She didn't seem fooled, but reached out and took my hands nonetheless. I studied her face while we waited for further instructions. Despite her interesting choice for a hairstyle, she was pretty, with light brown eyes, high cheekbones, and a sweet smile. For whatever reason, my observation of her appearance struck me as important somehow. But now my head was pounding because of the exertion and the lack of food. I decided to think about it later. Ms. Baker cut into my thoughts. "Now I want you each to think of your own number. Any number you wish, and put your walls up as strong as you can manage. Then, while trying to block your partner out, try to pull the number out of his or her head as well." Okay, this wouldn't be so bad, but I should definitely play it safe. In front of me, Bethany raised her eyebrows. "Ready?" she asked. "Sure." I stared into her eyes and took deep breaths. I was going to play this safe, but that didn't mean that I couldn't begin my practicing. Bethany was a searcher, so it would be good to attempt to pull the number she was thinking of out of her head without her feeling it. Then, I could just lie and say I couldn't do it. It was pretty easy, as this is one of the things I've actually worked on developing in the past. Being able to search people without alerting them has always come in handy. So, only a few seconds had gone by before I snuck around her walls, rather than charging through them, and stole the number from her head. She was a clever girl, the number she was thinking of was 3.5. I could feel her poking at my walls as well, and while she wasn't a weak searcher, her strength was nowhere near that of the Queeness. In comparison, the Queen's attack had been like getting hit by a professional football player, whereas Bethany's felt more like a shove from a disgruntled toddler. "Got it yet?" she asked me. I shook my head. "Nope. I can't get past your walls." A look crossed Bethany's face that gave me the impression that she didn't quite believe me. I mended my answer. "Is it 3?" I asked. "Very close," she replied. "I can't get yours either. It's like your walls are made of steel or something." Her face scrunched up, and I didn't have to wonder what she was thinking. Heck, I didn't really ever have to wonder what anyone was thinking, but Bethany was the type of girl whose thoughts seemed to always be written on her face. She was trying to remember if she had ever felt walls that were so unyielding. I decided it would be best to just let her in enough so that she could get my number, and then, of course, escort her back out. "Huh," she said, eyebrows drawing together. 7? She asked. I smiled and nodded. Her next words made my heart leap into my throat. She leaned forward. "You let me in," she whispered, and her tone allowed for no denial. I swallowed hard. Then, I nodded. "I just came to Two Rivers about a month ago. I've lived in the unprotected world of the humans for my entire life. Out there, searchers don't follow the rules we follow here, and so I built up some pretty effective walls," I whispered. "No shit," she mumbled. She leaned in a little more, and I had to swallow again so that I wouldn't pull back. "Do you think you could help me with mine?" she asked. "I mean, if you wanted to practice together, I could use the help. I don't like telling people no. I never have. It makes me uncomfortable, unlike Alexa, who has no trouble denying someone something if she wants to. But there was no way I could agree to something like this if I didn't know for sure that she wasn't suspicious of me or had some sort of hidden agenda. Our hands were still touching, so I decided to go ahead and search her before I answered. It would only take a second. I learned many things about Bethany as I stole through her mind like a masked bandit at midnight. Well, actually, I learned everything about her in the 2 seconds it took me to search her soul. Only a couple things were of importance, however. First, she wasn't so much suspicious of me as she was impressed. Second, she was related to the Queen. Nellie. I sat back in my seat and ran my tongue over my dry lips. "I have a lot of work I have to catch up on in my other classes," I told Bethany. Her face fell a little. I knew from the search that she really was only interested in practicing her abilities, and that the Queen and her weren't very close. Bethany was the Queen's niece, and while she recognized her as such, the Queen didn't pay too much attention to Bethany. This was something that bothered her. She looked up to her aunt and wanted to become a stronger searcher to impress her. I felt horrible about my refusal. Okay, well, maybe after you catch up with your work then? Bethany asked. I smiled. This was a good solution. It made for an indefinite time frame. Sure, I said. That would be cool. Her face lit up and my heart sank. It seemed like there was always something in my life that I had to hide or lie about. Up until a month ago, it had been Alexa that I had to keep secrets from, and yes, lie to. I'd let my mother convince me that it was the right thing to do, because I knew that she only wanted what was best for us. The knowledge of my nature couldn't have been avoided because I require blood to stay alive, but while Alexa can drink it, it is not a necessity for her, so we'd kept her in the dark. Now, I seriously questioned that decision to keep things from her. In fact, I felt that we'd been just plain wrong to do so. And I was beginning to believe that lies of that magnitude always backfired. I was lucky that Alexa was so loyal that she just forgave me for my deceit, but that didn't change the fact that she'd been thrust into a world she was nowhere near prepared for. And she'd left. To be fair, I'd been unprepared for this world as well, but instead of lying to Alexa, now, it seemed like I was lying to everyone all the time, and agreeing to things that I had no intention to do. All because it was so necessary. The only question was when all of this lying would backfire. Ms. Baker came around the room to check on our progress. How is it going, ladies? She asked us. Good, Bethany said. She jerked her head toward me. She's got some incredible walls in place. I cursed in my head, but smiled modestly up at Ms. Baker, who was studying me in a way that made me shift a little in my seat. Not really, I said. By the grace of God, the bell signifying the end of the class sounded, saving me from further torture. I didn't miss the fact that Ms. Baker continued studying me for a bit, but students were already zipping their backpacks and arranging the desks back into their original places. I pretended I didn't notice her assessment, and she returned to the front of the room, telling everyone not to forget to read Chapter 6 for next class. I collected my belongings and scooted out of the room as quickly as I could without shoving people out of the way. Bethany waved goodbye to me in the hallway. Let me know when you have time, she said. I told her I would and headed to my next class. Unfortunately, I spent a good portion of it thinking about Bethany. She had her issues, just like everyone else, but overall, she was a decent person. I wished I could make good on my promise to help her with her searching, but I had enough on my plate as it was. Still, I couldn't get the excited look on her pretty face after I told her I'd help out of my head, which was throbbing like a swollen thumb at the moment. I was freaking starving. In fact, I couldn't help but stare at the pulsing necks of all those around me. I can eat regular food, but it is mostly for the taste rather than the nutrients. Blood is what I needed to survive, but I couldn't trust the blood they served here at Two Rivers. So, it was understandable that while I sat in my last class of the day, I was all but daydreaming about sinking my fangs into the students who sat around me. Every one of them was appealing enough in appearance that taking their blood would be enjoyable. And that's when it hit me. Yesterday I had been trying so hard to remember everything Alexa had done and told me before she left, but oddly, much of it had been out of the reach of recall. Today, although my headache grew worse and worse with every passing hour, information seemed to be coming back to me. I glanced around at the students in the class with me. All of them were in pretty good physical shape and good-looking in different ways. Alexa had mentioned this to me. Everyone I'd met here was relatively young and attractive. I'd told Alexa that it was just her nerves making her paranoid. Right now, that excuse seemed flimsy and, well, stupid. She'd been right about the food. A society of only beautiful people was and unnatural. It amazed me that I couldn't see that before. I considered trying to search my classmates again, but decided against it. I'd had enough for the day. I would research the whereabouts of the undesirable people later, if any of them existed. After that was decided, I just sat through class rubbing my temples and trying my best not to think about anything at all. What seemed like a lifetime later, the last bell of the day rang. My feet were dragging a little, and I wanted nothing more than to go throw myself in bed and sleep the rest of the day away. But, I had some very important plans tonight, and one of them I was going to take care of right now. Daniel usually meets up with me outside of the Searcher School building at the end of the day, so I took a different route and used the exit on the opposite side of the building. I felt bad about this, because I knew that even though I told him that I had to work on an assignment, he would still be waiting out there to walk me to my destination. I haven't known Daniel long enough to feel like I loved him, but I liked him a lot, and purposely avoiding him seemed to me like a very crappy thing to do. But, I had a meeting to attend tonight, and I wasn't going back to my dorm room or the library before that. I was going into the woods, and for whatever reason, I didn't think that was someplace I should let anyone see me go. Especially because of what I planned to do there. Alexa. The address that Olivia had given me to find the man who might be able to tell me how to get to Dangyeon had us heading back in the same direction we'd come. I'd called Olivia earlier to ask her how she and Akira were doing, and she assured me that they were just fine. Since we'd left so late, Caden and I wouldn't reach our destination until after dark. Not that it made any difference, the day was almost as dark as it had been yesterday. Caden and I sat in comfortable silence for most of the time. I knew there were some things we should talk about, like say, the kiss we'd shared, or the man I'd killed, or my breakdown in the bathroom, but none of these were appealing subjects, and if I was being honest, I didn't really want to talk about them at all. Caden didn't bring them up, so neither did I. But, while we were just sitting here, watching the trees and grass and land speed past the windows, there were plenty of other subjects I could use some information on. If I was going to fight and possibly die for the people of this new world I'd found myself in, I may as well know what exactly I was fighting for. I picked a question that had been bothering me for a while to ask first. I looked over at Caden, who was driving again today. How did I get to be a sun warrior? I asked. He took his eyes from the road for a moment and raised an eyebrow at me. What do you mean? I thought about it for a minute. I mean, Nellie is a searcher, our mother, who I guess is actually my aunt, is a Brocken vampire, so I would assume that my biological mother was a Brocken as well, so and how did I get to be a sun warrior? Caden's eyebrows drew together and he stared back out at the road. The look on his face seemed to me to be uncomfortable. He cleared his throat. It's sort of like a double or recessive trait, he began. Both of your parents, no matter what race they were, must have carried the recessive trait, and the odds that you would be a warrior would have been 1 in 4. Caden looked back over at me, and continued when it was obvious that he was losing me. It's very rare for a warrior to be born this way. 2 warrior parents are guaranteed to produce a warrior offspring. 1 warrior parent and a parent of a different race will only produce a warrior child if the other parent carries the trait as well, and even then there is only a 50/50 chance of having a warrior offspring. When all the warriors died out about 100 years ago, and no more were seen or heard of, everyone assumed that the recessive trait necessary to produce a warrior had died out. He smiled over at me, and my cheeks flooded with heat. That is, until you came along, he continued. You're very special, Alexa. I stared down at my hands. I would say I was very unlucky. So, how is Nellie a searcher, then? Caden looked over at me once more, eyebrow cocked. Is Nellie just a searcher? He asked. I folded my arms over my chest. This was not something I wanted to talk about, but really, if I couldn't trust Caden now, I was already more than screwed. I shook my head. No, but how did you know that? My heart skipped a beat. If Caden knew that Nellie was different, who else knew? Caden noticed my distress. Relax, he told me. It was only a guess. The way you watch her, and protect her, it just seemed to me that there was something more going on there. But, to answer your question, if she is a searcher and... What? I asked. He bit down on his lower lip. She's probably not related to you by blood at all. I took a moment to digest that. I decided instantly that it didn't matter. I'd kind of figured that anyway. Nellie was my sister. Blood couldn't change that or make it any less true for me. I'd love her even if she'd turned out to be a demon. I'd love her no matter what. The question was, where the hell did she come from? I moved on, and I could tell that Caden was relieved with the way I'd taken this news. So, what about the other races? I know that Soraya is half Brocken and half Searcher, so does that happen when the 2 races mix? He nodded. Exactly. It's looked down upon in our society, but just like with humans, 2 parents of different races produce a child that is half of each. Most just stick to their kind, though. Caden's face became dark and serious. My insides tingled looking at him. You saw what happens to them when they mix. The king has a Hitler-like mentality, and has managed to spread his mindset across our world. Purebred is what is valued. That's bullshit, I said. Caden smiled at me. People are stupid. What do you know about this revolution I'm supposed to lead? I asked. The smile fell from his face. It's an unreliable myth, was all he said. I narrowed my eyes. What do you know about it? Caden released a heavy breath. The same things you know, he said. A prophecy was written a very long time ago. It said that someday, when it's needed, a savior will be born to liberate her people from the ruthless ruler of their time. He paused and looked over at me. And that she'll succeed, but pay for their freedom with her life. I smirked. That's why you don't want me to do it. You don't want me to die. He looked at me like I was being stupid. Of course I don't want you to die. Something else dawned on me. That's why my teacher made a point to tell me that one life is worth sacrifice when it's done to save countless others, I said. What teacher told you that? He asked, and his tone was not happy. My history teacher. They may not know what awaits them when they outgrow their use, but those people are scared, and they expect me to do something about it. Doesn't mean you have to, he replied. I thought about this. No, I didn't have to do anything about it, but how could I not? How could I walk away from Soraya, and all the others like her, and tell them they were on their own because I didn't have the stones to follow through with my supposed destiny? Maybe our fates are already written for us, and we fall into them either way. Maybe this was the only way I could have redemption from my past transgressions. Maybe, just maybe, by saving my people, I could save my own soul as well. Yes, I do, I told Caden, and my voice was firm. Nellie. I felt like Little Red Riding Hood. I couldn't explain why, but as soon as I stepped into the line of trees behind the Searcher School building, I felt like a mouse in a snake cage. It's not that I'm afraid of the woods, I've always liked being in the wilderness. It was that I was afraid of these woods. It amazed me that both the city and the forest could both be so magnificent, and yet so entirely different. Two Rivers was a place that beauty falls short of describing. Everything there was so perfect, planned and pristine. The woods that encircled it so completely were beautiful also, but not in the way that the city was. Nothing out here in the trees seemed planned, it was simply natural. Out here, Mother Nature was queen, and though it scared me to step into the enormous, looming pines, there was certainly magnificent beauty to behold here. I think perhaps that's because everything out here was exactly as it should be. The ground was uneven, and a good majority of the wood was too dense to pass through. I held branches away from my body and stumbled in several places as I passed through, growing more and more uncomfortable with every footstep away from the city. But I needed to go in deep enough to ensure that no one would see or find me. I looked down at my watch. It was only 4:30, so I had a few hours until nightfall. I walked on for 15 more minutes until I found an area where I could sit down. It was perfect, I had enough space to stretch out and was concealed on three sides by a mixture of large and small plant life. I tossed my backpack to the ground and sat down on top of it, stretching my legs out in front of me. I breathed in deeply, taking in the scent of the pine and earth. The only time I'd come into the trees was when I'd come in search of Two Rivers, but I'd been with both Jackson and Alexa. Sitting here, I was reminded of the deep silence of the place. It had intimidated me the first time I'd passed through, and now I was by myself. I had to keep telling myself that I was doing this for Alexa. She'd trained her whole life to protect me. It was time for me to train myself so that I could protect her. I closed my eyes, trying to free my mind from the chains of the hungry headache that was stabbing my temples. I stretched my arms out to the sides, rolled my shoulders, and rested my hands on the earth. Even through the pain in my head, I could feel the life around me, the energy of the plants and insects and creatures. But I wouldn't really be able to concentrate unless I got some food in me, so first things first. I have only forced my will on someone a handful of times in my life. 3 times, to be exact. The first 2 had been when I was much younger, and like with Victoria, had been on accident. So, I knew I was capable of controlling someone's mind, but it had never seemed like an honorable thing to do, so I never tried to work on it. But, it could be argued that fighting and killing weren't honorable either, and my sister would never hesitate to do either for me. Not knowing her condition or whereabouts was making me sick, and maybe it meant that she needed me to step up to the plate for her this time. I should have helped her with whatever she was trying to discover when she was here at Two Rivers. What sucked about it was not only that should have, but that I could have. If there's one thing I'm great at, it's learning secrets. So, I opened the tight box that I usually lock my mind in, and sucked my breath in harshly when it bounded outward like an unleashed puppy. My head tilted back slightly and I ran my tongue over my lips. It was good to be free. I could feel the minds and souls of the life that dwelled in the forest, and even the concentrated buzz of all the people's souls in the city in the distance to my east. So much energy, and complexity, and beauty, I was overwhelmed to be sensing them all. In my head, behind my closed lids, they seemed to me to be dots of energy that surrounded me in all directions. I felt like a bug drawn to a porch light, and reached a blind hand out to touch one, laughing out loud at my stupidity. A huge smile stayed on lips. I knew the locations of everything with life that was within an estimated 50-yard radius of me, from the plants to the bugs and animals. Each one was distinct, and I knew them all at once. The closest was a small rabbit, which was currently munching away at some greenery in a bush 10 yards to my east. I decided this rabbit was as good as anything else, and concentrated solely on it, zeroing in like a well-fired missile. My awareness of the other life around me faded, becoming fuzzy like a poorly transmitted radio signal, while my feel for the rabbit intensified. I commanded the muscle in my mind to grab hold of the creature, and to my immense delight, it latched on rather easily. Animals were much more simple-minded than humans. Now, to make it come to me. The action seemed as natural to me as breathing, and even though I'd never done this on purpose before, I didn't have to think about how to carry out my task. I wrapped a mental hand around the rabbit's soul, and tugged it to me as if it were attached to a thick rope, hand over hand. When I felt its presence a few feet in front of me, I opened my eyes. There it sat. Tan and brown colored with its big feet and long ears. It watched me, but not in a way that seemed intelligent, in a way that was robotic, controlled. I could sense its discomfort with our proximity, but I wanted it to stay put, and so it did. I reached out and took it into my arms, commanding it to stay still, and trying to calm it by gently running my hands through its fur. Sleep, now, little rabbit, I commanded in my head, and the rabbit's body went slack and relaxed in my arms. I didn't plan to kill it. I would take only a sip or two of its blood, and then repeat the process with the next animal I could call to me. I had never fed from an animal before, but I figured that blood was blood, and I was so hungry at the moment that I didn't care to be picky. Biting through the fur on the rabbit's neck grossed me out a bit. In fact, most of the feeding I'd done in my life had been from a plastic bag or microwaved coffee cup. My mother had been clever with the stuff, always managing to get it to me without alerting Alexa to the situation. But, now, I couldn't go to the school cafeteria and grab one of the styrofoam cups and fill it with my preference of blood type. I had to be resourceful. I sank my fangs through the rabbit's neck as gently as I could manage, but it twitched a little in my arms. One swallow, then another, and even though the blood had an off taste about it, I was so hungry that it was hard to pull myself away and place it back on the ground. But, I knew that its heartbeat was growing weaker, and it wouldn't be able to survive if I stole much more of its blood. After I laid it down, I commanded it to wake up and released my hold on its mind. Slowly, it raised its head and found its feet. When it looked around and saw me, it shot off into the brush and disappeared from sight. I needed more, much more. An idea struck me, and I wasn't sure if it was possible, but it was worth a shot. I flung my mind back out again, blanketing the surrounding forest with that muscle and closing my eyes once more. A small gray fox was not too far away from me, but on the edge of my awareness, I could sense a white-tailed deer. The deer is what I wanted. The bigger the animal, the more blood I could take. But, I was curious to see whether or not I could control them both, at the same time. That was something I had never, ever done before. I was able to grab both of them, but my hold was considerably weaker than it had been with just the rabbit. Come, I thought. And, slowly, both animals began to draw nearer. By the time I opened my eyes, my forehead was dripping with sweat, but both animals stood before me. The white-tailed deer was medium-sized, but majestic. It stood watching me, much the same as the rabbit had, with its big round eyes and perked ears. It wanted to run as well, but only its tail twitched. The gray fox was simply adorable, with a salt and pepper gray-colored coat, a white throat and a bushy tail. It stood only a little over a foot tall, and I wondered at how such a small thing could be such an efficient predator in these enormous woods. Seeing them both standing there, unable to move on their own volition, made me feel special, powerful. Their souls were simple, much less complex than that of a person, but they were glorious nonetheless. I felt like I was holding them both in the palms of my hands, rolling them around between my fingers, and admiring them like rare marbles. I felt guilty as well, of course, but surprisingly, I felt right. I told the fox to sit, and it settled back on its hind legs. A smile spread across my lips. I stood, and tried to calm the deer as I had the rabbit. Then I told it to sleep as well. I drank much more from the deer, and stopped when I felt its energy dwindling. My headache went away and the strength returned to my body. I actually felt full, but since I would need to feed again tomorrow, I decided that next time I would bring a container to store some blood back in my dorm room. I'd have to find a cooler as well. Since I didn't need to take from the fox, I released it and sent it away. Then, I woke the deer and told it the same. I glanced at my watch once more. Only an hour had passed. To be safe, I decided it was time to head back to the city. I'd done good work today, and I had a new idea for tomorrow's practice. In hindsight, I wish I would have just been happy with my progress and stopped there. But, the next day, I would return, and things would get way out of hand. Nelly. It took me an hour to make my way back to the city, and the whole time I had to keep my mind stretched out and concentrated on the buzz of all the souls there to be able to find my way. So, by the time I stumbled out of the line of trees near the rear of the Searcher School building, I was exhausted. It also worried me that I had trouble reining that muscle in my mind back in. It didn't want to be caged again, having tasted such freedom in the woods. But, I couldn't go running around a city full of searchers with my mind doing as it pleased, so after some strained effort on my part, I felt it settle back down, and my awareness of the souls went away. I'd had to stand at the edge of the trees for a full 10 minutes to do it, though. I decided to just head back to my dorm room, rather than visiting Daniel right now. I was tired, and I had to get ready to attend Patterson's and Gavin's meeting. I knew how to get there, because I'd made sure to steal that information from Patterson's head as well, but I wanted to find a spot to hide before either of them showed up. So, really, I would only have about an hour to rest anyway. I would try to stop by Daniel's room after the meeting. I'd feel bad if I blew him off again. To get to my dorm building, I had to pass by the council building. It wasn't a far walk, but I was glad that the rain had kept at bay for most of the afternoon. A few other people were out, heading to one place or another, but I paid them no mind, and they returned the favor, which made me relax a little. I knew that no one had seen me in the forest, or even when I'd exited, but I always get nervous when I do something that I know can get me in trouble. I feel like the guilt is written on my forehead and my hands are bright red. I always think I'll get caught. I didn't know how Alexa could stand it. So, I kept my head down, eyes on the clean concrete of the sidewalk I was strolling. I had a lot to think about. For one, I'd just done some pretty amazing things in the woods. I wasn't exactly proud of myself, because I didn't think my abilities were a good thing. No one should be able to command another soul, and it didn't help that I knew the only reason I could was because I was half of a monster. Still, I would be lying to deny the fact that it was amazing, or even to say that I didn't like it. But, no, I wasn't proud. I was more so impressed. And, physically, I felt better than I had all day. My head seemed to be clearer too, as though a thin film that had made everything just a tad blurry had been removed from my mind. And, with this clearer mind, came a new light that seemed to fall over the city. When I'd first arrived at Two Rivers, I'd been in awe of all its beauty, but now, I felt as though the buildings and flowers and structures were off somehow. I felt like the very place itself was hiding something, and that maybe it didn't like me because it knew that I was someone who couldn't be lied to. A threat. Or maybe I was just overreacting. So, I kept my eyes primarily downcast, until a flannel pattern in the corner of my eye caught my attention. I turned my head to the right, and saw Jackson descending the stone steps of the council building. Our eyes locked on each other, and for some inexplicable reason, I got a flash of an impression that he was not happy to see me. It vanished when Jackson's handsome smile lit up his face. He waved to me. "Hey, Nellie," he said, when he caught up to me on the sidewalk. "Hey, Jackson," I replied. What was he doing in the council building? "Where you heading?" he asked. I shrugged. "Back to my dorm. Didn't get much sleep last night. I thought I'd go take a nap," I told him. Rather than just searching him, I decided I'd ask the obvious question instead. "What were you doing?" Jackson gave a small smile. He pointed to one of the robed statues that lined the walkway to the council building. "You see that statue?" he asked. I nodded. He was the ruler of our people before our current one. I have to write a report about him in my history class, so I stopped by to see what information I could pick up from the plaque down by the statue's feet. I nodded again. "Oh," I replied. I can't say why, but I wanted to search him. Sometimes, like with the Queen, my mind seems to strongly suggest to me that I do something. In her office, before I left, I'd been very tempted to search the Queen. Now, listening to Jackson's explanation, I got the urge once more. Jackson wasn't a searcher, so there was very little risk of him knowing if I did. And, even though it was a crappy thing to do, I decided that I needed to act on my instincts. Until my sister was back, safe and sound, the rules I usually play by were off. Jackson was hiding something. I was sure of it. "Want me to walk you back?" he asked. "I saw that show Victoria put on in the cafeteria earlier. You have to be careful around that girl. She's nuts." I smiled. "Perfect." "Sure," I said, and then I dove in. The first time I'd done a real search of Jackson had been when we were hiding in that cave near my house after the Lamia attack. I'd searched him to prove to myself and my sister that we could trust him. His mind had provided that we could. Now, as I dug through his feelings and thoughts, his story about his history report was confirmed. So why did I feel like he was lying? I pushed in a little deeper, but there was no deceit to be found. Then, I pushed too hard, and beside me, Jackson winced. I didn't say anything. Jackson did. "You could have just asked, he told me, and I couldn't determine what the tone of his voice meant. I looked over at him and raised my eyebrows, pretending I didn't know what he was talking about. "It's okay, Nell," he said. "I know you're kind of on edge right now with everything that's going on, but you need to be careful with that. You don't want people catching on to the things you can do." He glanced around and lowered his voice. "You have a very important secret that we need to keep." My cheeks flooded with heat. "What are you talking about?" I didn't mean to snap. Jackson looked at me like I was being silly. He spoke quietly once more. I know what you are, he said, and when my face must have displayed my horror, he held his hands up. Don't worry, your secret is safe with me. I promised Alexa that I would take care of you, but it will make my job harder if you're searching everyone who comes within 10 feet of you. How did you know? I whispered. He chuckled. How could I not? I heard you tell Alexa that you were only half-searcher when we were driving to Olivia's house after the Lamia attack. I've seen the way she protects you. And, I will say that you're great at it. In fact, I didn't even feel your search just now. I just knew because you always get this look on your face when you do it. You had it on your face just a second ago. I sighed. Okay, so he knew. I'd searched him twice now and both times he'd passed. I knew that he loved my sister, and that he was doing his best to protect me as he'd promised. So, why did I have the nagging feeling that he was hiding something? Maybe my nerves were just too tangled up at the moment. I knew Jackson. I could trust him. And, even if I couldn't, what could I do about it now? He knew what I was, and he hadn't told anyone or turned me in. I was probably just paranoid. I'm sorry, I said. I usually don't make a habit of searching people without their permission. It's just that I'm worried sick about Alexa. I want to know where she went and why she left. Forgive me? Jackson threw his flanneled arm over my shoulder. Course, he replied. I'm worried about her too. He sniffed the air and then bent down and sniffed my shoulder. His head tilted to the side. Have you been in the forest? He asked. My body went tense. I wasn't going to answer, but what difference did it really make now? Jackson already knew my biggest secret. If I couldn't trust him, I was already screwed. I nodded. Jackson's face grew serious. Look, I know you're on a mission. I get it. I would probably be doing the same things if I were you. But, those woods are dangerous. You shouldn't go into them alone. What's out there? I asked. Well, aside from the native predators, the wolf students sometimes take their runs out there. What do you think would happen if you ran into Victoria? Or anyone for that matter? It's not worth the risk, Nellie. I nodded, and Jackson rubbed his knuckles gently into the top of my head. That a girl, he said. I laughed and knocked his hand away, but there was no way that I could heed his warning. It had never mattered to Alexa that something she was doing was a risk if it meant keeping me safe. I agreed with him that searching in the woods was dangerous, but that didn't mean I wasn't going to do it. I was on a mission, indeed. I just didn't know that I was going to be sealing my fate in the process. Alexa. We stopped for food when we reached West Virginia. The town we were heading to was hardly a dot on the map of Pennsylvania, but we'd been driving all day, and we'd reach it in the next hour or so. Caden suggested we stop before we get there and work out some sort of plan while we filled our bellies. I agreed. I was so sick of being in the car anyway. He asked me what I would like to eat, and when I just shrugged, he chose a place for us. It was a small Italian restaurant that had both a nice restaurant area and side separated by a wall where you could order takeout. I wondered if he knew that Italian was my favorite or if he'd just chosen it because it was close by. When I asked, he smiled and told me it was his favorite as well. Figures. We went around to the restaurant side and were seated immediately by the host. The lighting on this side was low and pleasant, and soft, wordless music played in the background. The tables had white linens draped over them with small, clear vases holding purple flowers at the center. I instantly felt a little underdressed, and it didn't make me feel any better that Caden was in just jeans and a t-shirt. When you look like him, I figure you can pretty much wear whatever you want. A waitress came by to get our drink orders. She was a pretty girl, with curly blonde hair and a radiant smile. Her uniform was all black, and she looked to be maybe 3 or 4 years older than me, closer to Caden's age, though I'd never asked him exactly how old he was. Her eyes sort of skipped over me, and locked on Caden as she gave her opening spiel. She placed a red manicured hand on her curvy hip. She wasn't overweight in any sense of the word, but she was bigger than me. Well, most people were bigger than me, so I didn't understand why I felt a bit self-conscious with her standing there. It was probably the way she was looking at Caden. I removed my eyes from the blonde to look at Caden, who was paying her no mind. It didn't seem to be on purpose, his look was just naturally disinterested. I got the feeling it wasn't because he didn't find the waitress attractive, just that he was generally intolerant of people. He knew how to be civilized, but whenever possible, he kept to himself. Like me. My sister had a term for it, schizoid. So, I supposed I shouldn't be jealous with this waitress practically drooling down his shirt. But, I was. And, my unwelcome friend just happened to wake up and thought it was funny. We could kick her ass. I didn't respond. It was a stupid, tempting idea, though. Relax. Kidding. But, seriously, we could. Shut up, I mumbled. Beside me, the waitress drew in her breath in a way that was hardly audible. I hadn't been paying attention. She'd probably just asked for my drink order. Her hand remained on her hip. Excuse me? She said, and I could tell she was trying to remain professional, but a girl knows when another girl is challenging her. At least I always imagine I do. I looked up from my hands and found the waitress' eyes. Whatever she saw there made her cringe visibly, and I knew what she had to be thinking. She thought her sure and sudden fear of me was irrational, but it was present nonetheless. From afar, I seemed to be just a young girl, but up close, when people look into my eyes, they seem to sense what I really am. Like deer, some humans just know when they've encountered a predator. The waitress' jaw snapped shut. Water, please, was all I said. In my head, my monster chuckled. The waitress scuttled off, and I couldn't help but notice that she did so with a little more pep in her step, and without grabbing one more look at Caden. I sat back in my seat, and yes, I felt a little smug. Caden looked up at me. Spaghetti and meatballs? He asked. I gave a half smile. Yep. Caden set the menus aside and then just sat staring at me. I returned my eyes to my hands and cleared my throat. I wanted to tell him to take a picture already, but somehow I wasn't in the mood to be sarcastic. Instead, I said the second thing that came to mind. How old are you? I asked. Caden's eyebrows rose, then he looked down at the table. 25, he replied. Huh, I'd been right on target. When's your birthday? August. 8 years older than me, then. Oh, was my stupid response. He looked up at me then, and I couldn't keep from bouncing my heels off the floor. It amazed me that after the incident in the hotel room, he could still make me so nervous. Looking straight at his face was so difficult it was almost painful, and I couldn't help but draw my breath in silently and hold it there when his golden eyes looked at me like they were right now. He glanced around, even though we were alone on this side of the restaurant, and spoke quietly, soft Scottish accent becoming a little bit more prominent with the whisper. Warrior, he began, I want you to know that I will follow you in your missions, and I will stand beside you in your battles in the days to come. I know in my soul that what you fight for is righteous, and though you can be stubborn and hard-headed, he gave a small smirk, I have every faith that you will choose the right path. I cleared my throat. This was a serious speech, and his serious face proved it. Okay, I said. Thanks. But, he continued. I need to know that you will let me help you when you need it. You can't keep me out. If you truly intend to take down the king, you have much worse days ahead of you than yesterday. I cringed. His voice grew lower still, and his face even more serious. People will have to die, Alexa. And, some of them will be by your hand. I need to know that you will let me help you deal with that. You'll have to share the fire. The heat will be too much for just you. You don't need him. You've got me. You're the goddamn reason I do need him. I sighed. Okay, I said. My monster added, but don't betray me again. Caden reached across the table and took my hands into his big, warm ones. Wouldn't dream of it, warrior. And, I'm sorry for hurting you. Didn't hurt me. Just shut up, already. You're crazy. Yeah, I know. I squeezed Caden's hands. I would trust him, because I didn't have a choice. And, with that decision made, I said the first stupid thing on my mind. I think I'm going crazy, I whispered. The waitress returned before Caden could respond, and I was happy when he just said, 2 of the spaghetti and meatballs, before she could even get a word out. She sauntered away, and when she was gone, Caden shook his head in front of me, still clutching my hands. No. You're not crazy, he told me firmly. I didn't want to admit this next part, but it fell out of my mouth anyhow. I've been talking to myself. In my head, I paused. Actually, out loud too, I mumbled. Caden shook his head once more. You've been fighting against your nature, he said. Well, the gates were open. I don't want to be like this, I said, and the truth in my words echoed in my ears. I'd never said it out loud before, but I think I've always felt that way. Even as a child, when I'd be tempted to do things that I knew were wrong, I didn't want to do them. I continued. I couldn't help myself. I don't want to be a warrior. I don't want to look at others and send them running with their tails between their legs. I don't want to hold the fates of so many people in my hands. I don't want to be hearing voices and fighting for self-control all the time. I just want to be normal. In front of me, Caden smiled. He reached his hand up and brushed my hair back with the tips of his fingers. "This is life, Alexa," he told me. I laughed. The smile stayed on my lips. For whatever reason, those 3 plainly spoken words got through to me. They made sense. They made me feel better. "No shit," I said, and we both laughed. The meals arrived shortly after that, and apparently, neither Caden nor I were much for talking while we ate. Around bites, I managed to tell Caden what little information Olivia had given me about the man we were seeking out. His name was Charles Smiggett, and apparently he wasn't the most welcoming of fellows. But, according to Olivia, he knew where Dangyeon was, and that was all I cared about. I just hoped that I wouldn't have to break down his door and tie him to a chair to get him to tell me. But, I would if I had to. We finished up our meals, and despite my protests, Caden paid the bill. I shot a wide smile at the blonde waitress as Caden held the door for me and followed me out to the car. Today wasn't so bad after all. It was still cloudy outside, but the rain had slowed down. I was sick of being on the road, but I had Caden to keep me company. And, oh yeah, I hadn't killed anyone. Not bad at all. Nelly. The first thing I did when I made it back to my dorm room was take a shower. I had been sweating up a storm today with all the searching I'd done, and apparently, I smelled like the forest. When I went into the bathroom, I looked in the mirror. My hair was disheveled and my hands and face a bit dirty, but I looked better than I had for the past 2 days. Or maybe it was more than that. My face was the same, but it seemed to have a glow to it that I'd never seen before. I realized then how much my practice in the woods had exhilarated me. If it weren't for the nagging feeling of being on the edge of discovering what were more than likely awful secrets, and the ever-present hole in my chest as a result of my absent sister, I would have called my overall look happy. But, happy was one thing I was not. I pulled a black pair of sweatpants and a black sweater out of the small dresser by my bed, and laughed at myself. All I needed was a black ski mask and I would be ready to rob a bank. My nerves were a mess. I had no idea what this meeting was about or what I was going to learn there, but I had a strong feeling that it wasn't going to be a chili recipe. I was going to head to the spot where Gavin and Patterson would meet about an hour before the scheduled time. That should give me plenty of time to search the surrounding area, make sure no one saw me, and find a place where I could lay low and wait. Alexa wouldn't like me doing this, but I thought she might be proud of my determination. Before I left my room, I pulled my hair back into a ponytail, shut off the light, and headed out. It wasn't cold outside at all, and the rain had continued to hold off, but I was shivering and trembling the whole way. I couldn't seem to make my body relax. Since my sister left, I'd been doing all sorts of things that I wouldn't normally do. I almost felt like I was a different person. As I made my way across the center square of the dorm buildings, my strides long and quick, I couldn't help but think of how Alexa must have felt her entire life. She'd done plenty of things when we were growing up that she wouldn't have done normally, and looking back, I knew that the majority of them she'd done to protect me. She was always so strong and sure in her actions, but they'd also always caused her turmoil, even though she never once admitted it. So, now, when it was my turn to return the favor, I was quite literally shivering in my boots. But, like Alexa, I was pretty sure in my actions, so I wondered if it wasn't that I was doing things that made me feel like a different person, but rather that this was a rare time when I would have to do things that showed my true colors. Of course, because the fates had decided recently that they were going to keep on pulling the rug out from underneath me, I only made it halfway across the square before someone called out to me. And, of course, it was not someone I wanted to deal with at the moment. Nelly. Hey, Nelly, said a sweet voice behind me. I turned around and slapped a false smile on my face. At least it was something I was good at. Oh, hey Bethany, I said, pausing so that she could catch up at me. I snuck a glance at my watch. I didn't have time for this. Bethany jogged up and walked alongside me. Where you headed? She asked. I almost said the library, but then I thought that she would probably want to go with me, so instead, I said, to see my boyfriend. We're going to have a late dinner, since I've been so busy with my school work lately. Where were you going? Bethany tucked her two-toned hair behind her ear. I was just heading back to my dorm, she told me. So, hey, I was thinking, since you have a tight schedule right now, maybe we could sit together at lunch and practice our searching a little while we ate. I took a moment to think about that. It's not that I didn't like Bethany, she was a sweet girl, and after my last encounter with her aunt, I could understand why she would be so eager to impress her. But, I just didn't feel like making any commitments right now. Still, I would have to go to the cafeteria tomorrow so that no one would start becoming too suspicious, so what harm would it really do? Sure, I said, cranking the fake smile on my face up a notch, that's a great idea. Bethany clapped her hands together. Awesome, she said. I'll see you at lunch, then. Have fun on your date. I watched her a moment as she skipped off to the Searcher dorm building, then I continued on my way. The place that I'd seen in Patterson's mind was not far from the library, so it wouldn't take me too long to get there, but I just wasted 10 minutes talking to Bethany, so I wanted to hurry. I picked up my pace, glancing around me every once in a while in anxious habit. There weren't too many people out at this time of day. Night was approaching, and even though we are vampires, my kind usually prefers to be out in the day. Two Rivers ran on pretty much the same schedule as humans, working or whatever during the daylight hours, sleeping at night. Not because we weren't night creatures, but because we knew firsthand what kind of monsters stalked the night. Eventually, I passed the library, and then I had to think a little to point out the location that I'd seen in Patterson's head. It was just a small place, though pretty and well-kept, like everything in Two Rivers. Upon closer examination, I found that it was a small store. The front of it was adorned with large stones, but the majority of the exterior was a dark wood. Twin bushes sat out front, and a wooden sign hung from the awning that proclaimed simply, "Wagers." I moved from the sidewalk and stood behind a tree, thinking of how strange a name that was for a store. This also made things more difficult. I'd only taken what was absolutely necessary from Patterson's mind, so I'd know what path he took to get here, and what the place looked like, but I hadn't anticipated it being a store. I just hoped that it closed early, because getting in and hiding would be doubly hard if someone was inside. Though I suppose it wouldn't have been any easier if it had been someone's house. I leaned my head back against the tree and shut my eyes. Either the moist air was clinging to me like a baby monkey, or I was sweating bullets down my back. I checked my watch once more. It read 7:20. I had 40 minutes before the invited parties of this meeting would show up. I took a deep breath, and released my mind for the second time this day. I didn't let it out as far as I had in the forest, but I concentrated enough to know that there wasn't anyone in my immediate vicinity. I peeked around the tree and opened my eyes, staring at the small store 50 feet away from me. I swallowed hard and pulled the muscle of mind in from the circle it had extended around me, concentrating it solely on the store. My breath fell out in a sigh when it confirmed that there was indeed an occupant. A Brocken woman, actually. Darn it. What was I supposed to do now? I felt like my heart was ticking away the seconds in the same manner as the watch on my wrist. I felt in over my head. I knew what I had to do. The question was, would I be able to? Controlling animals, without even touching them, was one thing. Controlling a person's mind was a whole different animal, no pun intended. I was lucky on the count that this person wasn't a searcher, but it would make the task easier only marginally. And, if I messed this up, and she felt or sensed my invasion and actually, better not to think about that right now. I told myself twice that I was doing this for Alexa, and repeated her words in my head twice as well, "Be strong," then, I dove in. It wasn't easy. In fact, it was freaking hard. I needed to do two things: get the layout of the shop, and make the woman either come outside, or move to a part of the store where she wouldn't see me sneak in. Then, I had to hold her there until I could hide. My forehead and palms were sweating already. The first part wasn't the hard part, and once I concentrated and got a feel of her soul, I found a weak spot in the sturdy walls around her mind and squeezed through. I was pleased to learn that the shop had a rear entrance, and I began slowly making my way around to the backside of the place. I tripped a few times because my brain was so concentrated on the woman in the store, but that's not why my heart was aching. I'm sure that there are people who would literally kill to be able to do the things I can do, but they couldn't possibly understand what sort of deal they'd be making. Sure, being able to see the thoughts and memories just as that person does, or know their true intentions and inclinations can be useful, but the ability takes a toll. Sometimes, I feel as though I'm not built for it. I have trouble dealing with my own inner dwellings. Experiencing, understanding and knowing the struggles and battles of others is that much harder. Alexa doesn't understand why I try to be nice to most everyone I meet, unless and until they give me a good reason to dislike them. When people meet someone who is unkind, sometimes they say, "Well, you never know what they're going through," but I do know. Over the years, I've known the loss of loved ones that were never mine, I've cried over harsh words that were never spoken to me, I've touched the anguish of spoiled love. Truly, and deeply, I've felt the damage of many souls in this world. And, as I said, sometimes I'm not sure if I'm built for it. I'm not sure if any single soul is. So, the unexpected dread and pain radiating from the woman's soul in the store instantly shook me. I almost withdrew from her mind as a result of it, and had to force my feet to keep moving so as not to freeze in my tracks. My stomach tightened and my throat followed suit. These emotions weren't aged with memory, they were fresh and raw, and because I couldn't help myself, I sought out the source of the issue. The first thing I got was a name, and with it, I did actually pause in my sneak around to the rear of the store. Mark. The warrior who'd lost to Caden in the arena. This woman was his sister, and she was worried about him beyond expression. None of these things caught me too off guard. Mark was bound to a family, and if Alexa had been hurt as bad as he had in the arena a few days ago, I would be riddled with dark emotions as well. The thing that surprised me was that her dread wasn't because he'd lost in the arena, it was because she was afraid of what was going to happen to him now. I did my best to separate myself from the fear of Mark's sister, whose name I couldn't help but gather from her mind as well, Martha, or as those who knew her referred, Marty. Though I could empathize with her, it was actually lucky for me that her nerves were all in a tangle and her mind was a mess. It made it easier to take my mental hand and wrap my fingers around the heart of it. But it hurt me in the same way she was currently hurting to have to be so near to it. If you command a person's soul, you undoubtedly feel the heat of it. I didn't want to speak a command in my mind, as I had with the animals in the woods and with Victoria. This was a more delicate matter. I couldn't let her know that some outside force was grasping her. I needed to pass like silk over a glass table, make her think that the thoughts and actions I intended to place upon her originated from her own ambitions. So, I halted when I circled around and approached the back entrance of the small shop. There were no shrubs on this side, and no porch either, just a wooden door with polished hinges. I leaned my back against the wooden exterior of the house, the door just inches to my right. My hold on Marty grew ever steadier as I decreased the distance between us. I closed my eyes, and even though they remained shut, I slowly began to open my vision into Marty's being. Physically, I was standing outside in the almost dark. Mentally, I was fixing myself a cup of tea and fretting over a brother that didn't belong to me. I knew where I wanted to go once I got inside, but the place wasn't set up like an average shop. In fact, with deeper recess into Marty's mind, I learned that it wasn't really a shop at all, and the name carved into the wooden hanging sign out front suddenly made sense to me. This was where people came when they wanted to place bets on the fighters in the arena. Marty had taken the job as bookkeeper as an alternative to battling in the arena herself. Apparently, most of the female Brockens took jobs like this. I supposed my sister was a rarity in more ways than one. But, Wagers wasn't just the betting booth that Martha managed, the rear of the structure was also her home. The front room, where one would enter should they want to place a bet, was sectioned off from the rest of the place. A counter and signs declaring rules and such hanging above it were about the only things in the front of the place, but behind the counter was a steel door, which led to a short hallway that led to another steel door. Beyond the door was Marty's living area, which was nearly as sparse as the business side of the building. She had a combination kitchen/dining room, one full bathroom, a small living room, and an even smaller bedroom. She also had another steel door behind the wooden door that I was currently standing next to. I should unlock the door, I thought, that way Gavin and the others won't have to wait outside when they get here. And, in my head, I watched as Marty locked the two steel doors that led to the shop, and passed through her small living area to first unlock the steel door, and then unlock the wooden one beyond it. A thought entered her head then, and I had to slap it away and insert my own. She'd wanted to peek outside the wooden door, even though she had no idea why. I'm just tired, I thought, maybe I could use a cookie or two with my tea. Marty moved into the kitchen. I took one final shuddering breath, and went in. Turning the knob slowly, I pushed the first door open, keeping my hold on Marty's mind the entire time. Just stay in the kitchen, just stay in the kitchen. I pushed the second door open, the steel door, and cursed in my head when the hinges creaked ever so softly. From the kitchen, and in my head, I could feel Marty's brow crease, and her feet begin to move in my direction. In my panic, I reached out and stole the memory of the squeaking hinge from her mind like a sweet smiling pickpocket. Marty stopped in her tracks, unable to remember why just a moment ago she wanted to go check on something in the living room. Just stay in the kitchen. Have a cookie. Sweat swam down my back. Marty shrugged, thinking that whatever she'd been thinking of would come back to her in a minute. I tucked the memory into a holy pocket in my mind. It wouldn't be coming back to her. She turned to a small cabinet near the sink and pulled out a box of Oreos, which were her weakness in human food. She wasn't sure if she really wanted to have one. They held no nutritional value for her, but for some reason, she always enjoyed the taste. She pulled one from the box and leaned against the counter. I wiped a hand across the back of my neck and wrinkled my nose when it came back wet. Then, I slipped between the crack I'd opened in the steel door. I went immediately to the small coat closet that rested to the side in the small living room, not stopping to study any of the decor or design of the room. I bit my lip when I placed my moist hand on the knob of the closet door. Praying to whomever that these hinges were without voice, I twisted my wrist and pulled gently. The closet door swung out with no protest. I turned my body to the side, and slipped inside. I held the knob twisted until I pulled the door shut again, and then slowly released it so that the latch could slide silently into place. In the kitchen, I released Marty before she could eat her fifth Oreo. I sat down in the small closet, noting that it was just as bare as the rest of the house. Only one coat hung from the rack over my head and a small umbrella lay tucked against one of the walls. It was pitch dark inside, with only the seam of light coming in from the bottom of the door. I tucked my knees against my chest because there was absolutely no way to spread out in this space, and scooted back on my butt until my back met the back wall. I concentrated only on breathing quietly and waiting. The meeting would start in about 20 minutes. On the other side of the door, Marty had just exited the kitchen and was making her way over to the leather recliner that sat next to the leather sofa in the living room. She clutched her teacup between cold hands, wondering if she had ever felt warm in this place. She couldn't understand why she was so worried about her brother. She'd just checked on him in the hospital this morning, and he'd seemed to be getting better. Sure, he'd surrendered in the arena, and even though she loved him, she was admittedly a little ashamed by this fact. But, whether it was frowned upon here at Two Rivers or not, surrendering was an option that the Warriors always had. So, why did she feel so sure, in her gut, that Mark was in danger? She couldn't shake the feeling that she was close to losing him somehow. The question she wanted answered wasn't so much why did she feel that way, the question was what was she going to lose him to? I pulled out of her head then. My worries over my own sibling were too strong to take on someone else's as well. I would have to keep my guard up, in case Marty decided she needed to get into the coat closet or something, but I relaxed a little because I kind of needed a break. I hadn't been lying when I told Jackson that I was tired. For me, mental exertion has always been more taxing than physical exertion. I leaned my head back against the wall and closed my eyes once more. The darkness behind my closed lids was somehow more appealing than that in front of my open eyes anyway. When a knock sounded on the door, about 15 minutes later, my head snapped up and my eyes popped open. I cursed myself in my head. I hadn't intended to, but I'd almost fallen asleep here in Marty's closet. I could only imagine what her thoughts would have been if she were to open this door later, and find me curled up and passed out in her coat closet. I was wide awake now. My mind was wide awake too. Marty made her way over to the door. "Who's there?" she asked. "Me," said a gruff voice. I knew it to belong to Gavin. My mind reached out and found that he wasn't alone, though. Two others were with him. Patterson, of course, was one. And, to my utter surprise, Ms. Baker, my teacher, was the other. Marty called out, "It's open," and the three made their way inside. I pulled away from their minds, trying to focus myself on the conversation. "How are you doing?" Gavin asked, sounding genuinely concerned about Marty. Marty sighed. "Worried sick. Can I get you guys anything to drink before we start?" All three guests declined. Marty told them they could have a seat then, and I assumed that they all did. Gavin spoke softly. "What exactly are you worried about?" "I'm not even sure," Marty began. "I just am. I thought you were going to help me figure that out." "I will," Gavin replied. "But, Marty, I need to know that what we say here won't leave this room. If you care about yourself and your brother, you'll need to take what I say as truth." Gavin paused. "Then, you will need to choose a side." There were a few moments of silence before Marty answered. "I swear, what we say here will never leave this room." "I trust you, Gavin. You've always been a good friend to me and my brother. Please, tell me what you know." Ms. Baker spoke next. "You know of the prophecy, yes?" I could imagine that Marty's eyebrows were creasing along with mine, but after a moment's thought, I remembered Alexa telling me about a prophecy that she'd read from some journal the librarian had given her. Something about how she was supposed to save the world. I'd blown her off a little at the time, telling her that it was silly to believe in something like that. I'd been a very stupid girl these past few weeks. "I do," Marty said. "What does that have to do with my brother?" Her voice shook a little on that last word. Gavin spoke again, and though his voice was as gruff as always, it took on a note of pain that I had never heard from him before. "Let me try to explain," he began, and I could swear I heard him clear his throat. "I know what you're feeling right now. You're worried sick about Mark and you have absolutely no reason why. You feel like somehow he's slipping away from you, like maybe tomorrow you'll wake up and not even be able to remember who he is. You can't shake the feeling that he cleared his throat once more. That you're going to lose him somehow. That right?" Marty's voice wavered again. "Yes. How do you know that?" Gavin's voice was hardly a whisper. I leaned forward and turned my head to place my ear against the closet door. "Because, I think I had a son once," he said. The room fell silent. Ms. Baker spoke softly. "We know he had a son." What are you talking about?" Marty asked. "Everyone in this room has known Gavin for a very long time," said Patterson. "Do you remember him having a son?" he asked. "No," said Marty. And I'm pretty sure I would remember something like that. He was Gavin started, and couldn't seem to finish the sentence. Just a baby when they took him, Ms. Baker supplied. It was awful. When Gavin came to me, I couldn't even recall the boy at all. And, when we talked about it, Gavin could hardly remember either. If not for the blue yarn, I probably wouldn't have believed him. I'm sorry, said Marty. You're losing me. Gavin found his voice. It doesn't matter. I don't remember him at all anymore, but I remember what I felt like when I realized he was gone. I remember the way my heart constricted. I remember the misery of it all. I had a wife, you remember her? Justina? Marty seemed to take a moment to think about this. Oh, yes, she said. I remember. She passed away after that horrible car accident, and right? Wrong, said Gavin. That's what they made everyone believe. Hell, sometimes I don't even know what the truth is anymore. But, in my heart, I believe that she died giving birth to my son. Do you remember what my wife was? Marty answered. I think I remember her being a searcher. This is awful, and I don't agree with it, but I think I remember that because people were talking about how the two of you had married outside of your races, and I'm sorry, but I'm still kind of lost here. That's right, Gavin replied. We married outside of our races. We had a son who was of mixed blood. She died giving birth to him. They took him away from me. His voice cracked, and he stopped abruptly. Ms. Baker jumped in. Gavin came to me the day after she died, the day after his son was born. He had almost no memory of the child, and the things him and his wife had purchased in anticipation of his arrival just disappeared from his possession. He was Andarique. All he knew was that he was upset because of the car accident, the reason he believed he'd lost his wife the day before. But, there was something more, and I know it hurts, but you can really explain it better than I can. Gavin spoke again. I had gone for a walk in the woods. I couldn't stand to be around anyone. I went to the spot where I used to take Justina, not deep into the forest, just a spot that we used to share together. There was this tree there. It was just one of the old pines, but it was a place that we would meet and hang out. Our tree. I'd carved our initials into it after our first date. I remembered that well enough. But, when I went back there, after the car accident, I found 3 sets of initials. The third I'd carved a week prior in for my unborn son, who I couldn't remember really at all. When Gavin seemed to pause indefinitely, Ms. Baker took over once more. He came to me and told me he thought he was losing his mind. I made him explain his thoughts to me, and if I'm being honest, I thought he was losing his mind too. Gavin and I have been friends since childhood, and I told him that I would definitely remember if he'd had a son. Then, I remembered the blue yarn. That morning, I'd gone into my sitting room, and there had been a ball of baby blue yarn on the end table. I'd picked it up and returned it to its rightful place, but I'd noticed that there was only a little bit of it left. I'd brushed it off as strange at the time. I couldn't remember taking it out and making anything with it. But, it was there. And, when I thought about it for a while, I seemed to have a faint impression in my mind that I'd been making a hat. A baby's hat. Everyone fell silent for a long moment. Finally, Marty said, "What happened to him?" "We don't know," Patterson provided. I didn't believe Gavin when he came to me after that either. But, I trusted him enough to know that he wouldn't just make something like that up. A few of us started paying attention. People disappear around here a lot. Marty gasped. Are they going to take Mark? Once again, a thick silence fell over the room. Once again, Gavin cleared his throat. Maybe. Well, we have to do something about it. Marty exclaimed. I'll be damned if I'll sit back and let them steal my only brother away from me. I'll be goddamned. The side of my face was pressed firmly against the wooden closet door now, absorbed in every word of this strange conversation. Ms. Baker spoke next. Calm down, Marty - comma. The hell I will. Marty said, cutting Ms. Baker short. What are you guys even talking about? Do you hear yourselves? People disappearing in the night, people forgetting that loved ones even existed, what the hell is this? What kind of conspiracy are you cooking up here? Gavin said, now, calm down, and his tone allowed for no argument. We know you are scared. Everyone is scared. We don't even know exactly what we are up against, but we know that something has to be done. And, the Sun Warrior has finally joined us. The Sun Warrior? Marty asked. Oh, the prophecy. You think that some 17-year-old girl is going to save us if what you are telling me is true? Gavin's tone was full of confidence. You don't know her. I do. She may be 17, but she's brave and loyal and strong and smart. She'll do what is right. Patterson added, he's right, Marty. I have every confidence in Alexa. But, we can't go sending her into the fire alone. You've seen King William's warriors. We will need everyone we can get to join us in the rebellion. What makes you think there has to be a rebellion? Marty asked. Why can't we just go and voice our concerns to Queen Camilla? She's a good woman, she'll listen. I'm afraid her hands are as tied as ours, replied Gavin. I haven't spoken with her about it, because I'm pretty sure King William has eyes everywhere. He is king after all. In fact, I have some suspicions about Thomas, the Queen's third councilman. I can't prove it, but I have reason to believe that he was the one who tried to blow up the warrior and the Queen a few weeks ago. But, these things are beside the point for now. Just listen, we won't demand that you join us, and you've already given your word that this conversation will never leave this room, but as we said, we can use all the help we can get. Thomas. Did he mean Tommy's father? Looks like I need to add someone to my search list. When this got no response from Marty, Gavin continued. You can feel it, Marty. You're just as scared as everyone else is around here. And, none of you have had the misfortune of seeing Dangian. King William is as bad a dictator as anyone I've ever known. Do you really just want to sit around and wait until the day comes when he no longer sees you as useful, and be stolen in the night and taken God knows where? There is unrest here. A war is coming. I know it in my bones, and so does everyone else. We just want to know if you will join us when the time comes. Marty took a while longer to answer. Yes, she said finally. I'll fight with you but, Gavin, doesn't the prophecy say and? Ms. Baker spoke up. Yes. We know, Marty. We don't intend to force the warrior to fight for us. We can only hope that she will reach that conclusion on her own. And, we will explain to her what the consequences may be if she does. Marty blew out a heavy breath. All right, she said. I know you are right about King William. I think he's a bastard of the worst sort, and has been mistreating our people from the beginning. I also agree that we are all afraid, and that something must be done, if only for the future of our species. But, the part one don't get is why you all seem so sure that a 17-year-old girl will be willing to sacrifice herself for a world she never even knew existed. My head was spinning already with all the new information I just learned, but when Marty said, sacrifice herself, I couldn't help a small gasp. My hand flew up to cover my mouth, and in the process, I bumped against the umbrella leaning against the wall, and it fell to the floor with a hard thud. The room beyond the closet door grew silent once again, and the approaching footsteps pounded like war drums in my ears. Alexa. Caden put the car in park and shut off the engine. I guess this is it, he said, gesturing through the rain-covered windshield. I stared through the blurry glass at the establishment in front of us, and double-checked the address. Guess so. I thought it would be a house. Caden pointed to the top floor of the two-story building. I think there's probably an apartment up there, he offered. A bar, really? I asked. Yeah, pretty sure. So, I won't even be able to go in, I said. Caden looked over at me and gave a smirk. I don't think the patrons are going to protest your presence. My cheeks flooded with heat. Besides, he added, when have you ever let rules or laws dictate you? I nodded, not sure whether or not I should be offended. True, I replied, because it was. Turning back to the windshield, I studied the place for a moment. I wouldn't admit it, and no, it wouldn't have stopped me, but if Caden weren't with me, I would be even less anxious to enter this building. We were in a small, dingy town near the coast of West Virginia. The parking lot we were currently occupying was cracked and weed-riddled. The building itself was cracked and weathered as well, with only a small neon sign hanging out front that proclaimed, pub, and a couple more in the blackened window that advertised beer. I could hear a jukebox playing from within, belting out some song that I didn't recognize. There weren't many cars parked around us, but the ones that were made Tommy's Mercedes stand out like a piece of fine caviar in the middle of a bowl of mouse droppings. The bar itself looked like the type that a girl who looks and is built like me would only go into if she had a death wish. I supposed it was a good thing my appearance was misleading. And, Caden was with me. Are you kidding me? You're scared to go in there without him? For shit's sake. Do you ever shut up? Ask yourself that. I threw the car door open with a little too much vigor. Let's go, I said. Caden exited the car as well, and we both half jogged up to the entrance of the bar. It wasn't pouring rain, but it was enough to make me shiver a little and want to get out of it. I didn't pause with my hand on the door. My monster's stupid comments had insulted my pride, so I shoved the heavy door open and held it so that it wouldn't swing back and hit Caden in the face. The door clicked shut behind him, and even though the jukebox was still spitting out its loud notes, the bar seemed to go silent. There weren't too many patrons, but the few that were present were all men in their 40s with grizzly beards and greasy heads. They all turned to stare at us, and one of them opened his mouth in a creepy smile that revealed several missing teeth. Caden's arm swung over my shoulder, and he must have given the man a death look, because he quickly resumed his empty stare into his beer mug. There were a few cracked booths along the walls, a few round wooden tables with chairs in the middle, and the bar with its high stools and shelves of dusty liquor bottles housed behind it on the right. A 40-something bartender stood on the other side of the counter, wearing clothes that probably belonged to her 16-year-old daughter. Caden and I approached the bar and pulled out stools to sit on. The bartender turned her heavily made-up face toward me and studied me for a moment, darting her gaze to Caden, and obviously liking what she saw there. After what was supposed to be a sexy smile at Caden, she pulled her eyes away and settled them back on me. Her voice sounded like she'd been chain-smoking cigarettes for the past 40 years, and her tone wasn't any nicer. "I'll need to see your ID," she told me. Her gaze moved back to Caden. "And, you can have whatever you want." The way she said this made it obvious what she meant, and I had to suppress a laugh when I saw Caden raise an eyebrow and try unsuccessfully to hide his disgust. "We need to speak to the owner," he told her, as though he hadn't heard a word she'd said. She jerked her ratty head toward me. "I need to see the girl's ID," she repeated. Caden's eyes narrowed. I could tell he had no patience for this. "Please," he said. "Go get your boss. We'd like to speak to him." The bartender reached under the bar, and I didn't have a doubt in my mind what she was reaching for. As usual, I acted on my instincts. Reaching over the bar, fast as I always am, I grabbed her wrist in a tight grip with my right hand. She tried to jerk free, and when she couldn't, she swung her free hand toward my head. I caught that wrist in midair and twisted her arm to an almost painful point. I realized then that everyone had gone silent again. "Don't do that," I said in a low voice, my eyes darting down to the concealed gun that she'd been reaching for. When I looked back at her face, she wasn't meeting my eyes. Her own eyes had gone wide in wonder, and I followed her gaze down to my right wrist, which was slightly exposed. My jacket sleeve had pulled up when I grabbed her arms. The silver of my tattoo poked out from underneath it. "Who are you?" she asked, and by the way she said this, I knew this woman was no stranger to the world that I'd so recently fallen into. I released my hold on her, trying to warn her with my eyes that she'd better not try for the gun again. I spoke in a whisper. "Don't you mean what am I?" "Chester," the bartender called out, making me jump a little. A red-headed, pimple-faced young man wearing torn jeans and a Metallica t-shirt emerged from the back of the establishment, a mop clutched in his hand. "What?" he asked. "Watch the bar for me," she told him. She came around to our side of the bar, wiping her hands on her dirty apron. "Come on," she said, and disappeared through the same door that Chester had emerged from. I looked over at Caden, who shrugged. Leading the way, I pushed open the door that the bartender had disappeared through, and stepped into a small hallway. Directly ahead, there was an emergency exit door, and to the right, a set of staircases leading up. Caden and I stood there for a moment until the bartender called from the top of the stairs, "You coming?" At the top of the stairs there was only one door to choose from. We followed the old bartender inside. We walked into a small living room of a small apartment. The first thing I noticed had to be the smell. Even though I'm a smoker, the stale odor of cigarettes was overwhelming. Mixed with the stench of what I can only describe as dirty living conditions, it was almost unbearable. Candy wrappers and soda cans littered the coffee table in front of a couch that held overflowing ashtrays on the armrests. The beige carpet was stained and stiff under my shoes, and a glance at the small kitchen to the left of the room told me that the conditions were more than likely uniform throughout the apartment. "You can have a seat," said the bartender. "I'll go get Manny." When she disappeared down a short hallway between the kitchen and living room, I turned to Caden and raised my eyebrows. He just shrugged. I looked once more at the couch, and cringed a little when I sat down on it. It's not that I'm prissy, it was just that I didn't think anyone who bathed daily would want to sit on this couch. Even Caden hesitated before sitting down beside me. We heard some arguing coming from what I assumed had to be the bedroom, and I tensed a little. Olivia had warned me that Manny wasn't that nice of a guy, and I hoped that I could just get the information I needed out of him and leave, the sooner the better. I wasn't comfortable in this apartment, and the obvious disagreement taking place in the next room didn't make it any better. A moment later, a door slammed, and a man emerged from down the hall. He wore only a dirty wife beater and a worn pair of jean shorts. His gut hung over his cracked leather belt, and curly hair littered his chest. He had a full head of dirt brown hair, and a lit cigarette hanging from his hand. He brought it up to his mouth and took a deep pull. Somehow, the action managed to disgust me. "You really a warrior?" he asked me, in a voice that was surprisingly normal. I nodded. "Prove it," he said. I struggled not to roll my eyes, and pushed the sleeve of my jacket up so that a good portion of my silver tattoo was showing. "Huh," was all he said. "Told you," said the bartender. Manny crossed to the armchair that was adjacent to the couch and plopped down. The bartender perched on the arm of it, and a look came across his face that gave me the impression that this annoyed him. Manny shot a look at Caden, and then turned back to me. "What do you want?" he asked. I stared into his muddy brown eyes. "To know how to find Dang Eon," I said. Manny laughed, grabbing his full belly with both hands and leaning forward in his seat. On the armrest, the bartender's face had drawn together, as though she was concerned. Manny straightened up, and a serious look took hold of his features. "You need to leave," he said. My jaw clenched. "I will. As soon as you tell me how to get to Dang Eon." Manny made a move as if to get up, and my body grew tense once more, but the bartender put her hand on his shoulder and looked at me. "Why?" she asked. There was really no point in lying. "Because my mother is being held there without reason," I said. The bartender looked down at Manny once more, who still looked like he wanted us to leave, then back at me. "Who sent you here?" she asked. I thought for a second. When I decided that I probably shouldn't give Olivia's name, I said, "A friend of my mother's. She told me that you might be able to help me." I looked at Manny. "And that you would more than likely not be happy about it." Manny's eyes narrowed. The bartender patted his shoulder and blew out a heavy breath. "If you want our help, you're going to need to be a little more trusting. You gotta give to get, you know?" I swallowed. "My name's Alexa and this is Caden. About 3 weeks ago, a pack of lanias came to my house and took my mother. My sister and I were lucky to get away with our lives. I can assure you that I have no hidden agenda, and if it's your privacy you're concerned about, you don't have to worry about me telling anyone anything. All I want is to find my mother." "What do you plan to do after that?" Manny asked, his tone still unhappy, but fortunately, curious. I glanced at Caden, who shook his head, knowing somehow what I was going to say. But, for some reason, I felt that these people may be more inclined to give me my information if I told them the truth. "I plan to kill King William." The bartender's hand flew up to her mouth, but beside her, Manny was smiling. "You're a girl with some big dreams, aren't you?" I felt like jumping up and smacking him. "I'm a warrior with some determined goals," I corrected. Manny nodded. "This is Mel, my wife," he said, gesturing to the bartender. "She's a searcher. I'll tell you where Dang Eon is, as long as you let her search you first. That way we know we can trust you." I hesitated. It's not that I was lying or had something to hide, it was just that I wasn't too keen on the idea of a stranger seeing into me like that. But really, what choice did I have? We could tie them up and torture it out of them. I held out my hands to Mel. "Fine," I said, my jaws compressing. Mel stood up and took my hands into her own, and I couldn't help but notice how calloused and wrinkled hers were. I looked up at her face, and watched as she closed her eyes and drew her brows together in concentration. When her mouth fell open slightly, I saw that her teeth were stained a brownish color. Maybe I would try to quit smoking and probably not. I more than likely wouldn't live long enough to have to worry about those things. The skin on my hands began to feel cold where Mel was touching me, and I knew the feeling to be the beginning of the search. I couldn't help but compare it to the jolt of ice that would shoot up my arm were it Nellie who were searching me. Mel's ability struck me as so much weaker than my sister's, even though I didn't really have much experience with the whole thing. But, where Nellie would dive in and pull something out with what seemed like light speed and tremendous force, Mel seemed to be struggling to break in, the cold, tingling feeling crawling up my arms. She took several minutes to complete the search, holding my hands and wrinkling her forehead with strain. When she finally released my hands and resumed her perched position on the arm of Manny's chair, her face was nearly dripping with sweat and her breathing was labored. "You okay?" Manny asked his wife. Mel drew several deep breaths before answering. "Fine," she said. "Never seen anything like it. She's a warrior all right." The Ignis burned strong inside her. She took another deep breath. "And, she's telling the truth. About all of it." Manny sighed. "Shit. Alright, look, I'll tell you how to find the place, but I'll also tell you that there is no way you're going to be able to get in and save your mother." "I'll worry about that part," I said. Manny smirked. "No, you don't get it. I guarantee that you've never seen anything like the horror that lives in that place. You go running in there, and you won't make it out alive. Oh, I got it. Like I said, let me worry about that. Manny shook his head. Fine. First, you'll need a boat. Dangyeon is situated on an island not too far off the coast of North Carolina. There is magic that surrounds it, making it undetectable by humans, but I'll give you the coordinates, and you'll need to wait for nightfall before you try to go in. There are 4 guard towers, one on each corner of the prison. These towers are manned 24/7. But, there is a docking area that houses a guard station with 2 or more guards at any given time. Your best bet will be to anchor your boat to the side of this dock, and walk along the edge of the island until you reach the dock. The island is made of slippery rocks, so even getting this far will be a challenge. I'll see if I can't remember some of the layout and draw you up a crude map. But, once you get inside, there will be several doors you'll have to pass through, each one with its own guard, before you'll be able to reach any of the prisoners. There's also the surveillance room. This is where you'll need to go first. Take out the guards in that room, and you might stand a chance at making it. Well, this is going to be fun. This is insane. What else is new? You still with me? Manny asked. I nodded. How do you know all this? Manny reached up and took his wife's hand. I used to run the prison, he said. Used to? The king just let you go? It was the first time Caden had spoken since we arrived. Manny raised his eyebrows at Caden. No. William doesn't believe in letting people go. I had to literally fake my own death, and I'm still not even sure if he bought it. My biggest fear is that someday he'll find me, and if he does, I have no doubt of what he'll do. I just couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't stand the cruelty of it all. So far as I know, I'm the only person that has ever walked out of that place alive, and in actuality, I didn't walk out -. Manny stopped suddenly and drew his breath in sharply. Caden and I looked at each other. What? I asked. A full smile took over Manny's lips, and somehow, I could see that at one point he may have been an attractive man. I know how you're going to get inside, he said. I raised my eyebrows. How? Do you know how to swim? Nelly. Don't see me, don't see me, don't see me. My heart raced in my chest hard enough to make my ribs feel like they were vibrating. Or maybe I was just trembling that badly. I wished suddenly that Marty had more things hanging in the closet. I mean, seriously, who the heck only owns one coat? If the closet were fuller, I might stand a chance at not being seen by covering myself up with something, but in sync with my luck for the last few days, the closet was as clear as the thuds of the footsteps that were closing in on the closet door. Don't see me, please don't see me, don't see me. The thought was irrational yet insistent. There was no way they wouldn't see me. I was sitting on the floor of the bare closet with my knees tucked against my chest. I tried to think of what I would say when they opened the door and found me here, but no excuses would come to mind. Only that stupid, unhelpful, looping thought. Please don't see me, oh God, please. In my panic, that muscle in my mind seemed to charge out of its cage, bursting through the bars like an explosion. It was Gavin who was approaching the door, but the others had all taken to their feet as well. What happened next was so amazing that I still can't fully believe that I did it. My mind had latched onto all 4 of the souls that stood in the room outside of my hiding spot, grabbing all of them as though they were nothing more than pawns in a chess game. Its invisible fingers wrapped around them in a vice grip, and though I knew without a doubt that I could control them now, I still couldn't think of anything useful. Don't see me, just don't see me, don't. See me. The door to the closet swung open, and if my eyes hadn't adopted a deer in the headlights type manner, I would have squeezed them shut with enough force to make my eyeballs recede into my head. Gavin stood in the doorway, staring directly at me where I sat on the floor. Now, I did squeeze my eyes shut. The broken record, desperate thought continued in my head. Don't see me, you can't see me, none of you can see me. Ha, Gavin said, and I opened one of my eyes a crack. He was staring right at me. The other 3 in the room were leaning around him and looking at me as well. I sat as still as a statue, frozen in terror. No recognition or surprise or anything went across their faces. Gavin's eyebrow quirked, and I held my breath. When he finally closed the closet door, I had to slap my hand over my mouth so as not to cry out in relief. No way that just happened. No. Freaking way. I heard Gavin return to his seat on the coach. No one spoke for what seemed to me to be a very long time. I had no doubt that they all had that was weird looks on their faces. I had no doubt because I hadn't yet released their minds. I slowly began to withdraw my hold, unwrapping the grip finger by finger. It was harder to do than I had anticipated, and I sat sweating bullets as I did so. At last, I was back in my own being, and it was Patterson who spoke into the silence-stricken air. "Gavin, you know that the warrior has left?" he said, hopping back to the topic at hand. I released a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Ms. Baker spoke before Gavin could. "Left? What do you mean she left?" "Yes, I know," said Gavin. "I was at the Eastern Watch Station when she left. I lowered the wall for her." "You lowered the wall for her?" Ms. Baker's voice was incredulous. "Was I supposed to lock her up in the dungeons?" Gavin replied. I thought I heard him sigh. "The warrior will return." I don't know where she was going, but I could tell by the look in her eyes that I would have been hard-pressed to stop her. Anyhow, she is not our prisoner. So, yes, I lowered the gate, but she will be back. She left her sister. "Ah, yes," Ms. Baker said. "I have Nelliana in one of my classes. Bright student." And, Gavin's right. "There's nothing Alexa cares more about than her sister," Patterson added. "Exactly," said Gavin. Marty sighed, and from my spot in the closet, it sounded like she stood up. Her helpless worry was still so clear in her voice. "What about my brother? How am I supposed to protect Mark if things are the way you say?" "Between the four of us we need to try to keep as close an eye on his as we can," offered Ms. Baker. Marty seemed to accept this. "Then what?" she asked. "We just hope that the warrior returns and decides to lead us in a war?" "That's about what we hope," said Gavin. "I'm not sure what other choice we have. But, there is one thing I do know, a war will find us either way. With a true Sun warrior leading us, we may stand a chance at defeating King William's army." Patterson sighed, and spoke quietly. "She is just a girl, though, and I'd hate to see her, and you know of the toll that kind of battle is said to take on a warrior. If she does defy the prophecy, and lives, she might become lost." No one spoke. Finally, Gavin said, "You know Alexa as well as I do. Even though we only met her a few weeks ago, it's impossible not to see the light that radiates from her. If ever there were a savior, she's it." "I know, it's just in." Patterson trailed off. "I don't want to see her damaged either," said Gavin. "But, to save so many, and well, we'll just have to wait and see. Like I said, the decision will be hers." I had begun to shiver a little on the floor of the closet. I felt the urge to throw open the door and yell at these people for even thinking of asking my sister to do what they were suggesting. The worst part, the part that none of them seemed to care about, was that I had no doubt in my mind what Alexa would do if she learned what was going on here. I know my sister better than anyone in this world, and despite the fact that many times Alexa thought of herself as some evil monster, I knew that not to be true at all. She had an incredibly strong sense of altruism, a trait that I knew for a fact to be extremely rare among humans and supernaturals alike. If she thought these people needed help, and they made her believe that she was the only one who could deliver it, she would fight for them. And, if she were to lose her mind, or even her life because of it, they were just fine with that. Well, I most certainly was not. Forget the greater good, I wouldn't allow them to use my sister that way. I would suck the souls right out of their selfish little heads if I had to. "Well," Ms. Baker said. "I think we've said all that needs to be said right now. Marty, we'll take turns visiting Mark as often as we can manage. Between the four of us, someone should be able to be with him at most times. I've got classes in the morning. I think I'll be heading back now." They all agreed, and I heard Ms. Baker and Patterson give their farewells before exiting through the two rear doors. Gavin did the same, but he must have paused in the first doorway. I could tell that his words were only meant for Marty. "Have faith in the girl," he told her in a quiet voice. And, with that, he left. It was time for me to get the heck out of here. My head was full of questions and concerns, and there was no way I could concentrate on them while I was hiding in this closet. I needed to get back to my room so that I could think about things, and figure out an accelerated game plan to find out what in the world was really going on here. The more information I could gather, the closer I would be to saving my sister from whatever screwed up destiny these people had planned for her. While I'd sat in this closet and listened to this senseless conversation, a feeling of thick dread had settled over me. My predetermined tasks had taken on a new sense of urgency. I was also getting extremely tired. Today was beginning to feel endless. I reached out with my mind to Marty, who hadn't seemed to move much since Gavin shut the door. She was thinking that she was going to visit Mark right now, and stay with him every possible moment. I suddenly was happy that it wasn't cold outside, so she would have no need to open the closet and retrieve her warm coat. Then, I remembered that it had been raining off and on all day, and that what was probably her only umbrella lay on its side next to me. Looked like there was one more thing I'd need to do to get out of here unnoticed. I didn't end up not having to do it. Marty went into her bedroom to retrieve her purse, and I used the opportunity to slip out of my hiding spot and out of the 2 doors that led to the outside. I cringed a little when the first one creaked again, but I made sure to keep my mental eye on Marty the whole time, so I knew that when she returned to her living room, I was already out of the house. I dashed around the corner and stood behind the thick tree that I'd used as my vantage point earlier. When I peeked around it and saw Marty taking the path toward the hospital, I stepped out cautiously and began making my way back to my dorm room. When I got there, I plopped down on my bed, kicked off my shoes and climbed under the covers without changing into my night clothes. When I pulled the blanket up and tucked it under my chin, I noticed that my hands were trembling slightly. There was so much going on in my head that my mind seemed to be overloaded. I was so worried about Alexa that my stomach ached a little. I had been wanting so badly for her to return to me, but now, I kind of hoped that she wouldn't come back here at all. Whereas before I'd been worried that lamias might attack her because she didn't have the protection of the running waters that surrounded 2 rivers, now I was more convinced that the real danger lay inside its walls. I wished that she'd just taken me with her. Maybe I should be more concerned for my safety. I was the one who seemed to be living among a city of sheepskin wolves. Alexa. After Manny explained his plan to us, I felt only marginally better about my odds of success in rescuing my mother. He'd managed to find a blank sheet of paper among the clutter in his apartment and drew us up a pretty decent map of Dangyeon. He even put an X on all the places where he thought a guard would be, and a compass on the corner of the sheet so that we would know exactly where we were going. But, even with all this intel, my confidence in my ability to do what I'd set out to had faded by the moment. It just seemed so entirely impossible. I'd sat silently, trying to absorb everything while Manny had explained it to us. Caden had leaned forward in his seat and asked what seemed like dozens of questions, and I was suddenly doubly glad that he was with me. I wouldn't have thought of the questions he did, and they were all pretty important ones. When nothing was left to be asked or told, Caden and I stood up to leave. I wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as I was when we'd first come into the apartment, but I wanted to get back on the road again as soon as possible. If the things Manny had told us about Dangyeon were true, and my mother was there, every moment counted. We thanked Manny and Mel for their help and they both walked us down the stairs to where the door was to re-enter the bar. Manny surprised me by grabbing my arm before we could push open the door that led into the bar. I'm not sure what my face looked like, but he released me immediately. Sorry, he said. It's okay, I replied. Just a little on edge right now. He nodded. Understandably so. You've got a rough path ahead of you, warrior. I nodded in return. I know. His voice lowered. You know of the prophecy? Yes. I know. He nodded once more and gave me a look that could only be called sympathetic. Well, I want you to know that you won't be alone if you decide to take on that task. There are others, many others, who have been waiting for the war for a long time. Some will be too scared to step forward, but many of us will fight with you. Thank you, I said. He shook his head. No, warrior. All the thanks belongs to you. They all think I'm going to die. Maybe we aren't, but we'll go down swinging. You're right about that. I'm right about everything. I stopped myself before rolling my eyes. Manny would have thought I'd meant it at him. Well, thank you for your help, Manny, I said, smiling. You're not as rude as people say you are, you know. Manny laughed out loud at this, leaning forward and gripping his belly again. He slapped me on the back, and I was proud that the force didn't make me wobble. Well, you're a lot prettier than people say you are. This brought a smile to my face. I knew he was just messing with me, but I had to wonder if he had in fact heard through the grapevine somehow that a sun warrior existed. The way he'd taken my proclamation of my race earlier had been too easy. For whatever reason, the thought made me cringe a little. Was there really a whole entire world out there with people who thought I was going to liberate them? With Lei ahead of me at Dangyeon, I hoped that they weren't getting their hopes up. Caden and I left after that, saying goodbye to Mel as well. She gave me a genuine smile and told me good luck. I decided I liked her, but I would be lying not to admit that the way she smiled at Caden made my hackles raise a little. When we got back in the Mercedes, Caden turned to me. You sure you want to do this? He asked. I bit my lip, then I nodded. But I want you to know that I won't hold it against you if you don't come with me. This isn't your problem, Caden. I don't expect you to go risking your life for me. And with the way Manny described it, I'm not sure if I'll make it out of Dangyeon alive. Caden put the car in drive and pulled out onto the street. He kept his gaze straight ahead. Where to, warrior? He asked. I sighed. I mean it dash comma. Alexa, I already told you. I'm coming. Do you want to get a hotel room or drive through the night? Drive through the night. It's not that far. I'll be exhausted if we do that. No. If you rest tonight and then drive all day tomorrow, you'll be exhausted. Drive now. Sleep during the day tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we go get our mother. Let's drive tonight and rest during the day tomorrow, I said. We'll take turns. Okay, Caden said. Alexa and. When Caden didn't say anything, I turned toward him. He was still staring straight ahead. I thought I saw him give his head a small shake. Then, he said, rest now, too. I'll wake you when it's your turn to drive. I reached over and rested my hand on his leg, the touch making my fingers tingle and heat up. Thank you, Caden. I'm sorry I was so shitty to you before. I know now that you've only been trying to keep me safe. He smiled, and I felt my tongue flick out across my lips. What else would I have done? He said. I tilted my head back against the seat and closed my eyes. Despite all of the messed up things that were going on in my life right now, I had to be thankful for Caden. I felt like I was a completely different person than I had been a few weeks ago. Somehow, I felt like I'd grown up a little. And I was no longer naive enough not to recognize when I had a good friend by my side. If Caden was willing to do this for me, there was probably very little he wouldn't do for me, and whether or not that was because of what we were, it didn't really matter. I was thankful to have him with me. I loved him for it. I just wasn't ready to tell him that yet, so hopefully, my thanks said enough. I fell asleep faster than I would have thought possible. If I dreamed, I didn't remember it. When I came to again, my neck was a little sore and I had to use the restroom. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, noticing that the sun hadn't risen yet. I glanced at the clock on the dashboard. It was 4 a.m., and Caden was pulling into the parking lot of another hotel. We here already? I asked, stifling a yawn. We're only 15 minutes from the Outer Banks, he confirmed. Why didn't you wake me? He shrugged. I wanted to let you sleep. Caden parked in a spot near the hotel lobby. I reached into my pocket. Let me give you some money, I said. He opened his door and got out without acknowledging my statement. Be right back, he said. I sat back in my seat and shook my head. I was glad that he'd come with me, but it didn't feel right to let him pay for everything. I wondered briefly if it was because he figured that we weren't going to make it through this mess I'd gotten us into, or if it was because he was just that kind of man. I guess it didn't matter. I'd given $200 to Olivia for the broken window, and spent most of my other money on food or gas before Caden had showed up. Most of what I had left was Tommy's money, and I didn't feel right about owing him either, so either way, I would be uncomfortable. Either way, I owed them both. I hated owing people. When Caden returned, he pulled the car around to where our room was located and we went inside. Just like the last place, the room was generic, and there were 2 queen-sized beds. Caden didn't bother with the television this time, probably having learned his lesson last time. He just sat down on one of the beds and pulled off the hoodie that he'd been wearing. I went over to the other bed and threw myself across it. Despite the nap I'd taken in the car, I was exhausted, and extremely happy to be on a real bed. I rolled over onto my side and looked over at Caden. My teeth snapped together with an audible click when he pulled his t-shirt over his head. I bit my lip. He's doing that on purpose. Stop looking at him. Yeah, okay. You stop looking at him. Let's both stop looking at him. Nope. In my head, my monster rolled its eyes. I smirked. When I finished my examination of his midsection, I looked up to see Caden staring at me with both eyebrows raised. I'm pretty sure the smirk was still on my face. My cheeks went red. Caden didn't move. What? I asked. What? You were staring at me, he said, a small smile playing at his lips. I ran my eyes down his chest, arms, and abdomen. With a sigh, I flipped to my other side. Sorry, I mumbled. I sleep in my boxers, he replied, and I heard the zipper of his jeans slide down. I flipped back over, not caring that a silly smile was on my face. Caden paused his undressing, and I let out a sound that was like a low growl. He laughed. I gestured with my hand. Well, by all means and. Oh God. Hater. When Caden shrugged and pulled off his jeans, I did shut my eyes. It wasn't that I didn't want to see him, it was just that I wasn't sure I could stand to. When Jackson's face flashed through my mind, I cursed in my head and sat up to take off my shoes. It was a better distraction than nothing. I was just playing. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, Caden said in a quiet voice. I flipped my shoe off. I know. Stop saying that. You know damn well you don't make me uncomfortable. I didn't mean for my voice to come out in a growl. Caden sat down on the bed next to me, dipping the mattress and causing me to fall into him a little. I tried not to think about how warm the skin on his arm felt against mine. I flipped off my other shoe, considered scooting back on the bed so that we wouldn't be too close, and stayed put. "You're upset," said Caden. I sighed, ignoring the tingling that was beginning to make my chest swell. If my presence made him feel the same way his did me, I didn't know how he could stand it. "Of course I'm upset," I whispered. Caden wrapped his arm around my shoulder, and my heart missed a beat. "So, tell me," he said. I looked up at him. His golden eyes seemed to burn right through me. I could tell that he was genuinely concerned, and for whatever reason, it made me want to cry. I shook my head and looked down at my hands. "I don't know where to start." I'm scared, Caden." "I won't let anything happen to you," he whispered. I know I'd said that I would open up to him, but how could I tell him that I was scared because I felt like I was losing part of myself? I wasn't afraid of dying. At least, I didn't think I was. I was afraid because I didn't know who I was anymore. I didn't know what I was getting myself into. I didn't know what would become of me if I did manage to make it out of that prison. I didn't know anything about anything. And, yes, I was scared out of my mind. Caden scooted back on the bed and pulled me to him. I rested my head on his chest, thinking of how easy it would be to give myself over to him right now. I could let him take my pain away, or at least shoulder some of it for me. I could forget that I had a boyfriend waiting for me, a mother who needed my help, and a whole race of people who were counting on me to deliver them from the horrors of an evil dictator. I didn't even think that he would deny me. I could, if I wanted, if that's who I was, be and weak. Just this one time. But, if there was one thing I still knew about myself, if there was one part of me I knew hadn't slipped away, that I knew wouldn't change no matter what this crazy life threw at me, it was that he wasn't weak. I was a warrior. And, okay, in many ways, I was still just a little girl, and I didn't want my first time to be when I was too messed up to really consider what I was doing. So, I just let him hold me, and took comfort in the fact that his strong arms made me feel safe. And, that would be enough for now. When I woke, it would be time to save my mother. When I woke, I would try my best to be whole, to be strong, and to hold myself together. When I woke, I would remind myself that this man, whose arms seemed to fit so perfectly around me, more than likely didn't love me in the same way I did him. But, tonight, I would sleep, and pretend that none of it mattered. Nellie. Another day in full swing. Another day without my sister. It was lunchtime, and since I couldn't keep skipping the period and ignoring my boyfriend and friends, I sat in the cafeteria and pretended to sip blood from a foam cup. Daniel had been upset with me about not showing up at his place last night, but he'd taken my apology and let it drop. He really was a great guy. I wouldn't be able to deal with boyfriend troubles right now with everything else going on. I hadn't slept very well. How could I? I kept replaying the conversation at the meeting over and over in my head, trying to make sense of it all. I was starting to think that if Alexa didn't come back soon, I was going to leave Two Rivers and go looking for her. This place was seriously starting to scare me. "You want to try again?" asked Bethany, breaking into my thoughts. I'd forgotten that I'd told her we could practice searching while we ate lunch, but she certainly hadn't forgotten. She'd been waiting by the door to the cafeteria when I'd entered. And, now, I had to sit here and pretend like I was struggling to pull stupid numbers out of her head when all I really wanted was to be left alone. When Jackson heard what we were doing, he had shot a curious look at me, as if he wasn't sure I should be openly practicing searching with another student. But, after I gave him a "don't worry about it" look, he'd sat back and stayed silent. "Why don't you try?" I told Bethany. "I didn't sleep very well last night. It's a struggle for me to try to get your number right now." Bethany grabbed her styrofoam cup off the table. "Let's just take a break. Lunchtime's almost over anyway. We did good today." I nodded, relieved that she was finally ready to give it a rest. I relaxed my shoulders and let the extra walls I'd put in place to keep Bethany from certain information in my head fall away. It took more energy to let her in enough to just get a number I was thinking of while blocking her from the rest of my soul than it did to just block her off completely. My walls are always in place. Letting someone slip around them took extra concentration. But, when I felt an unmistakable prod, I reinforced my walls and snapped my gaze toward Bethany. She sat back, her brows furrowed. I was too agitated at the moment to let that slide. "Why did you do that?" I snapped. Daniel, Jackson, and Tommy looked up and tensed. Bethany's eyebrows rose innocently. "Do what? I thought you said we were done for the day. Why did you just try to search me?" Bethany sat back and pushed her hair out of her face. "Relax. Your soul is like a freaking fortress. It's not like I could get in. Besides, how did you know that I just tried to search you? I swear I almost growled. That's not an excuse. Searching people without their permission is downright rude. And I knew because you're not good enough to search someone without them knowing it. Especially not me. Bethany pushed back her seat and stood up. You know what, you're right, and I shouldn't have tried to without your permission. It was just that I felt like every time I did manage to pull the number from your head it was because you let me. I wanted to see if I could get past your walls when you weren't paying attention, that's all. But you don't have to be a bitch about it. With that, she stalked off. I sat back in my seat. Was she kidding? She was the one who'd tried to search me, and then she had the nerve to call me a name. I wished Alexa were here. She would have popped her in the mouth for that one. Maybe I should have, but I probably would have just ended up breaking my wrist. I could see why Alexa never had any use for female friends. They were annoying. Across the way, Jackson was looking at me like I needed to calm down. I flipped my hair over my shoulder. What? I snapped. He held both of his hands up. Nothing. I sighed. Sorry, I mumbled. It's not you I'm mad at. I guess I am kind of being a and comma. Bitch, Tommy provided. I scowled. Thanks. Tommy smirked. No. I didn't mean that you were being a bitch. I was saying it because I knew you wouldn't. You were right. She shouldn't have done that. Definitely not cool. Daniel wrapped an arm around my shoulder. I took his hand and squeezed it. You're just upset right now, he said. You have every right to be. And Tommy is right. That wasn't cool. I looked over at Jackson, who nodded. Yeah, Nell. Not cool at all, he added, and by the way he said this, I could tell that he meant that I needed to be more careful. I gave a small nod to confirm that I agreed. Somehow, I made it through the rest of the school day, and now it was time for the real work to begin. I had learned a lot yesterday, but I was no closer to finding my sister, so I was in no way done. My plans for today were simple. First, I would practice again in the woods. Then, I planned to visit Mark at the hospital, if he was indeed at the hospital. Not so much because I needed to search him, but because I know Alexa would want me to check up on him. I was saving the hardest thing for last, but it had to be done. Later, I would go find Tommy's father, and search him all the way down to the pit of his soul. I had to know if Gavin's suspicion was right. I had to know if he really had tried to kill the Queen and my sister that night when the podium had blown up. After school, I slipped into the trees behind the Searcher School building easily enough and began making my way back to the spot I'd practiced at yesterday. I tried to move quickly, but I found that these woods still scared me as much as they had before. I got the feeling that no matter how much time I spent out here, I would never really be comfortable. I just kept thinking that I really shouldn't be in these trees alone, or at all, for that matter. But I had things to do, and fear or no, I was going to do them. It was easy enough to find the spot I'd been in yesterday, as it was just a straight walk in the same direction, but about halfway there it started to rain a little again. It wasn't a heavy downpour, but it was enough to make me wish I'd worn a raincoat. If it kept up, I was going to be soaked by the time I returned to the city. I tossed my backpack to the ground and sat on top of it, better it get muddy than me. It still amazed me that it could be so quiet out here in these trees, especially when I knew for a fact that they were teeming with life. I knew that the city was only a couple miles away, but being out here gave me the impression of being in the middle of nowhere, and I hummed a little just to hear my own voice. When I relaxed myself enough, I closed my eyes and slowly let my mind stretch out around me. I was hungry again, and if I wanted to be able to concentrate, then I needed to take care of that necessity first. It wasn't hard. In fact, it was even easier than it had been yesterday. This time, I didn't waste the energy on a rabbit. I called another whitetail to me first, and drank my fill of it before sending it away. Renewed, I sat back and thought for a moment about what I needed to work on. I decided range was as good a thing to practice as anything else. The further I could stretch my mind out, the better. It was a stupid thought to entertain, because I was pretty sure that it was impossible, but I couldn't help but hope that if Alexa hadn't gone too far, maybe I could reach her. And, even though I had a nagging feeling that my sister was way beyond my reach now, I needed to dose something to make myself feel better. I closed my eyes once more, and concentrated on stretching that muscle out as far as it would go. It was sort of like pulling a huge rubber band out, and I was sweating after just a few minutes of it. But, admittedly, it felt good. It was such an opposite to what I usually had to do, that it was like stretching my legs out after having been sitting in a cramped space for way too long. Soul after soul fell under the umbrella of my mind, animals and plants and insects. When my mind reached the city limits of Two Rivers, I stopped pushing it out in that direction, and instead began forcing it to extend in the opposite direction. It was better to keep the souls in the city out of this little exercise. I was impressed, though. I was pretty sure that Two Rivers was a few miles to my east, and while yesterday I had felt the concentrated buzz of all the souls there, I hadn't reached them like I was today. Today, my mind had stretched out in a circle that had to be at least 6 miles in diameter. It was pretty awesome. But it made me wonder just how far I could go, so for over an hour, I pushed and pushed my mind toward the west. My breathing grew heavy and ragged, and I was beginning to feel lightheaded. It seemed to me that if I willed it hard enough, the rubber band muscle that was my mind would just stretch on into eternity. I was just about to pull back and call it quits for the day when I felt them. At first, I thought I must be mistaken. In the past hour, I'd reached hundreds of forest creatures with my mind and thousands of tiny bugs and plant life. So, when the souls of the supernaturals, an estimated 10 miles to my east, came into range, I figured that I must have just been overexerting myself. But, when I pulled closer, I knew that I hadn't been mistaken. The pain of these souls ran too deep for any animal or insect. There were people out in these woods. I had stood up and swung my backpack over my shoulders before I even realized what I was doing. My feet pulled me in the direction of the souls, even though my brain was telling me that I should probably be heading back to the city instead. Rather than listening to my right mind, I picked up my pace and a jog. 10 miles was a long way to go, but I was conditioned for long-distance running. And I couldn't ignore the cries of the souls that seemed to be screaming out to me. Something was seriously wrong here. I was going to find out what. I jogged for about 7 miles straight, glancing down at my watch every 30 minutes or so. If I could make it to and wherever the heck I was going soon, I might be able to get back to the city before the sun set. I knew there were no lamias out here, the running rivers that flanked the walls around this land kept them out. But I was in no way comfortable with being out here after dark, so I kept moving as quickly as I could manage. Branches tugged at my hair and clothing. Twigs and pine needles crunched under my feet. The trees seemed endless, and the sun stayed steady in its descent to the west. I continued to move forward. Eventually, I came to a large lake. I found it odd that a lake was out here in the middle of the forest, but with each step I'd taken the feel of the people's souls in these woods became more and more potent. They were just on the other side of this lake, hundreds of them, and perhaps it was just the pure and anguish that radiated from all of them, but I was determined to reach them. I spotted a rickety bridge that made a crossing point at a narrower part of the lake and headed toward it. It looked weak and weathered, and I was hesitant to set foot on it, but after another glance at my watch, I grabbed the sides of it with my hands and started across. It swayed, and I held my breath. I could swim, but I'd prefer not to do so in a foreign lake in a foreign forest. When I finally reached the other side, I took a deep breath. I knew where to go, but it seemed to occur to me just then that I was neck deep in a place that I probably really ought not be. I could still see the sun peeking through the trees, and while this offered some comfort, the fact that their shadows seemed to be growing deeper and longer by the minute made the hair on my arms stand on end. I was confident that if an animal tried to attack me, I could probably control it long enough to make it go away, but I was still scared. It didn't really matter now, though. I was in too deep already, both literally and figuratively. But, as I got closer, I began to tremble, and it wasn't because the rain had picked up. Somehow, I knew in my soul that what I was about to see was going to change things. Whatever these broken souls were doing out here, whatever the reason they were here, I was sure that it wasn't something that the people of Two Rivers were privy to. I wasn't sure if I wanted to be either. But, ignoring them, and just turning back in direction I'd come would have been the same as turning away from a burning building, when I knew darn good and well that men, women and children were trapped inside. My movements adopted a zombie-like manner. I felt like a fly drawn to the light of a bug zapper. A small hill loomed ahead, and I knew that the people I sought lay just behind it. I also was aware that time was of precious value, and that darkness would fall over the land at its designated time whether I took the lead out of my shoes or not. But, I couldn't seem to care at the moment. The pain from the souls made my chest ache more and more with every step I took. When I reached the top of the hill, the sight along with the feeling made me fall down hard on my knees. My heart seemed to constrict painfully in my chest, and my breath got jammed up in my throat. My eyes began to water, and within seconds, warm tears spilled over and ran freely down my cheeks. My fingernails dug into the wet earth at my sides, and my head fell forward as if an almighty hand had smacked the back of my skull. "What are you doing here?" The voice was fierce, but childish. I'd known that she was there before she'd spoken, but it didn't seem to matter. The reality before me was much too devastating to concern myself with anything other. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing I hadn't come here, wishing the darkness behind my lids could just make it all go away. I really shouldn't have come here. I wanted to go home. Problem was, I had no home to go to. The silent tears running down my face turned into violent sobs. And are you okay?" said the girl at my back. No. 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 It was all I could manage. "You shouldn't be here," she said. I lifted my head a fraction, the effort seeming to take an enormous amount of energy, and turned my face so that I could see the girl who'd spoken. Whatever was left of my heart broke into a million more pieces and fell to the pit of my soul. More sobs racked my body. I knew who this girl was. I didn't have to ask. I knew who all the people below me in this sorry excuse for a village were. Their souls were as open to me as a well-worn book, and their pain cut through me so deeply that it was a wonder that I wasn't bleeding. There were so many of them, slaves. Blood donors. Men. Women. Children and undesirables. I began to dry heave. A small hand touched my shoulder, and I cried out at the contact. My mind was free now, and it seemed to refuse to return home until I grasped every single horror that lay before me. I knew all of the souls instantly, and that meant I knew their pain. And, this little girl, Soraya, hers was the worst thing I've ever known in all my years of soul-searching. Her pain burned me and aided me in a way that I knew instinctively would leave nothing left. Soraya's hand fell away, as if she could sense what her touch was doing to me. She crouched beside me. "What are you?" she asked. "I'm Alexa's sister," I said, and even my voice came out sounding broken. "You know who I am?" I nodded. "You're Soraya." She gestured to the village at the bottom of the hill. People mulled around down there, all of them dirty and beaten and so very, very hopeless. The contrast to the city I'd just come from was sickening. Nothing here was beautiful or cared for. Small huts used for homes were the only structures. The ground was just hard-packed dirt, turned dark and muddy due to the rain. The people wore no shoes. Their faces were gaunt and sunken. Some were old. Some were crippled. Some were just children. Like Soraya. Poor, precious Soraya, who from her soul, I knew to love my sister. Alexa had come to this place. She had come to this place, vowed to help these people, and then left. Soraya didn't know that she was gone. "You know what this is, then?" she asked. I nodded again. "Yes, I know." I cringed visibly when Soraya grabbed my arm and attempted to pull me to my feet. I didn't want to move. I couldn't. If all these people had to suffer, while I returned to the cozy life I'd known back at Two Rivers, perhaps I deserved to share in their agony. There was plenty of it to go around. "Get up," Soraya said, grunting a little with the effort to get me on my feet. When I began shaking at her touch, she released me. "Okay, I get it. This is a lot to take in. But, get up. Whatever it is that you're doing seems to be too much for you. Let's get you away from the village. From the mouths of babes and..." I slowly climbed to my feet, wobbling a little and feeling nauseatingly lightheaded. Soraya seemed wise enough not to make physical contact with me again, but looking at her seemed to be even more difficult than touching her. I knew from her mind that she was 7 years old, but small for her age, with dark, curly hair and big golden eyes. She had a cleft lip that did nothing to take away her beauty. And she, like all the others down in that village, was being milked for blood. Oh God, I thought. Oh dear God. Soraya began leading me back toward the lake. I put one foot in front of the other, drawing in harsh breaths that came easier with every step I took away from the damaged souls of the village. When we reached the rickety bridge, Soraya had to take my hand again, as I was still unsteady on my feet. I focused all of my concentration on blocking myself from seeing into her soul. By the time we made it across the bridge, I'd managed to gain some control over myself. We sat down on a fallen tree trunk, and neither of us spoke for quite a while. The thing I kept thinking about was that Alexa hadn't told me about this. She hadn't told me that she'd met a little girl who, by the way, was Caden's niece, and found a village full of vampires and werewolves who were all essentially blood slaves. Things started to click together in my head. The people disappearing from Two Rivers after they'd outgrown their use, the reason they all thought that a war was coming, and expected my sister to lead them in it, why Alexa had been so shaken up and disturbed while she was here, and maybe, though I didn't think this was right, but maybe, the reason she'd left. Upon seeing those poor people at the bottom of the hill, things had indeed changed for me. Bigger questions than the ones I'd come here with had presented themselves. The first one, and perhaps the most important, was why these supernaturals were being leached of their blood. I knew that Two Rivers was supplied by human blood banks, and I would definitely have known if the blood there was from supernaturals. The contrast between it and human blood is unmistakable. Just as I knew my sister had probably done before me, I vowed to find out why. Someone at Two Rivers had to know what their blood was being used for, and I was confident that this would be one mission that I could succeed at over my sister. I would find the answers that she'd been looking for, and I would do it soon. So, what's your name? Soraya asked, cutting into my thoughts. Nellie, I replied. Did Alexa tell you about me? I looked over at the beautiful child and felt my stomach tighten all over again. I considered telling her the truth, and found that I just couldn't do it. Yes, I said. She's very fond of you. I could tell immediately that this had been the right response, but at the same time, it seemed to worry the girl. But, don't worry, I added. I'm her sister, and she tells me things that she would never tell anyone else. Or at least I thought she did. Soraya nodded. Why did she send you out here? It's not really safe. If someone sees you, you could get in a lot of trouble. I ran the back of my hand across my damp forehead. This was why I hated lying. It always led to more lies. She didn't send me out here, I said. I had to come see for myself. Soraya smirked, and it was a little crooked because of her cleft lip. I thought it was cute. What are you? She asked. I was hoping she'd forgotten that question. I looked down at my hands. I supposed there wasn't really any reason to lie about this. Who was she going to tell? Certainly not the people who were enslaving her here. Then again, I didn't want to scare the crap out of her. I'm mixed, I said slowly. Like you. I'm half searcher. Soraya's little eyebrows drew together. After a moment, she shook her head. No, you're not like me. I'm half searcher and half Brocken, so I'm not very strong at searching or fighting. You and well, I don't know, but you're not like me. Whatever you were doing back there on top of the hill and your soul was practically and on fire. I sat silently, waiting to hear where her clever conclusions were going to take her. She scratched her curly head. You're a searcher, all right. But and she looked over at me. Well, just tell me. I studied her for a moment, indecisive about what to say here. I guess I kind of wanted to share my secret with someone. It had been eating away at me for so long, but I'd have to tread carefully. Can you keep a secret? I asked. Soraya nodded, her hair bobbing around her little face. Okay, I continued, but before I tell you, I want you to promise me that you won't judge me. This made her laugh. Judge you? She said, grinning at me as though I was a few cards short of a full deck. Nellie, I'm the last person who would judge anyone. I had to admit, she was a smart little thing. I could have reached out with my mind again, and searched her to make sure she wouldn't freak out if I told her what I am, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. What had happened to me on the top of the hill had been too awful for words. My mind was my own right now, and I was kind of scared to let it back out again. Okay, I said. I watched her face as I said my next words. I am half searcher, but I'm also half Lamia. For a second, I squeezed my eyes shut, expecting the girl to jump to her feet and take off screaming. When I heard nothing at all, I opened them back up. Soraya was staring at me, her little brows drawn together once more, with a very serious look on her face. After a moment, she sat back. Well, I'll be damned. My eyebrows shot up. What? She said, after seeing my expression. You can't just say something like that and expect me not to say anything. Would you rather I run off screaming? I couldn't help a laugh. No, I said. I won't. I can see why Alexa likes you. You both speak your mind. So, what's it like? She asked. What's what like? Being half Lamia. I don't think I've ever heard of such a thing. I tucked my hair behind my ears. No, I'd bet not. I'm pretty sure I'm the only such thing. But, well, I guess it wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to lie about it all the time. They'd kill me if anyone found out what I am. I'm pretty good at searching people because of it, though. I was surprised that I was being so open with this little girl, who I barely even knew. What was even more surprising was that she didn't seem scared of me in the least bit. I guess when the only life you've ever known has been just one big nightmare, monsters in the dark lose their effect after a while. She smiled at me. I bet, she said, and then her face lit up with understanding. That's what you were doing on the hill, wasn't it? That's why it was too much for you. You were and searching all of us, at the same time, weren't you? A lump seemed to form in my throat. I nodded. Soraya's face grew thoughtful. So, you and your sister are both the only ones of your kind? She asked. This question caught me off guard. It seemed so entirely random. But, then again, it was arguable that Soraya was just a strange little girl. She seemed to be waiting for my confirmation, though, so I nodded. She glanced at the position of the sun, and my eyes followed her gaze. Well, you should be going, Kelly. You want to be out of the woods before nightfall. Finding your way back will be hard enough as is, and I gave my only compass to your sister. She stood up, and I followed suit. Okay, I said. And, it's Nellie. She smiled her crooked smile. I know. I was just messing with you. I laughed. Good one. It was a pleasure meeting you, Soraya. She was already skipping back in the direction of the bridge, but she stopped and turned. Yeah, nice meeting you too. If you come back, bring some cookies, would ya? Uncle Caden sometimes brings them, but I haven't seen him in a while. I nodded, wishing I could give this girl much more than just cookies. Absolutely, I said. I continued watching her until she made it across the bridge and disappeared from sight. Then, I took a deep breath, and let my mind stretch back out. I forced it to go straight ahead, in the direction I thought Two Rivers to be, but I cringed a little when the buzz of the unfortunate souls at my back made themselves known again. That was all the incentive I needed to put some pep in my step. At the same time, I felt awful about just leaving them and doing nothing. It made me feel extremely helpless. I glanced down at my watch as I made my way through the trees. I would need to move fast if I wanted to reach the city before the sunset, and even then, I wasn't sure I would make it. This thought made a little fear coil inside me, and after a moment, I was running at full speed. Tree branches and sharp pine needles scraped at the exposed skin on my face and arms. The knees of my jeans were muddy and soaked through. The rain still fell. The sun continued to sink. I was becoming more and more anxious to reach my destination by the minute. It helped me to just keep my mind focused on the souls of Two Rivers. I couldn't pick out anyone in particular, but because there were so many of them in one place, their souls shined out to me like a lighthouse. I ran and ran and ran, wishing more than ever that my sister were with me. I was racing against the slowly settling darkness, and soon it became obvious that time was not on my side. I had to stop once. I had run 6 miles straight and my chest was burning and my heart seemed to be pounding out of my chest. I didn't sit down, though. I just kept walking. When I felt the fatigue of my physical exertion today setting in, I picked up my pace again. If I stopped completely, I may not have the strength to keep going. Although I had to concentrate on the direction I was heading in, and I was scared to be out in these enormous pines by myself after nightfall, I still had plenty of time to think about everything that I'd learned over the past few days. And, when I thought about all of it, I began to realize that perhaps some of the unease that seemed to be choking me at the moment was not just a result of being alone in the woods. Perhaps the place I was running toward was the real source of it. How could I just go back, and sit in my classes, and laugh with my friends at lunch, and smile at people who passed me by when I knew about all that I did? The people at Two Rivers were afraid, I'd seen it in their souls, felt it, and now I understood why. Their fears were akin to those of a child, who instinctively feels that there must be a horrible monster under their bed, waiting to come out as soon as the light switched off, with their parents assuring them that they had nothing to fear. The thing was, now I knew for a fact that their fears were founded. I'd seen with my own eyes the monster hiding under the bed. I was only about 2 miles from the city when the sunlight peeking through the trees suffocated completely under the darkness of the falling night. I looked up when I passed through a small clearing. A bright, full moon was overhead, but its luster did little to penetrate most areas of these woods. For the first time ever, I was kind of glad to be what I was. Most supernaturals see reasonably well in the dark. Lanias see better. So, I kept moving, telling myself I only had a little further to go, but a little panic swirled inside me nonetheless. I couldn't help it. I felt so tiny and helpless in this seemingly endless and foreign forest. I did my best to focus only on the glow of the souls up ahead, like the distant light at the end of the tunnel. When the hair on my arms stood on end, I was only about a mile away from the city. My instant, involuntary reaction was to throw my mind out in a circle around me, scanning every living thing within a 100-yard radius of me. Silent alarms cried out in my head nearly as soon as I did so. I froze in my spot, the trees deceitfully quiet around me. My heart seemed to skip 4 whole beats. Someone was moving toward me, with bad things on her mind. Victoria. And she was moving fast, on all fours. Alexa. I can't believe you bought this, I said to Caden, gripping the sides of my seat and speaking loudly as to be heard over the sounds of the water rushing by underneath the boat. Caden shrugged, and his hand eased up a little on the throttle. The boat slowed, and the engine quieted. He held the GPS device that we'd picked up earlier up so that he could look at the screen, which seemed to glow annoyingly bright out on this uncomfortably black ocean. For reasons unknown to me, one of my only fears, other than losing my sister, was of being lost out on the ocean, or worse, drowning in the ocean and being eaten by sharks. In fairness, I had only ever even seen the sea twice in my life, and while I'd been on boats and lakes and rivers and such, I'd never been on a boat at sea. Perhaps I wouldn't have been so uneasy if it were day, but it was full and dark night out, the only lights were just dots in the distance. Though the boat wasn't small, it was no yacht either, and the movement of the water rocked it with unsteady consistency. I didn't like the panicky feeling it gave me. I wished Nellie were with me. She'd probably be scared too, and then I would be able to force myself to be more in control of my own fear to soothe her. Instead, I was beginning to feel a little nauseated. The water had a way of making me feel small, insignificant and underhanded. It showed no care that I was a mighty sun warrior on a mission to save a dear one. My gladius, which was tucked underneath my legs at the moment, was no match for its fierceness. No matter how hard I punched or kicked it, it wouldn't buckle under my strength. If it wanted me, it could claim me, and there would be nothing I could do about it. Stop thinking like that. You need to focus or let me focus for you. I can do this without letting you out to murder everyone we come across. You sound dreadfully bitter and ungrateful, dear girl. You run into trouble in there, and I'll bet you'll be whistling a different tune. I run into trouble in there and I'm dead, and stop calling me girl. Stop calling me monster. I rolled my eyes, and then noticed that Caden had turned to face me. Even though it was quite dark, I could see the confused expression on his face. Did you hear anything I just said? He asked. I pressed my lips together and shook my head. No, sorry, I said. Caden was silent for a moment. You need to focus here, warrior. I asked you if you need to go over the plan one more time. I shook my head. No. I know what I need to do. And, you're right, I'll try to focus. I could tell Caden was studying me. Does the water make you nervous? I hesitated, then nodded. Yeah. I've never been out on the ocean before. You know we have to get in the water to get on the island, he said. The reminder made my stomach clench. Yeah, I know. I'll be fine. I'm a pretty good swimmer. My mother always thought it was one of the best ways to build muscle. He nodded. I'll be right next to you. The smaller island where Manny told us to dock the boat is only about 50 feet from the island where Dangion sits. It's not a far swim. Caden turned the throttle and the boat started forward again. I looked up at the sky to try and calm my nerves. I had to admit, the night sky was beautiful out here on the water. I could see thousands of stars twinkling above, and again I felt really small staring up at its vastness. I'm not one with too many religious beliefs, probably because I wasn't really raised with any, but I couldn't help but send up a silent prayer that all would go well tonight. I got the feeling that no one was listening. I was on my own with this one. Caden eased up on the throttle again, and the boat slowed. He pointed ahead. There it is. Try to conserve as much energy as you can while we're in the water. If your mother is in there, I have a feeling that we are going to have to tow her back to the boat. I nodded. Got it. The small island that Manny was talking about was really just a large piece of what seemed like all vegetation. I doubted we would be able to walk around on it too well, but it seemed solid enough to hold the boat in place, and that was all we needed. When we reached it, Caden took a rope and secured the boat to a sturdy branch. I clenched my fists. My hands were shaking. After the boat was in place, Caden held up the GPS once more. Then, he looked to the east and squinted. His breath drew in sharply, and I followed his gaze. There it was. It wasn't completely clear at first, and I knew that the magic that kept humans from finding this place was more than efficient. The air around it seemed to shimmer, and slowly, I began to be able to make out the prison. Clenching my fists did nothing to stop my hands from shaking now. Dangion. I supposed the name fit. The island that it sat on seemed to be made of shiny, slick black rock, and the prison covered its surface from edge to edge. The structure was black stone as well, and the walls were steep and neck-bending high. I looked up and up, trying to see if I could make out the top of it, which seemed to blot out the sky behind it. From my vantage point, I could see all 4 of the guard towers that were positioned on the prison's corners, and a flickering light, as if a flame were ablaze, glowed from each one of them. I shuddered. The place seemed completely impenetrable, and looked like it was built by Dracula himself. The water smashed against the rocks at the foot of it, and my confidence in my swimming abilities faltered. I hadn't known that a place could be so intimidating, so scary. The hairs on my neck and arms were standing on end, and I noticed that even though the night air was warm, my teeth were chattering. Strong hands fell on my shoulders, and I felt a familiar warmth settle over me. I turned my head to see Caden standing behind me where I sat on the leather seat of the boat. Involuntarily, my hands reached up and clutched his. There was no point in trying to hide it. Caden could tell that I was scared. "You ready?" he asked. I stood, not liking the fact that the way the boat was rocking in time with the water made me feel unsteady on my feet. I stared up at the prison of horrors, the place that my mother may be trapped and tortured inside. The very look of the place confirmed the second part. I knew in my gut that bad things took place behind those stone walls. My resolve strengthened a little. I supposed that this was the definition of courage. You can't be brave if you're not scared. "I'm ready," I told him, and in my head, my monster clapped its hands together and grinned broadly. It was go time. We'd bought expensive wetsuits earlier today. Well, Caden had bought us expensive wetsuits earlier along with the GPS and waterproof walkie-talkies. I stuffed my gladius down the front of my shirt and pulled the zipper all the way up to my neck. Caden thought it would be a good idea to bring an oxygen tank, in case my mother was unconscious, so that we could just slip the mask over her face and tow her back to the boat if need be. He attached the thing to his back and snapped the buckles in place. I stared at him for a moment. The realization of what he was doing for me seriously setting in. We could very well die in there. He could die in there. For me. I reached out and grabbed his hand, and his body stilled. "Caden," I began. As stupid as it may have been, my tongue felt thick in my throat, and my eyes began to burn a little with unshed tears. I may never see my sister again. Or Jackson. Or Tommy. And anybody. Whatever I said to Caden now may be the last words I ever got to say to him. I think this thought burned me more than all the others. I swallowed hard, the lump in my throat immovable. I started again. Why was this so damn difficult for me? To my surprise, Caden pulled me into his arms. I closed my eyes. It occurred to me that I was safer here, with him, than maybe I had ever been. For a moment, I imagined that we weren't standing on a boat outside of a prison, that we weren't about to charge in and perhaps pay with our lives, that everything was right with the world, that I was, just for this small moment, that may be one of my last, happy to be spending it with him. Caden ran his hand through my hair, and I shuddered in his arms. His fingers found my chin and tilted my head back so that I was looking up into those beautiful sunrise eyes. "It's okay, Alexa," he whispered. "I know, and I love you too." Then, he kissed me. The sounds of the ocean died out around me. The smell of the salty air disappeared and yielded to the scent of my Caden, my Libra. I knew nothing other than the way his lips felt and moved against mine, as desperate as they had been in the parking lot of that rest stop just a couple days earlier. His warmth and safety and, yes, love, gave me a reprieve that I hadn't realized I needed so badly. All of a sudden I wished that I'd given myself to him in that hotel last night. But, this would have to be enough. Against my wishes and beyond my control, a single tear fell from each of my eyes. It all seemed so incredibly and unfair. Caden released me, and like that, the moment was over. It was really and truly time to face my fate, whatever that may be. I'd come this far, and even though it would be a lie to say that I didn't think about telling Caden to turn the boat around, to take me someplace far away from here, I knew that that was not something I could do. At least my monster seemed pleased. Caden smiled at me, and my heart seemed to stop dead in my chest. He took my hand in his, and we jumped off the boat and into the surprisingly cold water. After a few moments, my body adjusted to the temperature and it wasn't so bad. We began making our way toward the island that held Dangian. As I swam, I pushed aside all my emotions and feelings, setting my mind to the task at hand. "Be ready," I told my monster silently. "I'm always ready." This comforted me as I moved forward, Caden right by my side. Tonight, I would face death, and at the very least, go down swinging. What I didn't know was that I was about to seriously set my fate in motion, and with it, the fates of all the others of my kind. "Nellie!" I slapped my hand over my mouth, the impulse to cry out for help almost undeniable. Somehow, Victoria had caught hold of my scent while she was out running for the night, and now she was coming to, as she thought of it, teach me a lesson. But, I could tell from her soul that that lesson would more than likely consist of her ripping my throat out. She'd imagined doing so on many occasions, and had almost done so to my sister in a situation very much like this one. For several heartbeats, I was too afraid to move. The circle I'd projected out around me with my mind confirmed that we were alone. Victoria was growing closer by the second. I could sense that there were other wolfborns in the woods as well, but all of them were too far away to be of any assistance. I glanced up, the canopy of the trees from my current position was too thick for me to get a clear view of the sky, but I remembered that tonight was a full moon. The werewolves always shifted and ran on the full moon. I was an idiot. I shouldn't be out here. To my left, I heard the sound of twigs snapping, branches bending, and leaves crunching. She was almost on me, and my sister wouldn't be here to save me this time. Over the sounds of the yielding foliage, I could hear my heart pounding in my ears. I seemed to have stopped breathing. Only a few more seconds and she would be on top of me. I was helpless. Helpless. I hated that word. I had considered myself helpless for my entire life. I'd skimmed by with the comfort that Alexa would always be by my side to fight my battles for me. She was the strong one, the fighter. I wasn't surprised by the shame I felt admitting these things to myself. I was surprised that it made me angry. Alexa had her strengths. I had mine. In that long moment, as I stood frozen in terror between the looming trees of the dark forest, I realized that I had never given myself enough credit. I could handle this. I'd have to. No one was here to wipe my bottom and give me my bottle. And, really, I wasn't helpless at all, was I? Victoria slowed when she reached me. My mind was completely focused on her now, and I knew that she wanted to savor this moment. She was sure that she'd caught me off guard. She was sure that there was nothing I could do now. Even if she were in her human form, she was sure that she could take me no problem, and she wasn't in her human form. She was a wolf. She was positive that I was what I always thought I was, helpless. Well, she was wrong. I was already facing her direction when she stepped through the trees and made herself known. She was bigger than I expected her to be, with blonde fur and glowing, golden eyes. No real wolf I'd ever seen stood as wide or as tall. Even though I had confidence in what I had to do, I would be lying not to admit that I wasn't terrified. And, the fact that her lips were pulled back over her dripping, sharp and large teeth didn't help matters any. We stood there like that for a moment, and Victoria snarled. The sound made the hairs on my arms stand on end. When she spoke in my head, I cringed visibly. I'd known that this was the way wolfborns communicated when they were in their animal form, but I'd never experienced it. Perhaps it was because I'd spent so much time in other people's minds that the idea of having anyone in mind didn't sit well with me. She couldn't read my thoughts, though. She could just voice her own. And, voice them she did. All alone. Searcher, she said, and a sinister, ugly laugh rang out in my head. You've all but gift-wrapped yourself for me. I was enormously proud when my voice didn't come out trembling. Leave now, Victoria, I said. You don't know what you're doing. Another ugly laugh. Leave? I've been waiting for this for a long time, Searcher. You're a stupid little bitch, you know that. Maybe even more so than that sister of yours. She began to move forward slowly, head lowered between her massive shoulders, where the hair on her back stood at attention. She snapped her large jaws open and shut, emitting growls and snarls each time. She was waiting for me to run. I planted my feet. Enough was enough. I realized then that she wasn't the only one who had been waiting for an opportunity like this. From the moment she'd crossed my sister, I'd wanted to teach her a lesson. I was surprised, and yes, delighted by how easy it was. Victoria was nearly as simple-minded as the forest animals. I felt a smile pull my lips up when I latched onto her soul and in turn took control of her mind. I was going to enjoy this. When she was only 2 feet from me, I held up a hand. Stop, I said in a calm voice, and stop she did. What the F-, comma. Quiet now, I began. That's enough of that. Victoria's jaws snapped shut with an audible click, even though she'd been speaking in my head. The smile on my face stretched upward still. I could just send her away and make sure she didn't remember any of this, but what good would that do? It would just prolong the inevitable. This crap would end tonight. You listen to me now, I said, and my voice was a bit deeper than normal. I don't know or even care what your problem is with me and my sister, but you're done terrorizing us. You're not a nice person, and frankly, I think you've got some serious soul-searching to do if you intend to make it in this world. You're a witch, and I want you to know that I don't like you one bit. Okay, maybe not the most fearsome speech, but it was all I had at the moment. Well, not all. I took 2 small steps forward so that I was standing face to muzzle with her. Her hot, dog breath fanned across my face. My next words came out deeper still. Before I do what I'm going to do to you, I want you to know one thing. You're lucky that your attempt at taking my sister's life failed, because I promise you that if it hadn't, I would have made you suffer worse than you can even imagine. I would have taken that smart tongue of yours and made you eat it. Then, I would have skinned you of that pelt you wear, and set it on the floor of my living room for me to walk over, and wipe my feet on. And, while I would have relieved you of your body, I would have taken that sorry, pathetic excuse you call a soul, and personally delivered it to the devil himself, so that you could burn in the underworld for the rest of eternity. There, that was better, and the raw fear I felt radiating from her soul proved it. Now, it was time to do a little rearranging in that stupid little head of hers. This part would be a little harder. I would have to take memories and insert new beliefs. And this was the most important part, I would have to make sure that she didn't remember any of this. I wished I were my sister. Killing Victoria would be a whole lot easier. I reached out and set both of my hands on her shoulders. The fur there was soft and warm, and I couldn't help but feel a little smug when her large, wolf body trembled under my touch. She couldn't move because I didn't want her to, but from her fear I could tell that she wanted to run away. The physical contact made my tasks easier, and I found it simple enough to pick through her head and pull out all her memories of confrontation with both Alexa and me. Next, I removed her distaste for the both of us. Now, to plant my own thoughts in her head and make them feel like her own. I thought for a moment. I was still smiling as I spoke. You are going to make a serious effort to be nicer to everyone you know and meet, I began. You are going to stop wearing so much makeup and so little clothing and do your best to use your mind to get where you want to go. Most of all, you absolutely adore me and you worship Alexa. You want nothing more than to be our friend and to help us in any way you can. I paused for a moment, thinking if there was anything else I wanted to add. Sure, some of that had been unnecessary, but I figured that while I was at it, I may as well try and fix some other personality flaws. Later, it would occur to me that I was letting the power go to my head, and that I had no business altering Victoria in the way that I did. Right then, it didn't seem like too big of a deal. After all, I thought I was doing her a favor. When I decided that there was nothing else to be done, I stole the memory of my intrusion from her, and told her to sit where she was for the next 40 minutes. Victoria's hind legs folded underneath her and she sat back on her haunches, looking very much like a well-trained dog. 40 minutes would give me more than enough time to get back to my dorm and be under my covers. But, it occurred to me that I couldn't risk just leaving her here like some zombie wolf. What if others showed up? If anyone comes and finds you, you can move in and just act normal, I said, and that was that. I turned and began making my way back to the city, just a little too pleased with myself over what I'd just done. Nelly. I kept my mind stretched out around me until I finally saw the lights of 2 rivers up ahead. When I reached the edge of the trees, I paused. I had to make sure that no one was around to see me coming out of the forest, and for the first time since the daylight ended, I was grateful to have the cover of night. A mental scan of the area told me that no one was near enough to my location to be able to spot me if I stepped out of the woods. Part of me hesitated anyway. I stood still for a moment, hovering at the brim of the trees, staring at the structures and landscape and richness of 2 rivers, and couldn't help but think of Soraya, returning home to her sorry hut, having her lifeblood stolen from her slowly but surely, and most of all, the agony of all the souls in that village. The sight of the luxurious city before me had at once seemed to me like a wonderland of sorts with all its beauty. Now, it was something like sickening. I wished I'd never come to this place. But, I had to return to my dorm. I glanced down at my watch, hitting the little button on the side so that the face would light up. I had 30 minutes before curfew, and since the dormitories were only a 5-minute walk from the school building by which I was exiting the woods, I had plenty of time to get there. I looked down at my clothing. At least it wasn't torn, but it was really dirty. And wet. It hadn't been pouring while I'd been out here, but the rain had been consistent enough that my clothes clung to my body and my hair dripped at the ends. The knees of my jeans were stained with mud, and even my face and my hands felt grimy. If someone noticed my condition before I made to my dorm, they might ask questions. That was the last thing I wanted right then. I stepped out of the cover of the trees and began walking briskly in the direction of my dorm. I didn't feel comfortable leaving my mind out to explore while there were certainly many other searchers around, but I didn't like the idea of not monitoring my surroundings either. I decided it would be wisest of rain in my range and just focus on whoever came within 30 feet of me from any direction. Luckily, most people seemed to have retired for the night. Tomorrow was a school day, after all. I had almost made it to my dorm room when it happened. I was at a spot where the path I was walking down split off in 2 different directions, one lead up to the steps of my dorm building, the other toward a row of modest houses. I stopped in my tracks. That muscle in my mind seemed to be insisting that I head down the path toward the houses, even though all I wanted was to return to my dorm and clean up before anyone could see me. Sometimes this happens. Sometimes I get an undeniable feeling that I should, or rather need to do something, and I don't understand what the reason is. That muscle in my mind seemed to be pulling me down that other path, insisting that I follow it and see where it took me. I paused for a moment, indecisive. I'd been lucky to make it this far without being seen. Wherever this detour would take me, it would undoubtedly increase my chances of being seen. But, I'd learned long ago to trust my instincts, and though I paused, I knew what I was going to do. I started off down the path toward the houses, growing more and more anxious with every step I took. I suppose I could have just run up to my room and changed my clothes, but the need to follow this path was urgent, as if I didn't have time to stop, because if I did, whatever my mind wanted me to see would be gone. I picked up my pace, forcing myself not to break into a run. I passed by the houses, hoping that wherever my destination wasn't too much further. Eventually, the path began to curve, and I noticed that I was heading to the rear of the wolf dormitories. A little exasperation welled up in me. I was tired. I'd run an incredibly long distance already today, and though I was trained for such activity, my muscles were beginning to ache. I cursed in my head. I could have made it to the wolf dorms faster if I had taken the other path. It would have led me to the front of the building, but I could have walked around to the rear. I had almost decided to just go to my room, when that muscle in my mind insisted that I stand behind a large oak tree that was 10 feet to my east, and to do so now. I found myself dashing over to the tree and crouching behind it, hoping that this detour had a good reason. The bench, my mind provided. Pay attention to the bench. I peeked around the oak tree. The bench I assumed was the important one sat right off the path I'd just come down. It was only about 15 feet from the tree behind which I stood. And it was unoccupied. I released a frustrated breath. Then, I felt them. Two souls, a wolfborn and a bracken, were slowly approaching the bench from opposite directions. I hadn't been concentrating with my mind, but it seemed to be doing it on its own. I gasped when I realized who its targets were. Tommy's father. And Jackson. I clutched the bark of the tree, and pulled my head back so that I was fully concealed by it once more. Tommy's father and Jackson were going to sit on the bench and discuss something. I was too horrified to reach out and search them for the information, so I just put my hand over my mouth and waited. I wasn't meant to hear whatever was about to be said. I pulled my mind back in, the effort to do so more than I expected. I didn't want to learn any more secrets right now. I shouldn't be here. I wished I had just returned to my dorm. But, it was too late now. If I left my hiding spot, one of the two would certainly see me, and then what would happen? I closed my eyes and waited. Tommy's father, whose name was Thomas also, and Jackson both took a seat on the bench. I wondered if I would be able to hear them over the pounding of my chest. And, though they spoke quietly, I am half Lamia, so my hearing is better than most searchers as well. Seems I was built for this kind of thing. The two didn't waste time with pleasantries. I was beginning to think you weren't going to show, said Thomas, and his tone was not kind. What are you talking about? I'm right on time, replied Jackson. So you are, said Thomas, and I got the feeling that this man always spoke in a half snarl. The warrior has left 2 rivers. Jackson sighed. I know. And you didn't say anything. You're supposed to be watching her. Why didn't you come to me when you found out she was leaving? His tone was accusing now. I didn't know she was leaving, Jackson lied. I found out when everyone else did. When she didn't show up for lunch. I figured you already knew by then. My brow furrowed. Jackson was supposed to be watching Alexa? How had I not detected this when I'd searched him? I cringed. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. Jackson must have something in his mind that had blocked me out of this very important information, but and how? The two continued their secret conversation. Don't lie to me, boy, snapped Thomas. I've seen the two of you together. I knew it was a mistake to send a boy to watch the warrior. You seem to have fallen under her spell. William is going to be so disappointed when he hears of this. Don't call me boy, growled Jackson. And it was no mistake. I've watched her. I've been watching her for the last year. And I've told you everything I know. So where is the warrior, Adot? I don't know. Thomas was quiet for a moment. My heartbeat was pounding in my ears. Perhaps I should pay a visit to that sister of hers. Maybe she would be more forthcoming. No, Jackson said quickly. She doesn't know anything either. She's not important. Alexa didn't tell anyone why she was leaving or even that she was leaving. You sound defensive, Wolf, replied Thomas, and I could tell that an ugly smirk sat on his face. Could it be that you have fallen for both girls? Don't be ridiculous, Thomas. It was no mistake to send me. My father knows that he can trust me. Maybe I should tell him that you're questioning his judgment. How do you think he would like that? Threats do not become you, boy. I'm here to make sure that you still know whose side you're on, said Thomas. Me? I'm not the one who tried to murder the queen. Oh, you thought I didn't know that that explosion was your work? A little anxious to ascend to the throne, are we, Thomas? Does my father know about your indiscretions here? Camilla is weak. She hasn't the stomach for what is coming. If the warrior hadn't pulled her out of the way, I would have been doing her a favor, he snapped. Thomas lowered his voice to a taunting whisper, "And William is not your father. You're a pet he found in the woods and decided to take mercy upon." Jackson's voice took on a disturbing wolf-like growl. "A favor. Queen Camilla is a favorite of my father's," he made sure to enunciate the word, "always has been, and you know it. And either way you cut it, he calls me his son, and treats me as such, while you on the other hand don't really mean shit to him. You're letting your jealousy cloud your judgment. And you're letting your infatuation with the warrior cloud yours," Thomas snapped. "I know which side I'll be standing on when the war comes. I believe you are starting to question where your allegiance lies. And the war is going to come sooner than we thought. The Lanias are demanding more blood for the exchange, and if they don't get it, our dealings with them will be off. This means we need more donors. People are suspicious already. Things won't continue as they are. We can't risk having traitors among us, wolves in sheep's clothing. Not now. I've told you everything I know," Jackson said, between what I was sure was clenched teeth. "Let's hope you have," replied Thomas. Silence fell. I peeked out around the tree to see both of them standing. Thomas stalked back in the direction he'd come. Jackson stood there for a moment, staring after him. After a shake of his head, he began walking down the path toward his dorm. I waited a moment, then began making my way back to my own, no longer caring if anyone saw me in my disheveled state. When I made it up to my dorm, I went straight into my bathroom and stripped myself of my dirty clothes. Stepping into the shower stall, I sat down on the floor once again and hugged my knees to my chest. My body began to shake uncontrollably. I knew why the king needed the blood. I don't know how it had taken me so long to figure out. The king was exchanging the blood, and I knew in my gut what he was exchanging it for. Lania blood. I also figured that King William was probably a searcher, and that he was ingesting Lania blood to increase his powers. Who knew what he was capable of if I was right, which I was pretty sure I was. Worse, and perhaps more importantly, Jackson was a traitor. He was the king's adopted son, and he had figured out a way to keep even the best of searchers from some of the secrets of his mind. God, where the heck was my sister? Alexa. It started to rain again. The thundercloud seemed to roll in from out of nowhere, sudden and angry. This was actually lucky. Step 1 was to take out the generator. With the rain, the guards might think that it was struck by lightning. After that was done, we'd have 10 minutes to make it to the surveillance room before the backup generator kicked in, give or take a minute or two. The plan was simple. First, we go to the spot that Manny told us about. He said it would be on the eastern side of the island where Dangion sat, which luckily, was on the same side as the other small island where we'd docked the boat. Apparently, there was a downward slope, at the end of which only one guard was positioned. The slope was used to drag dead prisoners' bodies down, so that they could be deposited into the ocean. And, more importantly, the edge of it, where the waves met rock, was one of the few blind spots of the cameras. We decided that we would take out the guard that waited there, and then Caden would don his uniform. I'd protested this, but he'd made the point that I wouldn't be big enough to pass as one of the guards, and I couldn't argue with that. We'd have to move quickly, so that the guard wouldn't have time to radio his buddies, and then Caden would make his way inside to the camera room, after taking out the generator box that Manny had promised would be about 20 feet above the back door. He would have to use the gun that the guard who manned this door carried, and it was a good thing that the thunder was clapping like gunshots, because we hadn't considered how the actual gunshot might be heard. According to Manny, only the guards on the docks, towers, and at this back door carried guns. Having the guards inside the prison carry guns would be too risky with the types of prisoners the place held. The part that worried me was that Caden would certainly encounter several guards along the way, and hopefully he would be able to pass by them without calling attention to himself, and they would be too distracted by the power outage to be paying much attention to each other. Manny had told us that there were always a minimum of 300 guards protecting the prison, and the staff wasn't a talkative bunch, so Caden stood a chance at passing through if he got a hold of a uniform, but I couldn't help but worry. No matter what Manny said, I knew this plan was a dice roll with bad odds. Caden knew this too. If he could get there, Caden was going to take out the guards in the camera room, then use the walkie-talkie and tell me that it was safe to move in. If we got that far, all we'd have to do was find my mother and get out. Easy, right? Yeah, right. I would have to come in then, and get past dozens of guards, somehow taking them out before they had a chance to radio others. Caden would radio me to where my mother was being held after he got that information from the surveillance room. I would free her, and fight our way back out, then meet Caden at the docks. Yeah, easy like Sunday fucking morning. We hadn't discussed whether or not we were going to kill the guards we came across or just incapacitate them. I think we both understood that we would do whatever was necessary. At the moment, we were treading water only 10 feet from where the guard was supposed to be at the edge of the slope. But there was no guard. Where is he? I whispered, spitting salt water out of my mouth. I didn't like sitting in the water like this. As stupid as it may have been, I kept worrying about sharks. Just wait, Caden whispered. We waited, and I learned how exhausting treading water can be, and the way the sea was bobbing me was starting to make me nauseated. I guess this stupid island didn't believe in a shoreline, because this close I should have been able to stand in the water. Caden would have to haul himself out quickly. I hoped there would at least be a ledge when we got closer. But 15 minutes went by before we were rewarded for our patience, and I swear it felt like 30. Caden had been right, the guy was huge, and it took me a moment before I realized that all the prison's guards must be the king's personal warriors. I thought back to the last time I'd seen them, the day that seemed like so long ago right now, when I'd been forced to fight Caden. Seeing this guard walking stiffly down the dead drag slope, with his hulking shoulders, massive arms, towering height, and features shadowed by the dark night intimidated me, much as I hate to admit it. The bigger they are and the harder they hit, I finished. So don't get hit. Lesson number 1, girl. The warrior guard stopped about 5 feet from the water's edge, scanning the scene in silent observation. I held my breath, even though there was no way he could see us out in the dark water. I needed to concentrate, and inner dialogue was not productive. Ahead of me, the warrior pulled out a cigarette and placed it between his teeth. He began patting down his clothing for what I assumed was a lighter. I looked to my right at Caden. He wasn't there. I looked all around me, panicking at his sudden disappearance, not knowing what I should do. My first instinct was to call out Caden's name, but luckily, my monster stopped that impulse in its tracks. Don't you dare. Just wait. I looked back to where the guard was standing, digging in his back pocket now for his lighter. He found what he was looking for, and struck the blaze. That's when Caden all but exploded out of the water. I guess there was a ledge. He moved fast, but the element of surprise was Caden's key here. He flew up onto the shore and wrapped his arms around the warrior's knees, throwing his body forward in a football tackle. The guard never saw it coming. His legs were swept out from under him, and his body came crashing down with incredible force. The back of his skull hit the rock with a teeth-clenching thud. Caden was already on his feet. His head whipped toward me, and he gestured me forward. I swam to the island, learning that the ledge was just a medium-sized jutting rock, about 3 feet below the water. I stepped onto it, and Caden grabbed me under the arms and hauled me out of the water. Thanks, I whispered. I stood watching up the slope while Caden stripped the guard of his uniform and put it on. He worked quickly, but the seconds seemed like hours to me. If someone came down the slope and saw us, this mission would end before it had even begun. Finally, Caden tapped my shoulder. He was ready to go in, the guard's gun clutched firmly in his hand. I nodded my head and gritted my teeth, wondering if this was the last time I would see him. I drank in his features, willing his image to be burned into my memory. He offered a half smile, as if he could read my thoughts, then turned, and began making his way up the slope. I slipped back into the water, stepping over the unconscious guard, noticing that a little blood was leaking from the back of his head and his mouth hung open. I rested my knees against the ledge and hunkered down so that only my head was above the water. The state of the guard gave me no pause. If someone came down here to check on him, it was up to me to make sure they didn't get word out. I would also have to deal with him if he came to, though I doubted he would. After a few anxious minutes, I tried to relax a little. My walkie-talkie was clutched tight in my hand where I held it up by my face. I had the sound turned down, but a small red light would flash on the front of it if Caden radioed me. I had only to wait. Caden. I crept my way up the slope. The back door to the prison had a camera positioned right above it, so I'd need to shoot out the generator box without being seen by the camera. I clutched the guard's handgun in my right hand. Above me, lightning streaked out across the night sky and thunder cried out. It was time. I peeked around the corner of the wall that ran parallel to the slope I was standing on. The high stone wall of the prison sat there, with a small landing, a single steel door, and the camera positioned above it. I looked up, there was the generator box. I crouched, aimed, and fired. The box exploded with a loud crack. I smiled. It looked like lightning had hit it. A small hum, a buzz I hadn't realized was there before, died out. The red light on the camera above the door went out. I had 10 minutes to get to the surveillance room. I made my way over to the door, and using the key I'd stolen from the guard, turned the lock and pushed my way inside. It was pitch black. A ringing alarm was sounding, and a recorded voice announced, "Lockdown, lockdown, lockdown." I picked up my pace. I only made it around the first corner before running smack into another guard. He shined his flashlight on my face, and my body went tense and ready. "What's going on, warrior?" he asked me. It took me a moment to realize that he thought I was one of his comrades. I cleared my throat. "Lightning struck the generator," I said. "Power's out." "No shit," he replied. "Move to your station. We're on lockdown until the backup kicks on." "No shit," I thought, and nodded stiffly. The guard moved past me. I released a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding, and began moving again. I had to get to that camera room. I was grateful that over the alarm and the sound of my heart beating out of my chest, I had little time to form my own thoughts. I hadn't realized that anything other than Alexa could make me so nervous. I knew where to go, though, and every minute counted. Moving down the corridor, I picked up into a jog when several other guards came jogging past in opposite directions. Most of them seemed to be moving toward the back door. Alexa was out there. I clenched my teeth. I had to trust that she could handle herself and focus on the task at hand, but I couldn't help but feel as though there was a fire ablaze in my trousers. Manny had told me that the camera room was located in the central area of the prison, on the 3rd floor. A staircase should be up ahead and around the next corner. More guards came rushing past, and each time my heart skipped a beat. I was getting close. Just a little bit further. I passed by multiple cells. None of the prisoners called out to me. I found this odd, because I knew instinctively that most of them were occupied. I rounded the corner. More cells. And, at the end of the corridor was the door that led to the stairway, a guard standing in front of it. I moved toward him. In an attempt to look natural, I swept my flashlight to the side and it illuminated one of the cells I was passing. I wished I hadn't, and I jerked the light ahead of me again immediately after. These cells were indeed occupied, and the one that I'd looked into held a sight that was too awful for words. I knew immediately that these prisoners were being milked of their blood, and from the look of the emaciated man I just glimpsed, that was probably the kindest of the tortures that took place here. The plan to meet Alexa at the docks seemed impossible now, and I cursed in my head. If her mother was in the same shape as these prisoners, there was no way Alexa would be able to defend herself against the guards. Not while she was carrying her mother. When I reached the guard, he shined his flashlight in my face as well, and I had to grit my teeth so as not to growl at him. "Where's your station, warrior?" he barked, over the blare of the alarms. My brain stalled. I couldn't seem to think of a good answer. The guard reached down to his belt, for his sword or his radio, I'll never know. I slammed my fist into face. His nose made a distinct crunching sound, and he crumpled to the floor. I looked around. Time was short, but if I just left his body here, and someone stumbled across it, they would know that there had been a breach. I grabbed him under the arms, pushed through the door, and stashed him under the stairwell. That would have to do. I checked my watch. 4 minutes left. Racing up the stairs, I finally reached the 3rd floor. I was glad that I wasn't winded, and for the first time in my life, I understood the mindset of the trainers at the Brocken school. My least favorite exercise when I was in school had been the stair runs. I'd done my best to keep up my stamina after graduating, but the stair runs were one thing I thought were overkill. I would be rethinking that belief if I made it out of here. Another door blocked access to the 3rd floor, and I knew that another guard waited on the other side of it. Taking a deep breath, I flung it open. Another flashlight lit up my face. This time, I didn't let the guy get a word out. There was no time to waste. I snapped his neck in one clean motion. He slumped to the ground. A little excitement welled up in me. The guilt would come later. 2 minutes left. The surveillance room should be right around the next corner, on the right. Shutting off my flashlight, I put my head down and raced forward in the darkness. I skidded to a stop when I thought I'd reached the end of the hallway, flipping the flashlight back on. 2 guards stood outside of the room I needed to get into. When they saw me, they rushed forward, the light from their flashlights bouncing off the floors and the walls. I tensed and waited, adopting the fighter's stance that was first nature to me. It crossed my mind that I could just shoot both of them, but that would certainly send more guards running to see what the commotion was. As far as I knew, all of them were positioned at their stations, and I wanted to keep it that way for as long as possible. Swords were clutched in their hands, and they dropped their flashlights to the floor, spilling light across its cold surface. They moved incredibly fast. I ducked just before the first one's blade swept through the spot where my torso had been only a heartbeat earlier, sending my fist right into his stomach after his sword passed overhead, and popping up to crash the back of my elbow into the back of his head. The second one swung with his blade, and if my sidestep had been any slower, my head would have been removed from my shoulders. I sent a low roundhouse to the side of his left knee, grabbed the back of his neck, and slammed my knee into his face. The sword fell from his hand. I retrieved it. And, less than seconds later, both guards lay dead at my feet. Running the back of my hand across my wet forehead, I pushed through the door to the surveillance room. The backup generator kicked on. Alexa. I rushed over to him, shock seizing my mind and soul. The worst possible thoughts raced through my head, and I found that my legs were shaking uncontrollably. This was not happening. This just could not be happening. I pulled Caden off of the wheel, my hands trembling and struggling with his weight. He fell to the floor of the boat and his eyelids fluttered. I had the right mind to stop the engine, but my movements were clumsy and panicked. The boat rocked with the current of the water, and I kneeled beside my Libra. Ripping open his shirt front, I found that a bullet must have passed through his shoulder blade and exited through his chest. Red blood bloomed from the hole, and I decided that I'd been wrong. This was not a color that I wanted to see on him. Not ever. No words came to me. I just laid my head against his chest and listened carefully for a beating that I could only pray would be there. It took a moment, but over the rain and the thunder and my own heart pounding in my ears, I could just barely make out a heartbeat. The sigh I released was shuddered and relieved. I bit into my wrist without giving it a second thought, and pressed it to his mouth, letting my blood trickle into it. 10 seconds went by. Then, 20. Caden didn't stir, didn't move. Grief, raw and vicious, slowly began to settle over me, when at last, I felt his teeth latch weakly into my skin and begin to slowly take the blood that he needed so badly. He drank, and by the time his eyelids finally peeled apart, and those golden, sunrise eyes found my face, I was lightheaded with the blood loss. He was still hurt. I could see the thinly veiled pain written on his face, but a small smile pulled up his lips. Tears and sobs began to pour out of me. "Drive the boat, warrior," he mumbled. "I'm fine. Get us out of here." I leaned down and kissed him once on the lips, my soul seeming to shatter inside of me. He wouldn't be hurt like this if it weren't for me. This was undeniably all my fault. Blame yourself later. He's right, we need to get out of here. I started the engine and took to the wheel, grateful beyond words when I saw that the fancy boat we'd stolen held its own GPS device. Leave it to the king to buy the best of everything. Good thing too, because that despicable man was running up a serious debt with me, and I was going to see to it that it got paid. Alexa. We were in another hotel room. 2 more queen-sized beds. More generic paintings and decor. My mother was still unconscious on one of them. Caden rested on the second. I'd been giving them both my blood on and off for the past hour, and while I could see that it was helping, they weren't nearly healed, and I was beginning to feel a little weak because of it. The hotel had a vending machine that sold cigarettes, and I'd bought a pack when I'd finally gotten both Caden and my mother into the room and given them their first feedings of my blood. I stood up now, removing a cigarette from its box, and opened the door to the outside. Closing the door behind me, I slumped back against it and lit the cigarette. My mother hadn't woken at all since we'd rescued her, but Caden had managed to stay awake up until now. Even though both of them were just on the other side of the door, I felt completely and utterly and alone. I'd showered, but it had been quick and uneventful. I'd also taken wet towels and did my best to clean up my mother and Caden, but what they really needed was rest, and none of my fussing could give that to them. In the bathroom mirror, I'd noticed that my silver tattoo had extended itself, and it now snaked its way all the way down my back. I didn't care to count or study the designs that had bloomed from its vine. There would be plenty of time to do that later. I slid down the door and sat on the concrete, pulling my knees up in front of me. I was exhausted, but I knew that sleep was out of the question. I placed my cigarette between my lips and pulled the smoke into my lungs, holding it there as if willing it to bring me an early death. How had it come to this? How was it that just a month ago, I'd been living a semi-normal, teenage life back in a small town in Missouri? Never in my wildest dreams had I thought that all the changes that had taken place in my life over these last few weeks would have even been possible. How had I gone, so swiftly, from being just a girl, with bad inclinations, to a voice-hearing, warrior murderer? I glanced down at my watch. It was midnight. A small sad chuckle escaped me. Happy fucking 18th birthday to me. I'll say this, it would certainly be unforgettable. When the door behind my back opened, I had to brace myself with my arms, and the end of my lit cigarette burned my hand. Shit, I said. I looked up. Caden stood in the doorway, bracing himself with one arm. May I join you? He asked. I shrugged. If you must, but you should really be in bed. He closed the door behind him and slid down it, sitting beside me with a groan. And let you spend your birthday alone? Nope. I laughed, but there was little humor in it. Oh, I don't think it really matters right now, I said. Caden wrapped his arm around my shoulders, trying to hide his wince when it caused him pain. It matters to me. I got you something. It's in the car. I raised my eyebrows. Really? You didn't have to do that. Caden waved his free hand in dismissal. Why wouldn't I? I think you'll like it, but don't get it now. Sit with me a while. I rested my head against his shoulder. Thank you, Caden, I whispered, flicking my cigarette away. It's nothing. Not for that. For everything. You almost died for me. I don't know how I'll ever be able to repay you for that. Caden sighed. Oh, warrior, you don't owe me anything. I did it because I wanted to. You didn't force me. What I'm concerned about is whether or not you're okay. My first impulse was to lie, to say that I was just fine, and that he didn't have to worry about me. But, the words sounded so obviously false in my head, so how could I insult him by actually saying them? I didn't know what to say at all. We sat in silence for a while, and finally, I said, I don't know. Caden nodded slowly. Okay. My head dropped down between my shoulders, feeling as though it must weigh 100 pounds. Caden's fingers found my chin, and tilted my head up so that I was looking at him. He didn't speak, didn't smile, or move at all. Then, suddenly, his lips found their way to mine. My hand reached up and held the side of his face. My heart seemed to adopt a beat again for the first time in what seemed like hours. My body tingled, and my knees began to tremble in front of me. Slowly, tears forced their way through my closed eyes. Caden pulled back a little and rested forehead against my own. His warm, sweet breath fanned across my lips, and I couldn't help but shiver. His fingers found my face again, and his thumbs swept under my closed eyes, brushing away the tears there. Oh, warrior, he whispered. Please don't cry every time I kiss you. I opened my eyes to see Caden staring at me, his face so very close to my own. His gaze seemed to burn me, and my jaw clenched together to keep from quivering. He'd known, then. He hadn't said anything, but somehow, even though I thought that the rain falling during our previous kiss had concealed my traitorous tears, he'd known. Of course he had. Caden always knew what I was feeling. I didn't have to hide it. He understood my pain. And, somehow, through all my faults and flaws, he still managed to love me. The reason didn't matter. Caden loved me, and I refused to deny him that now. Alexa. It was 3 a.m. when my mother finally came to. Caden had gone back to sleep, and I'd spent the past few hours watching them. He'd insisted that he didn't need any more of my blood, so after a short argument, I settled with just giving it to my mother periodically. She lifted her head, and I jumped up from my seat in one of the chairs. I went to stand over her, smiling to see her finally awake. Her first words wiped the smile right off of my face. Where's Nellie? She asked. I sighed, and sat down on the bed next to her. Nice to see you too, I replied. Her gaunt face hardened a little, and for the first time since we'd rescued her, she looked a little like her old self. Alexa, where's Nellie? She repeated. Yep, just like her old self. She's fine. She's safe, I said. I stood up from the bed. Don't worry. My mother's head fell back against the pillow, and she released a relieved breath. What happened? She asked. I took a seat in the chair beside her bed again, and she turned her head to look at me. You were a dang eon, I said. I ain't got you out. Her eyes narrowed, and she studied my face for a long moment. How? I shrugged. Well, it wasn't easy. She looked down at my right arm, at the silver on my right arm. I see, she said. Several minutes passed by before either of us spoke again. Finally, she said, Are you going to be okay? My answer was immediate. I'll be fine. Thanks for asking. She nodded. Her head turned to the other side. Who's that? She asked. Caden, and he's and my Libra. She nodded again. Good for you. My eyebrows hit the roof. Good for me? She turned to face me again, and the look on her face was one I'd never seen before. She sighed. Yes, good for you, she paused. Alexa, I hope you know that I've always loved you. Just as much as I love your sister, and I wanted to keep you both safe and in the training and in the secrets, and well, it was the only way I knew how to do that. My eyes began to burn again. I'd never expected this from her. I'd never heard her actually say that she loved me. It was almost too much after everything that had happened. She continued, and, thank you. For saving me. There's no way I expected you to do that. I'm not sure what will happen next, but I'm glad you're safe. What little time that I actually spent conscious in that hellhole, all I could do was worry about you and your sister. It was and not pleasant. I placed my hand over hers. Well, we're fine. I'm here, and I'm going to take care of you. Nellie's safe at Two Rivers so dash comma. My mother jerked and sat up straight, cutting me off mid-sentence. What? Nellie's where? You left her at Two Rivers? She was all but shouting now. My brow furrowed. Yes, but we're going back tomorrow. She's fine and there are some people there who need my help. I think they're nuts, but they all seem to think that I'll be this prophesized save dash comma. She held up her hand. No. How could you leave her there? I told you your first priority is Nellie. She tried to get up, and cursed when she realized she didn't have the strength. We have to go. Now. Wake him up. We have to go get her. Okay, seriously? I gritted my teeth. She was unbelievable. Relax. She's fine. It's me they all want. She's not in any danger, I said, but she shook her head, and my certainty wavered. What aren't you telling me? I growled. This prophecy. Who told you that you were the savior that it speaks of? She asked. My brow furrowed. I shrugged. Everyone. Why? Her head flopped back on the pillow once more. Well, they were wrong, Alexa. They are all wrong. What the hell are you talking about? How are they wrong? I read the prophecy. It says that the savior is a girl, a fighter, the last of her kind. How is that not me? She shook her head again, and I struggled not to roll my eyes. You're right on 2 out of the 3. The prophecy says that the savior is the only one of her kind. It took me a moment to process what she was saying, and when I did, my heart stopped dead in my chest. Nellie is a girl. Though not physically, she fights for those she loves and what she believes in. She's also the only one of her kind. My face must have betrayed my thoughts, because my mother sat back, satisfied that I had finally understood. I felt like I couldn't breathe. The prophecy was never about me. I was never the one that they wanted. I was never the savior. Nellie was. And I'd left her. I'd left her at the doorstep of the king who would very much like to see her dead. Oh, shit, warrior, we'd better get moving. Yeah, I think I got that. Just fucking shoot me. Nellie. I couldn't sleep. Of course I couldn't sleep. How could I when I knew everything that I did, when I knew that if Alexa ever came back, I would have to tell her that her best friend, her boyfriend, was a lying, manipulative traitor. It hurt me just to think about it, so I knew that it was going to crush her. I wished none of this had ever happened. I felt like I was neck deep in crud and sinking in further by the day. These people wanted my sister to give her life to save them, and I knew that she would do it. I knew, because even though we are very much different, Alexa and I are equally the same. I'd seen the village. She'd seen it too. She would help them. She would fight for them. I was certain, because if I were in her shoes, I would do the same. My mind kept turning over, and I couldn't get comfortable in my bed. I had to find a way to fix this. I had to find a way to protect my sister. I had to find this king and make him see reason, whether it be by his own volition or not. I refused to sit back and let my sister die. I refused. A knock sounded on my door, making me jump. I looked over at the clock on the nightstand next to my bed. It was 3 a.m. Who would be calling at this hour? My hands grew moist, and my heartbeat picked up its pace. No good news ever came at 3 a.m. I went over to my door, and with shaking hands, turned the knob and opened it. Simon stood outside my door, the warrior that had taken me to the queen a few days ago. A lump formed in my throat. I swallowed. Can I help you? I asked. Simon nodded. Apologies for waking you, he said, and I could tell that he wasn't really sorry at all. But, the queen has requested your presence. Please, follow me. Okay, I said. Just let me grab my shoes. I slipped on my shoes and stepped out into the hallway with Simon, who turned on his heel and began walking stiffly down the hallway. My mouth felt dry. I bit down hard on my lower lip. This couldn't be good. I reached out with my mind, not even considering not doing so, and searched Simon. Just like last time, all he knew was that the queen wanted to see me. My hands started to shake. This definitely wasn't good. On the walk over to the council building, I seriously considered trying to make an escape. It would be easy enough. I would just have to control Simon. But, eventually, I just stared at my feet and abandoned the idea. It's not like I had anywhere to go. And, if the Queen wanted me this bad, I had no doubts that she could find me. At least the rain had stopped, but it made no difference because my teeth seemed to be chattering anyway. The worst possible conclusions raced through my head, and I tried desperately to remember in detail all of the things I had done over the past few days. Had someone seen me in the woods? Had my searches on Victoria failed, and she'd told on me? Had Jackson seen me hiding behind the tree, or despite his lies to Thomas, decided that it was time to turn me in? It could be any number of things. Or multiple things. I just knew that it couldn't be good. Of course, whenever you don't want to get somewhere, time seems to speed up and rush deliver you to your undesired destination. We were already at the council building, ascending its stone steps. Simon led me inside and over to the door to the Queen's office. My stomach dropped to the floor. I did not want to go in there. Simon took up post outside of the room and gestured impatiently for me to enter after swiping his key card in the lock. I took one deep breath, turned the knob, and pushed the door open. The first thing I noticed was the freakishly large warriors standing around the room, all wearing black and as stone-faced as anyone I'd ever seen. There were 5 of them. The second thing I noticed made my heart seem to stop cold in chest. A man, dripping diamonds and jewels and expensive clothing, with a smirk on his face, sat in the chair that the Queen had occupied the last time I'd been here, a man that I knew instantly, but only because I'd seen him in my sister's memory. "Please, have a seat, Ms. Montgomery," said King William, in a voice that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. Across from him, seated on the couch, was the Queen. She wouldn't look up and meet my eyes, but very clearly, and indubitably, she projected a single thought that seemed to swim around in confused circles in my head: "I'm so sorry." Next to her sat my classmate, a classmate that until this moment, I considered a friend. A classmate who had asked me for help, so that she could impress her aunt, and become a stronger searcher. Bethany. That little bitch.